It is so great to see all of you here. A warm welcome to Vancouver, to Simon Fraser University, and to the Royal Society of Canada's 2024 Celebration of Excellence and Engagement. My name's Joy Johnson, and it is my just a pleasure to be the president of Simon Fraser University, and really pleased to be here with you today. I really look forward to coming together for these meetings with the Royal Society. Together as an academic community, it's really important for us to come together and to celebrate our incredible scholars and artists, and to discuss how Canadian researchers can really make a difference for our provinces, a difference for Canada, and a difference for the world. And we're honored that SFU was selected to be this year's host. Here at SFU, our vision is to be a leading research university advancing an inclusive and sustainable future. And over the next few days, I'm really looking forward to hearing about the amazing research that's helping bring this future to life, especially in the area of community-centered climate innovation, which is the theme of this year's symposium. Community-centered climate innovation is a research priority for SFU and is central to our efforts at the university to engage in global challenges as a university. In the past few years, we've seen, as you all know, extreme weather events in our province, but also around the world. In our province, we've had fires, floods, and this has deeply affected our British Columbia communities, but also, as we all know, communities across the globe. I believe that researchers have an important role to play in mitigating and preventing and responding to these events, and in helping Canada to meet our decarbonization goals. And so today's discussions are going to span topics of mobilizing research for the climate crisis, accelerated place-based climate innovation, transforming energy systems, and so much more. So I'm very proud of the work that SFU is doing in this area and the work that we're doing across our institutions, across Canada. We're living in challenging times. I think we can all acknowledge that. We face complex local, national, and global challenges. Some feel more pressing today than they did earlier this week. But I do truly believe that we have the ability to find those answers and to look for ways that we can collaborate, share ideas across cities, provinces, and countries. So I want to thank all of you for being here, for joining in today, to be a part of this very important conversation with colleagues from across Canada. On behalf of everyone at Simon Fraser University, again, I want to welcome you. I hope you enjoy this beautiful city and take some opportunity to really breathe in the opportunities in Vancouver. Thank you all for your incredible work. I want to thank the organizers for the work that you're doing and the work that all of you are doing to really build an inclusive and sustainable future. So I'm excited to be spending the next couple of days together. It is now my deep pleasure to invite Elder Sequoia to the stage to acknowledge the lands we're on and to open the event in a good way. Elder Sequoia is an elder in resident at Simon Fraser University and just a fantastic colleague of mine. And it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you to the stage.
I was looking at the picture of me and I thought, oh, that's a nice picture when I was younger. No, in the long ago. I'll put this down first. Kayachtan. And in our Coast Salish way, as my grandmother said, from my heart, she said, you do it from your heart with feeling and just go like this. Kayachtan. I welcome each and every one of you. And you don't go this way or this way, you go like this. And it also means thank you. And if you were pulling up to the beach in a canoe and had to do the protocol, it also shows that we're welcoming you in friendship and with no weapons. And that was really important in the days in the past. So I welcome you to the ancestral territories of Hautmish Okemelt, Squamish Nation, my nation, And I also acknowledge and respect my family in Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam, honoring and acknowledging all the ancestral territories where you live, work, and play, and where you're originally from. So welcome to Vancouver, and I'm really glad that this week all of you have had nice weather. We had torrential downpours, and you hear about climate change, and places were flooding. That one day I couldn't even leave my house because all the roads were closed because they were flooded. And so, you know, it's a really important topic that you're here for. And I just know that we need to talk about how to make changes to be able to slow down this climate change and do the best we can. And the word my grandfather taught me is chen chen stwait, standing and working together to support one another and work together. And that's what you're here for, to be able to transfer knowledge, information, experience, and be able to share your words in a good way and create positive solutions for the present and future. And that's real important. And then I'm going to be doing, because it's so beautiful out, it was a beautiful ride over here from North Vancouver. So it's a beautiful day, and that's not the U2 song. And it's a beautiful day. And so I'm going to do Sequoia Slowlam, Sequoia Song Ha Squal, greeting of the day. And my ancestor, my grandfather and uncle named me after, lived on the island, now known as Stanley Park. And it became connected to Vancouver by the causeway. And someone in the early 1900s thought it would be nice to have a lagoon to walk around. So they filled in all the waterway down to Second Beach and covered our clam beds that were the best clam beds. And if you go just to the right where the yacht club building is, you look it down and you'll see there's still clam shells there. So I'm thinking, I've never gone and checked it out, that there may still be clams there that the seagulls and that like to find. And, but my grandfather, I welcome you because my grandfather's father and father before him and father before him, their village was at Iamo. They lived there 6 months of the year and then 6 months in the Squamish Valley. And it was called Iamo. And my great-grandfather was Chenaltzit. And my grandson who lives with me, my daughter's son, his name is Chenaltzit. And my grandfather was Sequalton and Dominic Charlie. And that he carries that name and shared it with my late son. But Chenaltzit, my great-grandfather, the priest named him Jericho Charlie. And when they moved him onto the reserve of Sinauk, now known as Kitsilano, they thought we should name this after the man whose longhouse was here and who lived here, because he started living there year-round with contact. So they named it Jericho Beach. So it's named after my great-grandfather. And Sinauk became known by the head man who lived there, Hatsilano Siam. And my grandnephew carries that name in Siam, which is in non-native language, people say chief. And Chief Victor Harry carries the name now. And they couldn't say Hatsilano, and they thought he met all the captains who came in here. You know, Vancouver, Fraser, and all of them. We should name this area after him. So they anglicized it, and it's a world-famous Kitsilano. So history to share with you. And because I knew this history when I was young, and tourists would ask me for directions when I was in Vancouver, I'd say, tell them where they want it, they were asking, and then say, I welcome you to our territory, and I hope you have a nice stay. And I've been doing this since I was like 10 years old, before we started doing these acknowledgements. And my grandfather taught me we all have an inner energy. And this inner energy can help you if you believe in it. And it, you know, emotionally, mentally, physically, spiritually, and we receive from Creator and top of our head into the energy. It connects us to everything in creation, the sun, the moon. Women as life givers know our connection to the moon, the stars, everything in the air, on the land, and in the water, and to each other. And we can send our energy to each other. And I'm going to share laughter is medicine, so I usually like to get you to relax before I ask you to stand, because I'm scanning body language. And when my children were little, the first Star Wars came out, number 4, and I went to it, and I was sitting there. We were right in the front row because they're little and didn't want anyone in front of us. And Obi-Wan has met Luke, and his giving says, your father was a Jedi Knight, a great Jedi Knight. I have a gift for you it belonged to him, your father's lightsaber. And he's giving it to Luke, and Luke went, I never knew he's a Jedi Knight. And then he says, oh, how do I use this? And Obi-Wan says, Jedis use the Force. What's the Force? The Force is an energy that's all around us. It surrounds us and connects us to everything. And I was like, that's a teaching your great-grandpa taught me. Inner energy. And because he was saying it connects us and everything. And they were like, shh. And I said, but that's our teaching. Inner energy. And they're like, Mom, shh. I was like, okay. So I became a Star Wars fan. And then thank you to Joy. My daughter got me the Baby Grogu and Mandalorian pendant. And Joy, thank you for the earrings for the Mandalorian. Because the Mandalorian creed is, this is the way. And in our language, Tama Kwetsi can be translated as, this is the way. And when elders give teachings, they share the teachings and say, this is the way. It has to be done in the way you do this. And I was like, there it is again in the Mandalorian. And I say, Tama Kwetsi, Tama Kwetsi can also be translated as when I end speeches. Snachum is words. And I say, Tama Kwetsi Snachum, those are my words. So it's like, this is the way of my words. And that mechanic in Mandalorian says, I have spoken. And I was like, yeah, that's me. I have spoken. And I make you laugh because now I'm going to get you to rise. And, oh, there's my nephew, Satokton. And because when we pray, we can't have our arms crossed. That's why I said I was looking at body language. And you can't have your hands clasped or your hands like this. We need to let the energy, all your inner energy, flow in the room and to outside. No matter where you are, Grandpa said you can send your energy. And that's why people say, prayer warriors, send a prayer for my family. So we pray, even if they're way far away, and send that prayers. So now, even though we're this high off the ground, we're still on Mother Earth, Chesha Tameo. So I'll ask you to put your hands at your side. The hardest thing I found for people, that's why I tell the funny story, is not to do this or this. I've noticed it's the hardest thing to do. So I make you laugh, then I ask you to now do Tai Chi or yoga. We'll do downward dog and move into the warrior because you're all climate warriors. No, I wanted you to relax more. I want you to do what our elders believe in, the power of breath and being grounded. And I'm going to do Sequalia's song, Greeting of the Day. And I'm going to, while I sing, I ask you to pray for each other. Pray for the work you do together, or networking, connecting to do work, or call on each other. Pray for your family, your friends and their families, and your communities. Then I'll do a prayer to open you, and then unfortunately I can't stay today. Chen Quenman Tome Kakakanak Chasiam, Yons Yonso Tunoyap and Manman Squalwin to squalls deceits, asking you, Creator, to watch over all your children gathered here today and all their family, from the unborn to the oldest, all their family and friends, from the unborn to the oldest, and all of our communities. Help us all, Creator, with our squalwin, feelings in our hearts and minds, our and spirit, our total being, emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual health and wellness. Asking you, Creator, put a shield of safety and protection around each and every one of us. Asking you, Creator, also to help all of us to share our snachum, the words we're going to speak and listen to, with Winox's respect, as we transfer knowledge, information, experience, and ask questions to share and create those positive solutions for the present and future and unborn generations. And asking you, Creator, to see everyone safely to where they're staying tonight, and at the end of the gathering, see them safely home to their families as they travel. Asking you, Creator, to let today be a Yetwan Halt Zaitzop, an excellent work and gathering today and tomorrow. Toma Quetzi Snachum. This is the way of my words. Now you can sit.
Thank you so much, Elder Sequalia. I always learn something from Elder Sequalia, and today it was really about Jericho. I had no idea. Thank you for that. I will never go to Jericho Beach and not think about your family, so thank you for that. And it is indeed a pleasure to host these meetings on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. So now we're going to get started with the official program of the day, and we're thrilled to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Mark Jaccard, who will talk about the climate emergency and mobilizing our research locally, nationally, and globally. So following his presentation, there's going to be a Q&A moderated by Dr. Dugan O'Neill. Dugan is the Vice President, Research and Innovation at SFU and an accomplished particle physicist. He's played a leadership role in building Canada's digital research infrastructure within its diverse scientific community. At SFU, he's leading strategic research initiatives and works to secure research and innovation partnerships with academia, industry, and community. He really is a builder of networks. A key element of his work is to mobilize university research and discoveries to create positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And I'm so grateful to have you working with us at SFU. Mark Jaccard is an economist, author, and fellow of the Royal Society of Canada. He's also a distinguished professor of resource and environmental management at Simon Fraser University and an internationally respected authority on climate change. Mark served on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate, the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development, and on the Global Energy Assessment. In Canada, he has served on the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy, and the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices, and the British Columbia Climate Solutions Council. He was also CEO of the BC Utilities Commission, and in 2009, Mark was named the British Columbia Academic of the Year. 3 of his books have been shortlisted for the Donner Prize, the top policy book in Canada, with his book Sustainable Fossil Fuels earning that prize. His latest book, The Citizen's Guide to Climate Success, Overcoming Myths That Hinder Progress, is a fantastic read. I encourage all of you to check it out. So he's here today to talk to us about mobilizing our research locally, nationally, and globally, and to the ways that we can overcome barriers to the clean energy transition. So please join me in welcoming Mark and Dugan with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll wait, or maybe I already can hit this. Yeah, there we go. So thank you very much for the invitation from Simon Fraser University to speak to you today. And still feeling good about, and feeling relaxed. I actually do my own stretching every morning, and so I got in some extra just now, which was nice, and some deep breathing. We set this up for a 45-minute talk is what I was told, and I haven't given this talk before because I was asked to talk about myself. What are the strategies? What have I done? What path? And it seems quite narcissistic to be talking all about yourself, but maybe we're in a new narcissistic era. Sorry, that's a real downer. But hopefully I won't remind you of anyone while I give this talk. So, but I did put a lot of thought into it, and I haven't given this talk before. Obviously, this is a unique kind of thing. Talk about yourself and your research. So I was told I have 45 minutes. I'll keep an eye on my watch here. It's about 9:15 right now. I've only got 14 slides, but we'll see. So I'm going to start out just my background and views and how that affected me eventually as a researcher. So I had this undergrad interest from the earliest time about sustainability And this led to studies in energy economics, economic geography, and then I did graduate research in energy economy modeling. So the economic system, but from an energy lens. and hence my entire career, which is really about evaluating climate policy. And so even when Joy introduced me about climate, I always want to say climate policy. Like, people will call me up from the media, can you tell us about some climate event? And that's certainly not anything to do with what I'm an expert in. I want to talk about 3 guiding principles. There are many, but I'm going to highlight 3 that my academic mentors instilled in me. And you'll see that that comes through all the way through this talk. The first was to focus on contradicting evidence and be ready to change your view. Even to get excited about contradicting evidence, to pursue it. And I know that sounds like, well, of course, we're all scientists. That's what we do. Yeah, we do, but we all have our flaws, and all of us can get caught up in something, and I'm amazed how much that can be a challenge, and I'm going to talk about that in a sec. The second is to let the research objectives determine your method and not vice versa. So at least in my area, climate policy modeling, there's been a tendency over the decades for people who are really good at a certain technique to then apply it to all sorts of places where maybe it wasn't the best technique, instead of saying, what was the thing I'm trying to achieve and how will I adopt my methodology to help with that? And again, I'll be giving some examples. And then finally, if you're if you're an applied academic who's saying, I'm trying to help people, in my case, do climate policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, I should be really good at being empathetic to the real world constraints facing those politicians. As I have said for decades now to my research team, we're not going to bellyache about politicians here. If we're so smart, we should be able to design policies that a politician can implement and get reelected. So put the onus and the burden on ourselves. So in the next slides, I'm going to discuss each of these in turn, and if you lose your train of thought for a while, look up to the top of each slide. There'll be a number to tell you which one I'm on. So focus on contradicting evidence and be ready to change your view. And I'll start each of these with a quote. This one, when the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do? This is a slight rephrasing of John Maynard Keynes, a famous economist and one of the people I really look up to. And I find that very important. So with my early interest in energy sustainability, I then devoured literature on the depletion of natural resources and what that threat that was, the limits to growth, peak oil, that we found a certain amount of oil and we're going to run out of it. We're going to deplete natural resources. Also, I was very excited about all of the literature that said that we can do energy efficiency and it'll be very cheap. And so, wow, that's a great way to make it easier to replace fossil fuels. And likewise, that renewable energy could be cheap. And thirdly, that humans can change their behavior to conserve energy, to do other things, and that would be a big emphasis. But rigorous scholars kept putting out some contradicting research, at least to some of the assumptions about these claims. And I'm going to just talk a bit about some of those. Hubert is a name, it's sometimes called Hubert's Peak or peak oil. And he was a geologist in the United States who in the 50s and 60s said, look, there's only so much oil in the Earth's crust. So it'll follow our finding of it and exploitation of it will follow a nice curve. It'll go up and then it'll go down. And so when we talk about my book, Sustainable Fossil Fuels, written much later, was to summarize, it's not my own research, the research of people like Maury Edelman at MIT, who was an energy economist and said, no, that won't happen. As something gets scarcer, its price will go up. And once its price is up, there will be a lot of innovation that happens to get more of all of that oil out of the Earth's crust, because it could be in sand, it could be goopy oil, it could be deep under the ocean, it could be in it could be in shale rock, and humans will innovate that. And so it's interesting that how hard it was not only for the people who really wanted to believe that peak oil was coming and that that would kind of save us from climate because we'd run out of fossil fuels, wouldn't be burning them anymore. It really undermined those people, and even academics, many had trouble with that. But so here's the U.S. curve from 1940 to a couple of years ago. What's interesting is in the 1970s we had an oil price crisis, but it was to do with wars in the Middle East, embargoes by oil-producing countries, and so prices went up, and people started to realize, oh, the United States, continental United States, does have oil production going up, and it seems to have peaked, and now it's going down. And so that had been Hubert's prediction 10 years earlier, and so everyone said Hubert was right. And Time had him as I don't know if he was the man of the year, but he was the person of the year, but he was a big deal. Edelman said, well, no. When the price goes up, we're going to find a whole bunch more. And the United States production will bounce back up. So there's the production now. And it's actually way higher than that in the last couple of years. Another one was that energy efficiency would be cheap. And I can only touch on these briefly, but this is an area where Amory Lovins, who was a hero of mine, had said, the United States can reduce its electricity use by 75% and we'll make money doing it. That's how cheap it will be. And Paul Joskow from MIT said, no, wait a minute, started to do research. And I will say that later on, into the 80s and 90s, my research team also contributed to this, and sure enough, found that energy efficiency is really quite expensive. And this doesn't mean that you're against energy efficiency. Remember, you're just trying to be a good researcher. And that may affect your policies. And also that renewables are cheap. You're probably hearing that a lot now, that wind and solar are cheap. To actually provide electricity when we need it, a natural gas turbine is way better. And so I'm not going to go into all the details on that, but the costs on this are really clear, but you might not have heard that. It depends who you're listening to. The research by really good researchers would confirm that. And then finally, there was, we were all very much into the conserver society. That's kind of my generation. And I remember people saying to me, oh, yeah, you're really frugal. And I was like, no, I'm trying not to consume very much. But all the people I kind of grew up with, that kind of went by the wayside as they had children and houses and developed certain lifestyles and so on. So, but that's something that people research. And it's really, in fact, we've contributed to that research as well. We call it the explosion of other. It means that, yes, we made more efficient main devices in our homes, but the number of devices per home exploded exponentially. And I've got some great graphs that would show that. So let's move on to number 2. Let your research objectives determine your method, not vice versa. And I end this slide with explaining sort of, I think, what got me nominated and recognized internationally to end up in the Royal Society. But I'm not going to go in depth on this, so I'm going to breeze a bit faster through these. But the idea, again, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. If you have a certain type of view or expertise, then the problem looks like X. And so here's some jargon for you. Top-down versus bottom-up modeling. In my first Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, when I was named to that, there was a battle between bottom-up modelers who were engineers and top-down economists on the costs of the energy transition. And they're still battling today. But because the bottom-up people said, look at all the technological potential. Look at what we can do, how little emissions we could have. We could have an energy system that has no emissions. And it's cheap for the reasons I mentioned on the previous slide. But of course, they ignore consumer preferences. They ignore risk, different technologies, different risk. And I could go into details on this, but I shouldn't. The top-down people were economists who did focus on risks and were kind of blind to the technological potential. So we were very troubled by this, me and as a younger scholar and my team, and we were like, let's try to do the best we can to understand the best arguments on either side, and then let's bring them together. And so we developed something called hybrid models. Surprise, surprise. Turns out there are hybrid models in every area of endeavor you can imagine, but we developed the hybrid models, and that's what we got known for. And then pretty soon, there was a few other groups around the world who were excited and doing similar stuff, and that sort of set the pace for us. But there was one other example I want to give, because there is a bit of a theme here, and so there's going to be a section in my talk where I'm going to ask the people sitting near Joy and Dugan and so on to put their hands over their ears. I'm going to talk about the times that I did not cooperate in funding applications or accept money for various reasons, even though that's a really important thing to be doing, and I'm all in favor of it. It just was not for me. So you don't need to know the difference between optimization modeling and simulation modeling, but I think you can guess. The optimization modelers actually came from the nuclear industry. They had developed, and some of them from the socialist countries, they had developed models that assumed that everybody had perfect information in time and space. And here's how they would pick technologies to get to a zero-emission future. Wolf-Haefele did the first of those in 1970. And so there's a global modeling group, and the model is called MARCOL. It doesn't matter, but the Canadian government asked me as a young scholar to go to IIASA, the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis outside of Vienna. And when I came back, they offered me a lot of money, like millions of dollars over many years, to be the Canadian MARCOL modeler. And I had one of those things, the long walk in the evening, thinking about it, talking to my research group, and I turned it down. And I said, optimization is not how humans react, and I want to be helpful to politicians. So I need to think of a different kind of model, and so we developed what we call hybrid, you got that, simulation models, simulating how people behave. And that's kind of what my research group is known for. We teamed, and that, as I said, Royal Society nomination eventually, we teamed up, not with other people in our institute. We worked with the top people in the world. And so they were in Paris at a CIRED, Centre International de Recherche sur le Développement, l'économie et le développement, and also the group at MIT under Jake Jacoby, and the group at Stanford under John Wyant. And so that's the path I use. So again, this is the talk about me. It's for scholars, what research path did I follow? The third thing is, third and final of this part, is to be empathetic to the real world constraints facing policymakers. And I already described this briefly. My quote here is that all modelers are wrong. All models are wrong, but some are more useful. And this is, I forget his name, Edwin Box or something. It's a famous quote that everyone uses. And because climate change is a global collective action problem, but energy systems are determined by national governments, that's already the biggest part of our problem. We don't have an international governance system. And I'm not going to talk a lot about that tonight, but it's very important, critically important. But what we do then is we say, well, some countries can lead, and they will do things like lower the costs of some of those low emission technologies by developing them and the innovations that go along with that, and set examples for others, and then maybe be motivated as well to do policies that do kind of force it on the rest of the planet. So we focused where there was the best hope, which was with single jurisdiction politicians, to help them assess the effectiveness of their own policies, and the real world constraint for policymakers, that they're never like just here's the simple policy. They're always overlapping a bunch of stuff that build up. So let's build a tool, that hybrid simulation model, that can help them. And also the real world trade-offs between policy options. And that's what I'm going to focus on right now. And I'm going to use the example that's known to people in British Columbia, which is our carbon tax that was implemented in 2007, and the trade-off between that and economic efficiency, which the carbon tax enables you to have, it's the cheapest way, and political acceptability. So obviously very dear question right now, still is, but it has been for 25 years. So the economists know that the carbon tax is efficient. And so what they do is most, almost all, say it's essential. And you see what they've done right there? They've taken their prior and their agenda, and then they've made an assumption that's actually not true. So I've spent much of my career explaining to politicians and publishing it is not true, and you know it's not true. You could regulate your way entirely to zero emission. It's obvious, but not if you don't want to see it. So instead, I and collaborators designed research to help sincere policymakers assess difficult trade-offs, which I was just talking about. And I'm going to give you some data here from research we did. This is my PhD student, Katja Rhodes, who's now a professor at UVic and doing even more work on this. And what it is in British Columbia, and we have some colleagues in Scandinavia who did similar things, but here in BC, we had a natural experiment that every social scientist is looking for. What happened was the government of BC in 2007, 8, and 9 implemented a slate of policies, some overlapping, but very different. They put an economy-wide carbon tax, but they also put in a low-carbon fuel standard, which we still have, and a clean electricity regulation, which I designed for the government, was implemented in January of 2007. We polled people various ways. I'm just giving you one of the slides. And here's what I want to look at with that carbon tax. Notice that a majority of people are in favor of the carbon tax. So from green is, I can't read it from here, but it's somewhat support, and strong support is purple. And that adds up to like 56, 57%. So a lot of people who are advocates of carbon tax, economists, environmentalists even, said, oh, go ahead, politician, do a carbon tax. It won't cost you politically. It's completely wrong. Interact with politicians. I've been doing this for a very long time. Their advisors tell them you have to look at strong opposition. You have to zero in on strong opposition. There will always be opposition to every policy you do. You need to see how big is the strong opposition. So look at the blue on these. The carbon tax is about 10 times the strong opposition that these two regulations that I'm going to talk about later, that they have in terms of strong opposition, the low carbon fuel standard and the clean electricity regulation, if that's what I'm seeing. So that's the thing to focus on, not the other. And the other thing is, though, remember that the carbon tax is more economically efficient. So you can do modeling that will show, with the models we've built, you can show what's the effect on GDP, gross domestic product. Now, this happens to be results for, I think, all of Canada, GDP per capita. But what the green line is if we, the green line is if we used a carbon tax to achieve our 2030 target. This is modeling done about 7 years ago. And the red line is what the GDP would be if we use flexible regulations, which are these regulations that get us to the same point, but they're not as efficient. Well, so there's the difference. It's actually not a huge difference, but it is there. Business community will go crazy about that, but politicians can at least see, oh yeah, I do want to do something. I want to get reelected. Am I willing to make this trade-off? So we don't go in there saying to them, do flex regs, do carbon tax. We go in there and say, can we provide information that's useful to a climate-sincere politician? And so that's the goal. That's the third of my points here. So I've explained these 3 key principles that guided my research innovations for providing value to society in the area of greenhouse gas reduction. And now, in the second half here, I turn to strategies I've used to mobilize this research. And I find it fun because I know I've been around too long where I have to keep relearning. Now we talk innovations a lot. I'm fine with that, but we had a different term in the past. I can't remember what it was. And mobilizing research, we had a different term. So I'm always trying, my kids say to me, just get with the new term, all right? Don't give away how old you are. So I'm mobilizing research, pretty good, eh? And I organize these into national, international, and local because you asked me to. And this is a bit more of blowing my horn again. So the national strategies. You're already getting a sense of this now. And we were trying to provide useful information to federal and provincial politicians, business leaders, and so on. And I want to say that I understand that some scholars are more and less comfortable in the media. You're going to get misquoted. You're going to be attacked. And so it's not for everyone. So you have to be someone that kind of rolls with the punches, that you're kind of optimistic and you're fairly happy all the time. So I'm perfect for that. And so anyway, from 1988 to the mid-90s, I established my research team. It was fun. Dugan and I he was trying to remember if he knew the name of it. I've never tried to get people to remember it. It's the Energy and Materials Research Group. We started to build the national model that I'm talking about. We created a data center, which has been a constant source of funding for us for 35 years. And we linked up with a few key leading researchers, which I told you about. From the mid-1990s to the present, then we did a major increase in outreach via government advice. I became a fellow of the C.D. Howe Institute because they would do all the work to promote stuff and I could pick the topic. I mean, that was good. I created a consulting company and it was called, we had it on campus for a couple of years, but to make sure everything was clean and proper, we moved it off campus to downtown Vancouver. It went on for 20 years. And it was made up of my recent graduates, and they ran this and they loved it. Although at one point, because I was so focused and not wanting to be involved in consulting, I take it very serious. The university pays me, I provide value to the university. I was never really involved in the consulting. And so they had their favorite joke when we go out for drinks was that it's called MK Jackard and Associates, but they said, we tell clients it's MK Jackard Associates. They're doing the work. And so we did, in 2011, we finally worked out that they would have their own separate company, and I passed over the equipment, the lease, and everything. And it's called Navius, and it's the leading modeling company consultancy in the hybrid simulation jargon that you now know about. And so it's used by political groups, industry, governments, and so on, and not just in Canada, but elsewhere. And then lots of media. And that even led to some books, and I won't spend a lot of time on this, but just say the book that we did in 2001, it was that Canada signed the Kyoto Agreement in 1997, and then we were picked as modelers to do all the modeling for the national climate change process. So it was very applied. That's one of the reasons we created the consulting company. They wanted to be a consulting company that they could have certain demands on us. And then it was arm's length from me. And so we said, okay, what you got to do is you're going to have to either have a rising carbon price or these rising stringency flex regulations. You don't get to the Kyoto 210 reduction target without that. That's the one thing we're not advocates for a particular policy, but the research of us and anyone in the world will show you don't just get there by voluntary stuff. The Chrétien government accepted our results. The line went nice down and hit the Kyoto target. And they said, we'll do those policies a bit later. We're going to start off with Rick Mercer commercials. So that's the 1-ton challenge, and the voluntary industry registry. So we went back and said, we got to write a book on this and tell people where emissions are going to be in 2010 because of these policies. And that's the source of that book, which we did a lot of media associated with that. Another book that was referenced here, Sustainable Fossil Fuels, was to do with people who also said, we just have to stop using fossil fuels. And I'm going to explain in a minute, no, we have to stop the open burning of fossil fuels. Maybe we'll still use fossil fuels. Who cares? Like, why do you care? Like, stop thinking about an agenda and think about what is the bare minimum we need to do. I'm going to come back to that point. And also, humans are not always that rational and reasonable, or not all of them. I mean, not this crowd, it's fine. But so if somebody lives in Alberta or Saudi Arabia or wherever, and their livelihood is associated with fossil fuels, why are you excluding them from the possible solutions? Is that even a good strategic? First of all, it's not true. You don't need to do that. And secondly, it's a good strategic idea. And that's why I wrote that book. I was very happy with how well it did, but whether or not it changed people. The idea was to get people in fossil fuel endowed regions to think more about how they can be part of the future, and to get people who were anti-fossil fuels not to be communicating to people in those regions, we're going to annihilate your economy as part of addressing climate change. So just get on board and don't try to deny the science to affect political processes, media, education, and so on. And then also, as part of our various efforts in Canada, one of the things that came to mind at some point was I was interacting a lot with the media, and Jeffrey Simpson, the older ones here will remember, was the Globe and Mail columnist and was the most, by some ranking, sort of the premier columnist in Canada. And he got very interested in what we were doing, and so we decided to write a book together. Again, and this was with McClellan and Stewart instead of an academic publisher. So it was our effort to have more wide range, but it is hard to do that with books. So it's more to do with the talks you give around the book and some of the media follow up with that and some of its uses in universities than it is about actually this gigantic bestseller. I've kind of given up on that. The bestsellers tend to be ones that talk about how horrendous the impacts will be, or excited about a certain technology or energy or something like that. Now, what about international? I'll go quickly. So we helped researchers apply the models we had in the US, a lot of work in China and in the US, and some in France, Mexico, Germany. I've always been someone, people say, I got all these graduate students to come in, and in those days it was China was important, or China or South Asia or wherever. And I was much believer in, can we train people where they are so they stay there and make things better in their society? So a lot of what I did, and members of my team, my research director, John Nybor, was was going to other jurisdictions. And well, I was also trying to really help in jurisdictions that were leading. So California was interesting, and through my Stanford connections, I worked with them. And then the United Nations Development Program through various connections, and a book we produced, but I'm not going to go through all that. But this one I'm going to mention, the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development. The reason I mention that is that Simon Fraser University had a controlling function in the administration of that program. It was multiple countries providing it. And you would have groups of experts, like 6 or 7 experts, who would work with deputy ministers and leading people. And as a fairly young scholar, SFU took a bet on me, and were able to convince them that I'd be there with 5 other experts who were like the leading people in the world: Thomas Johansson from Sweden, Bob Williams from Princeton University. And the fact that Simon Fraser University did that for me was huge. That got me into a lot of other things. And I ended up, for 15 years, going to China 2 to 3 times a year. And it's funny because I said that at one time, mentioned it to my kids. Do you remember I was always traveling to China? And they, well, what were you doing? Well, I was helping them to not emit so much greenhouse gases. And they're like, well, what did you do? And so my line is, well, it could have been worse. But actually, I do have, so let's see. Oh, yes, there's the photo. That's me and Premier Wen Jiabao. Just after I've provided a report to him on something that we worked on for 6 months with deputy ministers in the Coal Council in China to do a strategy to get rid of subsidies for coal, to regulate coal, to do experiments in carbon capture and storage, and to have alternatives to coal. And from that, letters thanking me to help them with their renewable electricity development. And then I did early work with their electric vehicle stuff, but I've not been involved in the last 10 years or so when they've really made the gains in terms of policy and outcome. The global energy assessment, no need. This was a very big endeavor. 2007 to 2012, again, something run out of both by the United Nations. People don't really know about this one. I think it spun into a lot of work that was applicable in different countries, especially in the developing world. And then off and on, I've been in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I was on the latest one on Volume 3, which is reducing emissions, along with Sarah Birch, who you will hear from later, from Waterloo. And that's probably my last one. Those are very time consuming, and there's always a difficult trade-off. But anyway, so that was the international side. And now just quickly on the local side. Yes, back in 92, so I sort of 5 years into my career, got tenure, and then the government said to me, why don't you come and regulate and run the regulatory agency for energy and do things like energy efficiency, alternatives to burning fossil fuels. So I said yes and did that for 5 years. And they wanted me to continue, but instead I said I'm going back to the university. But then they got me to chair a task force to reform BC's electricity system. And the system you see now in British Columbia was the one that came out of our design. It's called the Electricity Market Reform, in which BC Hydro would build large things, but otherwise it contracts with competitive private producers to develop wind and solar and so on. A lot of that now with Indigenous participation, although that was not something that was considered back then. Ongoing in climate policy, I've talked about the clean electricity requirement, the carbon tax, the low carbon. So with the carbon tax, I said to Gordon Campbell, just remember you have alternatives. But he said, I want to do a carbon tax because I want to do tax cuts with the revenue. So, okay, we did the modeling for them to do that. The low carbon fuel standard, more recently, the zero emission vehicle mandate. These are policies that if you want BC to stay on a path of reducing emissions, you have to defend those. They're more important than stopping a pipeline, ironically. And so that's something that's always been a frustration for me. And the Mayor's Climate Advisory Council, and here, I just want to say that we then built, as I said, remember, let the objective determine your method. And so we built a very different kind of version of our model for urban areas. It had GIS on it, so it actually has the urban form, the spatial side of it. But we also then had heard people saying, and I think even the former mayor of Toronto still says it, cities solve climate. You'll hear that jargon. And we were like, how is that possible? Are they going to ban cars? And if they are those cars just used around the cities? Because you have to have policies to make sure the cars are not burning gasoline. And how do you do that? Like, what are the policies you would have as opposed to a provincial government or a federal government? And what about the electricity that comes into that city? How's that electricity made? And how do you have control over that? And it just led to us saying, let's be careful about everybody claiming that they can solve this and instead say, what do we do with others to make this happen? So this publication in 2019, Cities and Greenhouse Gas Reduction, are they policymakers or policy takers? And our main message was simply that there's lots of great policies you can implement as a city, and a lot of them to do with livability of that city. And that's really important. But really be careful to say, look at what we're doing. What we need is we need cities to also be advocates for provincial level policies and federal policies that change the vehicle stock, that change how you make electricity, that change what industries do when they provide products for a city. So, and now I'm down to the last couple of slides. So that's good, 35 minutes, good. So my mobilization strategy is intertwined with key career choices, be they planned or opportunistic, and I'm just going to summarize some of those. First of all, I stayed loyal to SFU. There was Canada Research Chair opportunities, a distinguished professorship at Calgary, but the school that SFU fostered, the School of Resource and Environmental Management, this interdisciplinary school, and SFU stuck with us. They even protected us in some ways. Yes, we're doing more undergrad teaching now to help with the budget, and we understand that, and we've made that transition, but it's amazing for how long we were only this, this entity that was really out there and applied in solving problems in fisheries, in forestry, in planning, you name it. So I stuck with that and I loved it. And it enabled me to keep this large research group sort of on autopilot. And because of that, I've graduated quite a lot of master's and PhD students, and they are now in wonderful positions in giving back. I mentioned there's acronyms there, but IEA is the International Energy Agency in Paris. I always have 2 or 3 people there, as I do now. And the Canadian Climate Institute, which is economy-wide. But that company, Navius, for example, always funds my grad students through my tax projects and so on. And so yeah, this is where I did decline some large funding projects. But as I mentioned earlier, SFU sort of, okay, they left me alone. They said, Mark, do you want to do this or not? Oh, and Mario's here. Mario might remember one time that he and Michael Stevenson had me into Michael's office. Michael was the president of SFU and offered me a whole bunch of money. And I said, I thought about it. And the next day I said no. So it was a big, major collaboration. And my style was really to focus with a few key people. I still understand that and I support it. And as I've told Alicia, help out as I can. But I just want to point out to scholars there are different paths that you can take. And in fact, I said this a lot as director of the program to my dean, Naomi. Naomi's here at some point today. I'm not sure if she's here. Oh, there we go. Oh, good. Well, okay, Naomi, please put your hands over Naomi's ears right now. No, Naomi's got so used to me saying this, which was also, though, rather than us trying to, yes, fine, see a coalition of the willing, if you've got a bunch of people who want to do this, but let's also keep telling our scholars, if you're just gonna, you want to find the best person, the best people on that other side of the planet to work on this, here's how we'll support you. So there's these 2 sides of it. And Naomi was very good that way, so I'm teasing you a little bit. And so also, SFU supported me that time that I left to chair the commission. In the negotiations with the premier for me to leave more recently. Joy was fantastic, thank you. And what I try to do then is still keep running things back at the university, which I did in that first 5-year stint. So I think that's one thing I will say is if a scholar is going to go off somewhere, try to figure out how you can do that and maintain the continuity of your research group. That was really important that I did that. My publications were just as high when I was chairing the Utilities Commission back then than the years before or the years after. And this is a secret in this room, but I'm chairing the commission. It's been a lot of work, but I'm working on another book as well. So, but they don't know that. So we'll keep it here. And of course, this leads me to the last couple of points I have, last couple of slides, which does go back to the talks I normally give, which is how do we address the climate challenge and where have I gone on that? And the latest book, as Joy mentioned, is The Citizen's Guide. And one message I want to give, which is a challenge to scholars and policymakers and advocates for action, is this problem simple or complicated? And in the book, I have this long quote about how we have to change everything about what we do in our lives. It's a quote I took from, I could have found that quote anywhere, like how we work, how we live, and so on and so forth. And I don't think the evidence supports that. And I think if I'm working with leading scholars, they'd say, no, we've complexified this problem. And does that mean we've made it easier to solve or more difficult? And what is when the politician is there and it's like, oh yeah, I either have to have that rising carbon tax or those flex regs have to get tighter. Oh, that person says we can just get people to change their diets, so let's work on that. And so that's what leads me that there are scholars trying to mobilize a growing list of what they're calling essential climate actions, whether it's diets, travel modes, mobility, food production, income distribution, foreign aid, economic systems, population growth, and so on and so forth. Well, we have jurisdictions that are moving rapidly down and decreasing their emissions. Norwegian buildings, 0 emission. Norwegian electricity, 0 emission. Pretty soon, all Norwegian vehicles, 0 emission. You know, they made some progress in some of these things, in income distribution and so on, but it wasn't like that was what got them there. It was focusing on an essential agenda. And so I'm saying we've got to be careful with agenda hitching. And so that's why in the latest book, I talk about that, but I also present the simple path. What must minimally happen that we know for certain, experts? Phase out the open burning of fossil fuels. And remember, I say open burning. Adopt rising, then to do that, the policy to cause that action is the rising stringency regs and or a carbon tax. Doesn't have to be a carbon tax. British Columbia says if a carbon tax disappears federally, that the NDP government won't have it provincially. But I know they've got in place a bunch of flex regs that cover the entire set of emissions. I've helped design them, and we're working on rising stringency. So that's an important thing to know. And the federal government, we did a lot of work on creating those policies as well. And then for global effect, and I haven't spent time on that in this talk, but I'll just say you have to be thinking about the global side of it and making some hard choices. And in part of that, sort of an add-on is number 4, is avoiding rigid pro or con positions. So people will say to me, what's your position on nuclear power? And my answer is, I have no position on nuclear power. It depends on the location. What are the alternatives? How safe would they do it? What kind? And well, what's your position on the carbon tax? I have no position on the carbon tax. If you want to do a carbon tax, I'll try to help you figure out how to do it and survive. But I'll also make sure you're aware of what the trade-offs are, and so on from there. And so here they are, like biofuels. People are adamantly against or pro biofuels. Today in Sweden and Finland, 20% of the gasoline and diesel they were burning 15 years ago is now bio. And its net emissions are very, very low compared to using fossil fuels. So is that the solution? I don't know. But in that jurisdiction, it made sense. I can't say I'm against biofuels in Sweden or Finland, that 20%. And so on and so forth. So don't let perfection be the enemy of good. And so this leads me to my last slide. Guidance for climate-concerned citizens. So some of my students, engineering background, they're like, if you're really trying to help climate-concerned students, you have to create a simple flow diagram, a decision chart for them. And so we did that, and so here's how I'll end. You'd start, and you'd say, does that politician seem sincere? So I helped the Federal Auditor General at various times assess climate policies, and they were like, okay, Mark, is they sincere? And I keep saying, sincerity has to do with, well, first, no takes us somewhere, but I'm not going to go there yet. Yes. Okay, do they have a target? No. Okay, yes. Are the greenhouse gas targets linked to policies, the ones that'll make, like, it's easy to have a target, but there's no policy? Yes. Well, are those policies pricing and or, I should have said and or, regulations? And are the prices and regulations increasing in stringency? Like they're saying, this is where in 2035, 80% of vehicles will be zero emission, and here's how the penalties and how you would have to do that. Not. If you're still out there in that not world, that is where citizens need to be more active. I mean, you should be active at all times on climate anyway, but that's why at different times in my career, I've spent a lot more time on the front lines. As some of my colleagues know. And if it's not working, you got to keep going there. If it looks like perhaps the politician is sincere, then you continue to work your way down that side and then say, okay, I got to campaign for them, especially, and help them with policies, and perhaps, depending on my voting system, if I'm in a plurality voting system like we are, I may have to think about strategic voting as well, because we don't have the luxury of, unlike proportional representation, you don't have the luxury of just saying, this is the one I'm picking and I get to pick my favorite one. Instead, it's what's the worst outcome you don't want to have. And so you have to think about that. And that's something that I usually include in my talks. Of course, the elections that I targeted for are behind us now, so no point in going further on that. So thank you very much for your attention, and I think we have a little bit of time for questions, and I look forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. That was amazing, and the presentation was amazing, the insights were amazing, and seeing the breadth of impact over that length of time is also amazing. I want to point out that there are some microphones in strategic locations throughout the room, and we have probably 15 to 20 minutes for people to ask questions. So if people will start gathering around those microphones and queuing up, then we'll get your question in. In the meantime, I have a question or two. So for part of your presentation, I had my ears covered. And so I may have missed when you covered this part. But You said that you avoided or refused to take some of the offers to have big collaborations and big money. Was this a strict rule that you followed throughout your career, or was there a role for those kinds of collaborations here and there?
Right, and I think it is very fair to ask that, given what I've just been talking about, and the answer is absolutely yes. And in fact, there's several cases. I can think of one right now, and since Alicia's sitting right there, I'll use that example. Many of you know, Alicia is a leader in research on innovation and how we make it happen. And I was listening to her at some event, and I don't know, decade or so ago. And then afterwards, I started giving her a hard time. I was like, well, wait a minute. You help people with innovation. It's been working really well. We've got enhanced oil recovery now. We've got fracking. People took your model, and that's not fair. But I was teasing you, and so both of us just started to interact more and kind of align our research questions, get involved in what we're doing. And we have a student doing a PhD right now. We have a grant from the Pacific Institute for Climate Solutions. I think maybe we've almost spent all that now. It's been several years. And in that one, our informal title for that is Innovation Policy Meets Climate Policy. So the idea is, how can we be thinking about that climate-sincere politicians so that the policies they do for innovation will be tilted in the right direction? And in fact, some of those flexible regulations have had that kind of role in the past. So it's been a really exciting collaboration. And so yes, we have.
Excellent. There are exceptions.
There are exceptions. Good to point out.
Great.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll start over here.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that fascinating talk. A very simple question. What do you mean by sincere? And how do you, what's your sincerometer? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you. So sincere would be they have committed, they've either already implemented because they were in power, or have committed to some combination or individual of flexible regulations or rising carbon price, or both. So in fact, right now, today in Canada, the Trudeau government, since 2015, is the only government we've ever had in Canada at the federal level that is climate sincere. Like they are, and so now they have a clean electricity regulation, which I help work on, but they've got a clean fuel standard. They have these methane regs. They have a whole suite of regulations that if Pierre Poilievre is elected to a government and is able and does get rid of the carbon tax, it already looks like he won't do it at the industrial level, so that will stay. But at the consumer level, we have enough policies in place, he has to get rid of those too. So that's how I would define climate sincere.
Right. Thank you. In the middle.
Great. Thank you very much for your talk. So you talk about citizens' preferences and citizens' behavior, and then you gave the graph of Katja Rhodes, where she was asking the questions to people, okay, would you support a carbon tax or not? This is a question I've had for a while. Why are we calling it a tax? Because right away, I think citizens' response is negative. So why don't we call it something like a user fee? So this is just really a naive question and thought. And then the unrelated question, towards the end of your talk, you brought up our political system. And I wonder, would we be more effective under proportional representation? Thank you.
Thanks. So yes, the fact that you would worry about it being called a carbon tax and asking yourself, maybe more people would accept it if it was named differently. So I have a gigantic list for you that is atmospheric charge, climate levy, politicians who've ever been in this world, and this is whether in Canada, the United States, when Bill Clinton was trying to put something in, all the European countries, including the Scandinavian ones, they will try all sorts of different terms. And I think what you need, try to think about, how is a politician who doesn't want to do that, a climate insincere politician, will they succeed in how they characterize that atmospheric responsibility charge, or whatever we want to call it, or net, what is it called? It's when you get all the money back. It's a net neutral. Yeah. So all I want to say is it is so difficult. And that's why Katja does that kind of, in fact, she was just showing me some new research last week about all sorts of different ways of characterizing and how things are mischaracterized as well. It's very complicated. And here's the key message. Every climate policy is difficult because fossil fuels are fantastic. They are so cheap. They are so amazing. So every policy is different. And so the politician will naturally, who wants to please everyone, when gets a certain group of people who are really upset, and by the way, taxes do really poorly on that. People assume if something's changing in taxes, they assume they're going to be worse off. There's been great studies about that, and a book by Bernie Kaplan on that. So this is what I'm saying is if you're empathetic to a politician, you have to get into the world as if you were one of the people, all those people working for Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, polling people and how they perceive different kinds of statements about policy. And I don't see enough academics that do that, and I run into that all the time. And I'm not accusing you of that, but that you've given me the opportunity to explain that challenge. So I've had, big arguments with Andrew Coyne of the Globe and Mail. We've been on panels together, and he's like, I could do the carbon tax and it would be popular. And I'm, come on. Trudeau tried as best he could to do what you said he should do. And now you're blaming him for other reasons for being so unpopular, when the surveys of people like Katja show the carbon tax is the biggest reason he's unpopular.
Thanks so much, Mark. That was a really great talk. I learned a lot. I'd like to keep going on the topic of the strong opposition. And it doesn't necessarily need to be strong opposition to carbon tax. I think this could be relevant to strong opposition to anything. And it would seem to me that there's been strong opposition to a lot of important steps forward societally, whether that might be civil rights or women voting, or, there's going to be visceral and powerful equal and opposite reactions to those major steps forward. Not that a carbon tax, again, asterisk, is one of those. So I wonder if we could peel back some layers on what is beneath that strong opposition, and is the solution to noticing that strong opposition to shift policies, or is it something entirely different? So, for instance, can we say that perhaps the solution to the strong opposition to carbon tax is to deal with underlying issues like trust or transparency? It's not necessarily about the design of the carbon tax specifically. It's something else that's much deeper, and then those dynamics might shift. I just worry that we see that opposition and then we change tax and we're not actually getting at the root causes of that pushback.
Right, and so there's a lot of work on that as well that I read about, I haven't contributed to. So for example, does a carbon tax work better in Scandinavia, where levels of trust in government and taxation policy are higher? And so we collaborate a lot, Katja does, with, I'm forgetting the name now, in Norway, but they're all doing a lot of surveys on this. And it's interesting though, like, I think when you were saying, and instead of that, should we walk away from something, I'm not saying walk away from carbon tax. I'm saying tell the politician that the strong opposition to the carbon tax is way higher, 10 times higher, than the strong opposition to two policies that will get you the same objective. We ought to be telling them that. That's all I'm saying. Now, if you think also, though, it would be great if we had higher levels of trust in government and worked on a lot of things about how society makes decisions, democracy, and so on, absolutely. But I guess I'd be worried to say, let's not be making sure the politician knows that they could get the same objective, and maybe they'd have less chance of being defeated, because what good does it do if they implement this carbon tax and say, I'm going to really work on trust, when they've already made it hard for them to do that? Because with everything we know, there's a percentage of people, and you only need a few people in the swing ridings to feel less trust in you when you put in that carbon tax because of the way opponents can characterize it. So it's that trade-off to me.
Yeah, fair. Thanks.
Thank you. And coming back to the middle.
Thank you. I just wanted to share first a comment that I've heard, repeatedly, that numbers numb and stories stick, and this was really effective. And so I just think it's really memorable to make it personal, and I appreciate that you centered who you are in sharing this. My question.
Thank you, because I felt very uncomfortable.
Well, I could tell, so I wanted to affirm that. I am left thinking a bit about the technologies of humility. Sheila Jasanoff's work in the mid-2000s, writing about tsunami policies must consider those most vulnerable to climate change as we develop technologies to grapple with these things. Your words around empathy for politicians. I'm just curious about empathy for people in general, and when we think about how we develop technologies, and if we look at Norway as an example that you said as a leader, just the impacts for Sami territory, because so much of the green energy development is on Indigenous lands and is having very real impacts on those people. And I'm just curious about that conversation. Does that fit into your new book?
Thank you. And yes, it always fits, but we're not going to achieve the great project of fairness and equity in a dramatic way, in my view, in the next 50 years. These are all things that humanity has to work on and work towards. And I think we need to be careful, because often those things, and you kind of just hinted at that with the Sami, although I don't think Norway actually matches onto that, but that's a different debate. But be careful, because every time you're trying to do some kind of cleaner energy solution, it is not impact-free. Everything has impacts. So what I've tried to get across in this talk is about trade-offs. And so people have said to me, climate and energy poverty. We've got to solve energy poverty. And it's okay, so that's interpreted in British Columbia. I better be careful what I'm saying. I'm head of the Utilities Commission, but it's interpreted that rates can't go up. Well, in Scandinavia, where they have a bit more trust and a bit more social equity, their energy rates are really high. Why? Because other things are free, education and healthcare and even housing. Low-income housing is at a very reduced cost, and that low-income housing is often energy efficient and so on. So they have social policies, and I just worry about us saying that social equity policies, whether within a country or globally, slow us down from something that we're already going way too slow on. So that thing we do is going to have a lot of people who are negatively affected by it. And I'll just give you an example of tariffs. Think of this. We need to put tariffs on because people in rich countries are not going to elect a government that takes a lot more of our tax revenue to send for clean energy systems in the developing world. Although we have negotiations every year for 25 years now, that's not going to happen voluntarily. So what happens is we just keep marching along, and emissions go up, and they're really going up in the developing world, where they're starting to build things based on fossil fuels as they get more energy. And they're the people who will be most negatively affected by climate change, because they have the least ability to have the resilience, to have the infrastructure, the support systems, the wealth to help them deal with the tragedies, the catastrophes that are coming. You put a tariff on trade, you will also slow some of their economic growth prospects. And thinking, oh my goodness, how can you do that to the developing world? Well, you have a trade-off. And it's a trade-off that I think we need to be honest about. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you for that opportunity.
Another question here?
Hi, Mark. Nice to see you. Great talk, and it's a pleasure. I wanted to, at the end of your talk, you had your flow chart, and I've read the book and I know about some of the things you've done in the activism sphere, and I wanted to ask you to reflect on activism as an academic at this historical moment, when, frankly, in my view, most politicians are insincere.
Right. So great to see you. We were longtime colleagues, and that's a really good question. So, in general, again, I have to be careful what I say right now, but I've helped other people be very, I used to do something called a report card before every election to try to help people know what, I did that before the last federal election, for example, and it was used a lot in the leaders' debate and so on. So that's sort of where I think I can help most as an academic, and I think others can as well, and many others try to as well. I don't want to pretend like I'm the one doing this. It's lots of people and lots of collaboration, and I think that is where we're best at. I did reach a point as someone living in Canada and British Columbia in around the period 2010, 11, 12, the Harper government became a majority government. We had Christy Clark as the premier here. She came from a party with Gordon Campbell that had done a lot on climate, but her environment minister had asked me to be his advisor, and then he was told he wasn't allowed to do that. And so a lot of us despaired at that time. And I did link up with a bunch of people to try to get media about that, and blocked a coal train and got arrested and so on. So and lots of academics in the United States have done activism as well. At the same time, I can see, because I learned later, that shut me out of a lot of things that I could have been doing. So I did it for moral reasons. I felt it was the right thing at that state in time. Actually, there's a lot more going on in climate right now, and just to give some optimism here, even with a Donald Trump, I remember the first Donald Trump presidency, we're going to get coal going again. He couldn't, because the people who make those decisions at the state and utility level, they were already, that's done. And likewise, he'll be saying that about renewables probably. But there are fantastic avenues that we have right now if we have some of those skills. So the activism side of it, I don't condemn it, but to me it has to have a lot of strategy involved in it. And it's amazing that I am now allowed to be chair of the commission again, because that's something that excluded me from those kinds of important kind of roles for quite a long time afterwards.
So I know there are more questions in the room, but we've gone just a smidge over time already. So I'm going to say thank you again to Mark for a wonderful talk and for answering all of these questions, and look forward to the next session. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being in the room today for this really exciting event. And thank you so much to Elder Squalia for welcoming us so warmly into these traditional unceded territories of the Squamish Nation and the Tsleil-Waututh and Musqueam Nations. And to President Johnson and Dr. O'Neill for your leadership on community-centered climate innovation, and Dr. Jacquard for situating us in this crucial conversation today. It is a great honor for me to be moderating a fantastic panel of esteemed panelists to discuss place-based and community-centered climate innovation. This is a topic near and dear to my heart, and what is now for the coming years a strategic research priority at SFU. My name is Dr. Alison Shaw. I am the Executive Director of SFU Climate Innovation, and my team and I have been tasked with operationalizing this strategic priority. As mentioned earlier, SFU is well positioned to lead this research with its significant talent pool of researchers, students, and support staff, and a reputation for being the community-engaged university. This is a fit-for-purpose mandate and one that I'm excited to be leading. We are forging new pathways to elevate and enable interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research to advance climate action and innovation with and for communities. This is Chen Chen Swa, as the elder noted this morning, collaboration. We know that supporting low carbon resilient communities is not only about identifying opportunities to buffer against climate impacts and risks and rapidly reduce emissions, but at the same time, we must be advancing equity and biodiversity and other sustainability goals like clean economic development. Climate action and innovation means multi-solving across diverse challenges and using research to support in the co-creation of discovery and solutions that advance livable, resilient, and sustainable futures. Today, I have the exciting role of introducing our panel on accelerating place-based climate innovation and action for the policy crisis. This is providing a glimpse into the role that place-based research plays and can play to meet and address multiple global challenges. Enough from me, let's introduce the panelists. First, I'd like to welcome Dr. Nicholas Rio to the stage. Dr. Rio is an associate professor in Indigenous Studies at SFU and holds a Canada Excellence Research Chair in Coastal Relationalities and Regeneration. Dr. Rio is an enrolled member of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians from the Anishinaabe culture and uses Indigenous methodologies to both study and participate in Indigenous knowledge practices, Indigenous land and sea tenure, and Indigenous language revitalization. He creates spaces for Indigenous international knowledge exchange and expansion of Indigenous kinship networks. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we'll invite Dr. Anne Solomon to the stage. Dr. Solomon is a professor of applied marine ecology and social ecological systems science in the School of Resource and Environmental Management at Simon Fraser University. She was elected to the Royal Society of Canada College in 2019 and is committed to co-designing research, bringing multiple knowledge systems and academic disciplines into conversation together. She aims to better understand how to inform ecologically sustainable practices and socially just ocean policies in support of resilient food systems. Thank you for being here. We'd like to welcome Dr. Zoe Todd to the stage, Associate Professor in Indigenous Studies at SFU and holding a Tier 2 Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Governance and Freshwater Fish Futures. She is a member of the 2020 class of the Royal Society of Canada's College of New Scholars. Dr. Todd is a Red River Métis scholar from Edmonton, Alberta, who studies the relationships between freshwater fish futures and Indigenous sovereignty in Canada. She employs a diverse range of creative methods and immersive approaches and critical Indigenous fish philosophy to assert the well-being of fish in the face of complex challenges. In 2018, she founded the Institute for Freshwater Fish Futures, an international collective of different disciplines and practitioners honoring reciprocal relationship and responsibility to freshwater fish in watersheds locally and globally. Thank you for being here and representing fish. Last but definitely not least, we have Chairperson Kaselam, coming from the Squamish Nation, a prominent Indigenous leader and chairperson. He founded the first adult immersion school for the endangered Squamish language. If you'd like to come to the stage, Kaselam, thank you. Squamish language in partnership with Simon Fraser University, and is a strong advocate for democratic reform, good governance, and policy change that addresses the material needs and conditions of his people. He is focused on progressive social change, including climate justice, social democracy, and gender equity, and was recognized by Vancouver Magazine in 2018 and 2019 as one of the top 50 powerful people. He is a frequent critic of LNG projects and the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which reside on the traditional territories of the Squamish peoples. Thank you so much for being here today, to the 4 panelists. And first off, I'd just like to ask each of you to respond to probably a question that many in the room are pondering or have a lingering curiosity about, which is, given climate change is a global challenge, why should Canadians care about, learn about, and engage in place-based climate action and innovation? And I'll just let you take a brief breath on that big question, and maybe we can hear from you in the order of your seat. So Dr. Rio, if you'd like to just take a minute to say why you think that's important.
Thanks, Allison. Thanks for having me, everyone. First of all, I'll just say that there's a lot of people at this meeting that have a lot of expertise and are really smart on climate change issues. I'm not really one of them. Hopefully I have something to share and contribute here. I'm going to do my best to fake it. But I think that what your question makes me think of is that so every part of creation has important roles to play in our kind of greater community. So all the plant nations, all the winged animal nations, all the land-based animal nations, all the fish nations, and humans, we all have important skills and gifts and responsibilities in our greater community. And so, like, why should we care? Because it's all of our responsibility. It's just, it comes with being a part of a collective, to care, to pay attention, to pick up responsibilities. That's the action part, doing things. So that's the first thing that comes to mind with your question. The other thing is that we oftentimes hear about, when you've got really big, complex issues that you're trying to grapple with in society, that it requires both top-down and bottom-up forces kind of working in concert to kind of really kind of make any progress. And just kind of this ties back to the keynote that we just had a privilege of listening to. I don't trust that folks at the top are going to do their part if folks at the grassroots aren't pushing for it. So, why should we care about place-based work? Because the grassroots is really, really required. Without that, there won't be any real useful change. I think that we can look at the idea of, I'm not an economist, but we can look at the ideas of incentives and disincentives, and folks that have the most influence over decisions from the top have a lot of incentives to keep the systems as they are, because the systems are really designed to sort of keep those people in power. And there's disincentives to making a lot of the changes that are required, because I think a lot of the changes that are required will involve redistribution of power, redistribution of wealth, redistribution of options, and I think that there's also this trap that we get into where if you propose some change, if somebody can say, well, that's going to hurt jobs or that's going to hurt growth, then you just get really stalled out. And so I think we can't just rely on top-down policy solutions. We really need the grassroots, place-based work.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. I'm up. Yep. Okay. All right. So if I remember the question, why should we engage in climate innovation? And why should we care about it? Why should we learn about it? It's my sense that we do, just as you said. I completely agree. We all have the responsibility to act as members of as society, as citizens, as part of the electorate. I think the other reason that I think we need to engage, and we have to engage at the local level, reflects the fact that I am an experimentalist. That's how I acquire knowledge and information, is tinkering with systems. And so I think it's only by experimenting locally, that with policies, with action on the ground, that we can actually learn if we're going to be effective. So that's, I think, another reason on top of responsibility to engage and to act locally. Why should we learn about climate innovation? Just as Mark Jackard was saying, I think our actions, our policies are going to be more relevant if they are informed by information. And maybe what I will add is that that information should come from multiple perspectives and multiple knowledge systems. So it's also my sense that we have a lot to learn across our various disciplines, absolutely. We have a lot to learn across knowledge systems, which I think we're going to be hearing more about on this panel. And then why should we care? We should care because the actions that we do today are going to affect our future. They're going to affect the future of our children, our children's children. So it would be negligent not to care. It's part of our responsibility. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful opening question. And I think for me as an Albertan, Alberta is a very significant site of resource extraction, fossil fuels in Canada that are directly contributing to global climate crises. And I think about that also in terms of those are specific places that are being sacrificed to this global crisis to fuel ExxonMobil and other major corporations. And there's also the element of the violations of specific Indigenous sovereignties across Alberta and other parts of Canada that are tied up with those resource extractive activities. Sometimes they're carried out well in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, and I want to sort of recognize that that is a really significant shift that is happening. But sometimes they're not carried out well, and we also see the devastating impacts that that has on watersheds that everyone relies on, both human and more than human. And then the other significant reason that I care so deeply about place-based approaches to studying climate change is that environmental racism is such a massive aspect of the climate crisis. Specific communities of people are seeing their communities, their lands, their waters, their atmospheres sacrificed to the sort of like corporate capitalist model. And so we have to be able to look at the specific places. We have to be able to look at what's happening in places like Congo, like, you know, across Canada. You know, I think of Alberta, but I know there are other places here in British Columbia that are being heavily impacted. And so for me, that climate innovation, you know, the reason we need to care about it is that those specific communities have the deepest expertise about what needs to change. And those specific communities also have the most at stake because there are the impacts on health, on water, on access to resources, on access to foods, both traditional and other forms of providing for communities. So for me, really thinking about how those global forces have really specific local expressions that can't be standardized or universalized. We have to really pay attention. We call it like hyper-local experiences have to be attended to. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So thank you.
Interesting, thank you. Ghaselim.
Yeah, thank you. So it's an interesting question, and I think one of the challenges in terms of the engagement on the issue, and I think we've seen this over the last decade, where climate action, you know, would show up in polls as a top issue in different regions or different countries. And then as the affordability crisis became more front and center, largely driven by the increase in inflation on a global scale, climate sort of starts dropping. And you can see this in the way that corporations who a decade ago, or let's say 2 decades ago, were heavily invested in fossil fuel extraction, starting to make all these commitments and promises and shifts towards renewables, now starting to walk back on those because governments and consumers and et cetera are expecting that there's this tension between, well, if we do all this innovation and we go to all this renewable energy, consumers and businesses and stuff are going to have to pay more because the investment into that is going to drive up the cost. So corporations are being asked, how do you make these things more affordable? Because people don't want to buy the expensive energy, they want to buy the cheap energy because now everything has gone up. And the challenge is similar to the global pandemic that we went through. The climate crisis is kind of the worst kind of crisis for a large group of humans to engage in. Humans don't do well with that level of complexity. I often describe it as, it's like a game theory. It's like the prisoner's dilemma on a global scale, where everybody's locked in their sort of room and everybody's being asked to sort of band together without being able to really work, like coordinate in a way, because there's so many systems that make it difficult to do that. And the complexity of the problem, like, you get to the facts of like, okay, Canada contributes a small percentage of greenhouse gas emissions or carbon emissions relative to the global players. So how do we influence all the other players that are so much bigger than us, kind of as a small country relative to a lot of other things? So it's complex. And I think that that's where I suspect that what we'll see over the coming years is that as the intensity of the impacts, the intensity of the trends in the destabilization of our climate become more and more pronounced, it's going to become easier and easier to point to the chaotic, extreme moments that start happening and trying to tell a story around this. It never used to be like this, but it's becoming this way because we're dealing with carbon pollution that we haven't been able to rein in. I think the risk, though, and I've seen this firsthand in a few places, is we have to get clear about what climate action actually is. There's a lot of stuff that can feel like climate action, and you might listen to a community and they say, we want to do X, Y, Z. Well, does it actually contribute to the reduction of carbon emissions or not? Is it actually like accomplishing that? Or is it just going to make us feel good because we did something that seems like climate action? And I think that that's also the risk, is that there's sort of a superficial trend around climate action that isn't just dealing with the fundamental issue, which is carbon emissions have been going up for the last 100 years, and we need to bring them down. And we need to bring them down fast. And we need to bring them down through multiple strategies. And I think that the places that we reside in, for the average voter or the ordinary voter to be able to communicate to them that this is going to impact them, because back to my metaphor around the prisoner's dilemma, it's people and governments and business and institutions, we're all locked in this sort of dilemma together. It's the climate crisis that's the jail. A very worst scenario of the planet we have to live in is the jail, because as we've seen even recently, the BC government had to increase the deficit because there was all of this climate-related spending that they had to do around emergencies around the province, whether it's forest fires a few years ago or flooding or things like that, that all of a sudden get downloaded into this cost that government is going to have to pay for. So we're going to see the costs one way or the other, and that's going to take away from spending in other priorities like healthcare or schools or whatever, and we're going to see the costs then downloaded onto sort of everyday Canadians as well. So I think it's the place-based piece that I think will motivate people to understand the connection, to be able to do something about it.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your insights around building social license, experimenting with new models, place-based models, getting into the territories and into the communities to better understand the needs. Environmental racism is a real thing in our country. It's not discussed enough, absolutely, and is a place-based problem that's both impacted by climate change and has the potential to move equity forward under climate action. And the economic privilege of determining what the issue of the day is, whether it's affordability or economic development, at the expense of climate action that's been built over decades of work and serious leadership. So thank you so much for those comments. And what I'd like to do next is just dive a little deeper into your specific areas of research, to have you elaborate even more specifically on place-based details related to your research. So I will start with questions for you, Dr. Rio. As an Indigenous scholar, please describe how Indigenous knowledges and practices shape the research you do, and how your Anishinaabe heritage shapes the types of questions you ask and the methodologies you use.
All right, thanks, Allison. So I'm Anishinaabe, and that so that means when Indigenous knowledge is influencing how I would address this question is thinking about Anishinaabe Gitxaantasowin, so like Anishinaabe ways of understanding, and that starts from the beginning. So that starts from our creation story, or what we call our original instructions, which is basically how Creator taught us how to be. How to walk in this world, how to be good people, how to be good to others. And so those teachings are, aspirationally, like they're always in my heart. They're how I carry myself in the world, which I don't always. I make mistakes, I fall, I violate those teachings all too often. But it's aspirationally, it's driving my thinking and my actions. And I think, if you think back to the way I responded to the first question, you can kind of maybe even see that in there, that idea that we're all part of a community. We all have roles, we all have gifts, we all have to pick up responsibilities. That's part of our original instructions as Anishinaabe. And then more specifically, the way I approach research is, to describe how Indigenous knowledge is important in it, I have to first kind of describe how I think of Indigenous knowledge. So one of the reasons that we have a difficult time, I think, working across knowledge systems and worldviews is because we take for granted that when we use a word like knowledge, we mean the same thing, but that's not necessarily always the case. So for me, Indigenous knowledge is not really a thing that you collect, or an object that you own or sell. It's really action. I think of Indigenous knowledge as really a verb, and so it's about what you're doing, how you're doing it. Again, back to responsibilities. Being a responsible, ethical member of a community, using those original teachings as sort of guideposts in your life. Those are important ways of mobilizing Indigenous knowledge in whatever you're doing, including research. And so my research is, it thoroughly involves Indigenous knowledge in ways that maybe it would be hard to understand without that explanation of how I understand knowledge. So, basically what I try to do is use my position as a researcher to be involved in community actions, to get involved in things that have meaning and that matter within the communities, communities that I'm a part of, the ones that I've been, that I'm like an enrolled citizen of a tribe, but also communities that have welcomed me to be, involved in their work. So I just try to find meaningful ways to contribute, and that means understanding their priorities and getting behind their priorities and using the privilege that I have and the resources I have to contribute something. And so what we're doing, those actions are often, because of the nature of the questions that I ask, it's Indigenous knowledge work. I mean, I almost think of the method, and I think of the methods that I use as like living our Indigenous knowledges, like living our Indigenous knowledge practices. So basically, I structure research and my thinking about research as they're ways of participating in things, contributing to things, and learning. My research is like really thoughtful, tries to be thoughtful, well planned out learning exercises. Where we're getting things done, and then sitting back and reflecting on what we learned from that. Like, what did we accomplish? What worked? What didn't work? What did we learn from that? And then with the groups that I work with, the collectives that I work with, then figuring out, all right, then how do we communicate? If there's real learnings there, if we actually learn something, then how do we communicate that to some broader audience? And so that's kind of a little bit obtuse, but that's sort of the way I approach my work. And then like some more specific ways that people might be able to kind of understand a little bit better is, so if we think about community-based research in a context where the community includes more than just people, more than humans, right? So it includes plants and animals and waters, and that's the community. Then how does that change your research methodologies? How does that change who's involved and what their roles are, right? So then like turtles don't just become a thing that we study, right? They're a community member that's participating, and maybe they're gathering data with us. Maybe they're teaching us the right questions to ask, or they're helping us interpret the information the things that we're learning. So I think that's a little bit, I mean, again, that might seem abstract for some folks, but for me, that's a little more concrete way to say how Indigenous kind of knowledge shapes the way I approach my work.
Thank you very much. Would you call that relationality? Yeah, so for me, the term relationality, it has to do with all of that, and it's describing the web of interrelationships that people have with each other and in their community, including with plants and animals and stones and stars and everything, and really thinking about how those relationships are not bound in time or in place. They're very unbounded and expansive. So when you use that term, that's what comes to mind. Yeah. That's great. Thank you so much. Dr. Solomon, as an applied ecologist and social ecological systems scientist, why is it important to work in a community-centered way? And how have transdisciplinary approaches shaped your research at the intersection of coastal climate solutions, marine ecosystems, and Indigenous knowledges?
Thank you. Right. So I am an applied marine ecologist, and I do occupy that space in between the natural and social sciences and the space between knowledge systems. And in addition to that, I should tell you a little bit more about me. So I'm the daughter of immigrants to Vancouver. I'm the daughter of a Jewish subatomic particle physicist and a British occupational therapist. And that influences me in a big way. I grew up just above Jericho Beach. You all heard about Jericho Beach from Sequoia this morning. That's where I grew up playing and learning. And the reason I bring this up is because it influences me in dramatic ways in terms of the science that I do, the questions I ask and how I ask them, and what I might consider, for example, in a simulation model or in a trade-off analysis. Natural scientists don't usually feel very comfortable recognizing the objectivity of the work that they do, but because of the science that we do through our human eyes, all of those influences in our lives affect us. And so I guess one of the key things, given that way of understanding the world, I have been driven by knowledge discovery, and sustainability, but I've also been driven by issues of social justice in the work that I do on the coast. And any person working on the coast here in British Columbia knows that we're working on Indigenous lands, Indigenous waters and seas. And so for me, fundamentally, the work that I do needs to be informed by that context, that setting, that place. So probably the biggest thing that I've learned through this work is how important it is to co-produce, to co-design, and to co-deliver research if we really want it to have a societal impact. We need to have the people, the end users that are going to be making decisions or creating policies based on information, part of the generation of the questions, even the scoping of what the knowledge gap is, or what the challenges really are. So that has been a fundamental component of the work that I do. And what you did just see was a beautiful piece of artwork that describes probably one of the biggest lessons that I have learned on the coast in this co-production of knowledge, and it's thanks in part to a woman that's sitting right here in the front, Dr. Kit Iljuice, Barbara Wilson. She's a Cool-Jat, or boss lady of the Kamshwa Eagle Clan, and she taught me early on as my advisor that if you are going to work across knowledge systems and in the space in between and be effective on our coast here, you need to recognize the governance systems in which that knowledge is created and governed. And if you're going to be really effective at making information and knowledge and generating knowledge that's actually going to be useful, recognizing these ancestral governance structures and processes is foundational. And that's what you're seeing in this beautiful piece of artwork. You see a canoe, and you see 3 hereditary leaders and a young child in the middle of that canoe. Each of those hereditary leaders have different shaped paddles and hats, and they represent the hereditary leaders of the Haida Nation, the Heiltsuk Nation, and the Nuu-chah-nulth Nations. And some of the work that we've done as part of this initiative has been the most impactful because of listening to that advice that Barb gave me over a decade ago. And what you're seeing in that canoe, the canoe is traveling over troubled waters. That's the troubled waters of the legacy of colonialism, the capitalistic forces that are influencing so much of what Zoe mentioned in terms of extraction. And you're also seeing ancestors that we heard about. You discussed that, the history and the place and the ancestors that often guide these hereditary leaders in their view and ultimately their governance principles, the values that underline what they're managing for and what they're making decisions about and what they're caretaking. You talked about the trust, the respect, the responsibility. So this is how we are working together. You can also see a young child at the bottom there with their hands open, asking for permission. To do any kind of knowledge co-production, it's critical to ask first. To present ideas, certainly, but to really find out what the problems are and what that solution space might even be so that the questions you're asking actually are relevant and later will be used, and importantly brought up by a woman that asked a question early on, Sarah Birch. I just met her over tea. If you're going to use this knowledge in a way that is actually perceived as legitimate, it needs to be built on trust. It needs to be built on transparency, and it needs to be built on accountability. Again, fundamental principles of many of these nations. So those are some of the fundamental things that I've learned working specifically on the coast, trying to navigate these waters with both the recovery of top predators. You're seeing sea otters diving down with clams in their belly. You heard about clams from Sequally this morning, an incredibly important food source that are getting depleted locally very fast because of the recovery of this predator amid a rapidly changing ocean. And I'll just finish because I don't want to take up more time and pass it over to these guys. Action is critical to the work we do. We're not just doing research, we are acting on it. And what you're seeing here is a creation of a clam garden. About 65 Indigenous youth getting together in a place, moving rocks with the guidance of hereditary leaders in the back there from all of these nations, revitalizing an ancestral caretaking practice that we've shown with strong empirical evidence and stories can boost the production of clams. In fact, can double the growth rates of clams and quadruple the biomass of clams. And there they are. Those are little neck clams that you're looking at there. That's food, but it's more than food. It's identity. It is a part of knowledge transfer and building back some of these places and actually acting on the science, I think is just so important. So that's the engagement piece. Great. And I'll pass the mic.
Thank you so much for that. Wow, it's wonderful to hear about the empirical work, actually, ground truthing the stories and the cultural traditions. What a nice alignment. All right, and Dr. Todd, we're all very curious about what critical Indigenous fish philosophy is.
Yes.
And you've commented in our conversations that every place is a fish place. So what are the connections between fish sovereignty and Indigenous sovereignty as well?
Thank you. Yes, so as my team and I say, every part of Canada is a fish place, and that invites all of us into specific obligations and relationships to specific species, populations, and communities of fish across specific bodies of water. And you know, my firm belief, after working on these issues for more than 20 years now, is that Indigenous sovereignties are the answer to fish collapses across the country, in that each nation, each Indigenous collective, each Indigenous society has specific stories about specific fish that are woven into specific laws, protocols, and obligations that are so much deeper than Western science and British common law and French civil law could ever fathom. And so while I commend the incredible work of my scientific colleagues who are working on these issues, I think, Anne, your work is precisely demonstrating that we have to make sure that we're not only working through European legal traditions in order to respond to crises that have been created by those European legal traditions. And so for me, you know, the connection between Indigenous sovereignty and fish sovereignty is that fish are thriving when all of us are honoring those specific obligations that peoples who have been here since time immemorial have enacted for very good reasons, because they have learned how to enact relations of respect and, you know, care and, you know, reciprocity, all of the sort of like good feelings that we want to engage. And it's when we move away from those specific place-based sovereignties that fish are in peril. But I also, like, as a proud citizen of the Manitoba Métis Federation, I also kind of, there's a lot I think about in terms of the ways that sometimes the federal government can take ideas that on paper are really beautiful, but can be used violently against specific Indigenous nations. And so specifically, there are people who identify as Métis who are outside of our homeland, who claim to have relationships or claim to have territorial relationships to places that I can very firmly say the Métis do not. And so I sort of joke about it, and I've actually written about this over almost a decade ago, that actually we should be applying a fish test to those kinds of claims, because there is a significant difference between saying I have a relationship to a fish because a couple generations of my family have lived here versus I have a relationship to a specific community of fish because my nation has been here since time immemorial. And so I guess, you know, I think that we have to be really careful here in British Columbia due to the important intervention of First Nations. The province is now adopting a distinctions-based approach to applying Indigenous rights and title, and that specifically acknowledges that sometimes federal agencies like Environment and Climate Change Canada or the Coast Guard have quite inappropriately ascertained that perhaps they could be giving financial support to collectives that are claiming to be Métis to further their claims to specific fishing relationships, specific waters, and that overrides the sovereignty of First Nations here, and it's also happening in Ontario. And so the reason that I'm so passionate about fish sovereignty and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis sovereignty being discussed together is that we have specific relationships to specific places. I'm going to say specific a lot, but we really do. And so for me, that connection between law, sovereignty, rights, title, those have to be attended to with care. And sometimes federal agencies and provincial agencies can be sloppy in that work. And we can't afford to be sloppy when specific populations are crashing due to the direct interventions of colonialism, capitalism, but then also what Aileen Moreton Robinson would call the operation of the white possessive, that even sometimes people with Indigenous ancestry, like those who are claiming to be Métis outside of our territory, can mobilize in violent ways against specific lands, waters, and atmospheres. And just specific. We have to be specific. We have to be very careful and attentive. And so for me, you know, these images here, these are a testament to some of the specific relationships that I have, not only to species of fish, but also very particular fish that my late stepfather, who was a Red River Métis fish scientist, collected in his career to further advance our understanding of their collapses in Alberta. And so I'm really proud of the work that he did, and I'm trying to carry forward his legacy and show that also Indigenous peoples have always been scientists. Indigenous peoples have always been very attentive to place and had explanations for phenomena. And so I love that kind of like playing with kind of those perceptions and challenging them a bit. So thank you for bearing with my repeated use of the word specific, but I hope that that's what you take away from it. We have relationships to very particular beings, and we have to make sure that we don't override those with kind of generalizations.
Thank you for that. Well, place-based is very specific. And when we enroll the non-human elements into our worldview, it becomes even more specific. So thank you for that. K'Saylam, I'd like to ask you about the concept that we hear a lot these days. Climate action is Indigenous action and vice versa. What comes to mind for you when you hear that?
There's, so I think one of the things that I reflect on is when we've done a lot of work in my community, in the Squamish Nation, over the last 3 years, we developed a climate action strategy. And if you go to the QR code, you can actually find it online. We haven't released it. We're doing a launch event for our community actually in the next week to release the climate action strategy. It was approved by my council in the summer, and it proposes a framework for 2 areas of focus. One is, where is the Squamish Nation going to take action on climate where we have sort of jurisdiction? And by jurisdiction, I mean power, influence, and control. So setting our own building codes for our lands that we control, energy efficiency standards, certain types of transportation choices that will, we can advance, things like that. And the second half of it is, where can we as a government influence the other entities that exist within our territory? And it has specific calls to action for all the governments that operate in our territory. So we did a baseline research around what is the amount of carbon emissions that are being emitted in Squamish Nation territory, and what is the level we have to get to in order to contribute to the IPCC report to reduce and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 or whatever. So there's a second piece that's just about influencing local governments, provincial governments, federal governments, industry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the thing about it was that whenever we've done a lot of work in the community around like surveys, we did our first census as a nation a few years ago that was contributing to our generational plan. The care for the land, the care for our environment, the care about the negative impacts of climate change, like for example on the decimation of certain species of fish, for example. These things were a high priority for my community. The alignment of values around sort of environment and climate is massive. Mm-hmm. It's a cultural piece, I think, where the community just has a high regard because of the traditions and the culture that's still practiced today, and the values that's been handed down from family to family and generation to generation. So there's a piece where this is a priority, I think, for my community, and it's probably similar for a lot of Indigenous communities, where that culture of having a high degree of respect for the land, appreciation for the land, connection to the land is high, then there's, I think, automatically going to be this relationship to take action. I think the challenge is that a lot of these things around Indigenous identity and Indigenous culture, Indigenous people can run the risk of becoming reviewed through a very romanticized lens. Mm-hmm. And that's where a lot of assumptions get made, whether by our own people or by people about us. So the climate action piece, I think, is that I think it's tied to an experience that we collectively have a collective memory about. And I only speak about my community because I am not the chairperson on behalf of all Indigenous people. That doesn't exist, thank God. But we've been through, we're living like this post-apocalyptic nightmare already. So this idea that there's going to be massive upheaval, massive change, massive degradation of the things we care about, the loss of human life and potential on an unbelievable scale. I could describe the last 150 years of Canada that way. I can also describe what the next 150 years of the climate crisis is going to look like if we don't address it. And I think for my community, there's this understanding of what that's already like. So it's not this abstract notion of a terrible world is coming. We've already been through that, and we're trying to recover from that one. Now we're trying to address this other one that could potentially come, but we have some tools to try and prevent it. And I think that's where this idea of Indigenous people taking action on climate really runs into the practical aspects of what are our lives going to look like, and what's the next generation going to inherit, and is it going to be a better world than the one we live in? So,
wow, thank you for that. Thank you for all of those beautiful thoughts and sharings here today. This is a really rich group of people, and I've asked some strategic questions of my own, but I wanted to leave some space for each of you to kind of ask each other questions or discuss what you've heard today in terms of the different areas that each of you have spoken about.
I can share just one thing that springs to mind, just hearing all of the panelists speak is, there's many ways to innovate when it comes to climate impacts. There's kind of climate adaptation on the ground, and there's the climate policies that are actually going to stop greenhouse gas emissions. I think we've discussed that here and illuminated that there's multiple ways to have impacts. So there's dealing with what's on the ground happening locally, and then local, national, and global policies. And I think it's that there's so much benefit of thinking multiply at multiple scales, and how what we do at one scale can influence others. I agree, things are very specific. In fact, ecologists have a job because of context dependence. What you do in one place is going to be different somewhere else. It's like job security. I completely agree. And yet we learn so much when we can make use of national and global policies and inform them with our local actions, but also leverage those locally. So I feel like that's part of the things that you're hearing here, opportunity space, if you will.
My understanding of what's been discussed is there's been a lot of discussion around climate action as emissions reduction. However, within the conversation, there is also kind of this emerging area of climate action as resilience building and community resilience building. And so at SFU Climate Innovation, we're using a concept called low carbon resilience, which is essentially saying we need to think about systems. We need to be asking more systemic research questions. We need to be inclusive of different worldviews in order to move forward in place-based ways and look for strategic opportunities that reduce our risks to climate change, as outlined, as well as decarbonize our communities. But to do so in a way that advances equity. Yeah. And I see this as a really big deal, as climate action as a window of opportunity to start advancing the futures that we want to see. So focusing on co-benefits that elevate equity as we're doing climate action, elevate fish and biodiversity as we're doing climate action, elevate Indigenous sovereignty and rights as we're doing climate action. This is something that we're really trying to build out at SFU Climate Innovation as our research priority, and to really kind of investigate what that looks like and to build those experimental models in a place-based way that can speak to other orders of government and the kind of nested alignments that we do research within in order to accelerate change. So I just wanted to know whether that resonates with any of you or whether you have any ideas around that.
I think one of the things that I've been sort of trying to observe or pay attention to, and I have my sort of theories around this. So there's the political economy in which we operate in around climate action. And, you know, political economies are constructed through a variety of different forces. But one of them is the sort of material needs and conditions of the people in particular places, and then generally how they vote. And people will vote for a lot of variety of reasons. One of them is just culture, the culture that they're part of and that they place themselves in. Another is their material needs and conditions. I think where climate action is going to fail, or actually I'll put it the other way, where climate action is going to succeed, and this is sort of my theory that I think this is how it will work, is it has to be about jobs, jobs, jobs. Mm-hmm. If the climate action is not going to communicate to the electorate around how this is going to help grow our economy, increase wages, put more money in your pocket, reduce costs, create jobs that help you advance in your careers so that you can take more vacations with your kids or put more money to where your kids' schools or programs that they take or whatever people want to be able to participate in to have a quality of life that they aspire to. So much of the climate action stuff can fall into too much of the abstract notions and traps, I would say. And I constantly am trying to drive this message where I can of it has to be connected to those material needs and conditions, and I think jobs is one of the ways to do that. And I think that a lot of the climate action we're seeing is failing that test, and which is why, after a certain point, the electorate just kind of turns off of whatever brilliant policy idea we thought was going to work. All of a sudden, there's no longer maybe a popular support for it because it can easily be misrepresented or misinterpreted and confusing for people. And I think just because obviously it's going on right now, but the thing that I'm fascinated by is there's also this trend where voters will vote for things that are against their own interests, largely because they might be misinformed, for example. But people will vote against their own interests. They think that they're voting for themselves and their interests, but then they don't realize what is actually going to happen as a result of that. So I think that there's a piece, the longevity or the sustainability of this stuff, it has to be tied to policy solutions that offer a material solution to the material needs and conditions that people are operating in addition to addressing the cultural piece too. That's a separate topic. But I would say that's a big sort of thing that I've been kind of pondering a lot lately is how do we get successful at this? Because I don't think we are right now.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree. I think it's really poignant in the prairies. Alberta has come down incredibly hard on green energy solutions, going so far as to cancel projects in an ideologically driven sort of effort to reinvest ourselves into non-renewable fossil fuels. And what has been really interesting to see is that it's First Nations and Métis governments that are then the ones that are taking forward green energy solutions in those spaces in the prairies that are so politically hostile to green energy. And so the Manitoba Métis Federation, and I'm not an elected representative of them. I just really am proud of my nation. So I'm not speaking on their behalf in any official capacity. So I want to be careful that I'm not overstepping my bounds. But my nation did just announce a huge investment into green energy, sort of like a green energy approach. Mm-hmm. And that makes me really proud because I have been despairing as an Albertan seeing the sort of rug completely pulled out from the green energy industry at Daniel Smith's whim. Mm-hmm. And to be able to see that it's our nations, the people who have the deepest connection to those lands that are being destroyed by fossil fuel, industrial extraction and movement through pipelines across our territories, it's First Nations and Métis who are responding to that on the prairies. And I think that that gives me hope that, there's still some momentum happening there, but I do despair that ideologically people are being convinced to vote against things that are against their best interest in Alberta, Saskatchewan, not Manitoba at the moment because they have a wonderful progressive government. But yeah, it's really hard to work through those knots in the prairies. And so part of the reason I focus on fish is that when we protect watersheds, we are also explicitly preventing further sort of incursions into some of those very important headwaters in the eastern slopes that are basically the cradle of all the water that feeds the entire prairies. And so there is an incredible threat to those watersheds happening right now with Gina Reinhart, who is an Australian coal baron, coming in, and even though her projects were denied provincial and federal regulatory approval in 2021, she has regrouped, renamed her venture Northback, and is coming at the local level, pressuring local communities into agreeing to it. And there's a lot of opposition, and it's coming from a coalition of First Nations as well as ranchers. And I think that's actually maybe the point I want to end on, is sometimes the coalitions that refuse these projects that have such massive climate implications are coalitions that you might not expect. And so it's country singers like Cor Blund and Paul Brandt and First Nations, some Stoney Nakoda and some Blackfoot sort of advocates who are pushing for this project to be denied. But at the same time, the complexity is that people are being sold in the Crow's Nest Pass that this will revive their economy, this will provide jobs that have been decimated as tourism and other things have kind of fallen in the region. So it's hard. So I don't know that I have an answer other than there's moments of joy in seeing that First Nations and Métis have been sort of leading the way across different parts of the prairies that are very conservative and anti-environmental and climate solutions. But also there's that complexity because also some First Nations do support this mining project. And so finding that sort of nuanced approach can be challenging. And I'm just trying to do my best as someone who is not in Southern Alberta, but wants to support the best possible outcomes for all of our respective communities.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for those comments. At this stage, I'd like to open up to the room for any questions for the panelists. If you'd like to come to the mic and ask some strategic questions of your own, this would be the time. Yes, Dr. Markey.
Hello. Thank you very much, all the panelists. It was a really incredibly rich session, and Alison for moderating. My question is about the exertion of Indigenous self-determination at local and regional levels within their territory that is not, from a colonial perspective, legally recognized, but may nevertheless be followed at local and regional scales. So I'm wondering if you have any insights on how that might be working or how that's happening, and what practices are associated with making that successful at a local and regional scale that may then eventually influence sort of the broader legal regime within which those decisions or practices are being governed.
Could I just clarify? You're finishing the question. You're asking about the sort of practices that are not formally recognized by colonial governments or institutions that nations are just we call it asserting ourselves. Is that what you're referring to? Yeah.
That's right,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, it might be informed by UNDRIP, but nations not waiting for the grinding pace of regulatory change at a sort of colonial institutional level and are just simply doing things differently, and where those practices might actually be adopted at local and regional scales. So,
I can start off, but happy to have others join in. There is some really fascinating and interesting stuff happening in that regard. And I think like Squamish is actually taking inspiration or some of us in Squamish are taking inspiration from it, wanting to kind of move in that direction too. So one example I think of is that some of the Secwepemc Nation in the interior, they've been developing sort of a regulatory framework, and they've been starting with mushroom picking within their territory where, certain British Columbians apparently love mushroom picking. I've never done it, but non-Indigenous people, I mean. And then they sell it at a farmer's market in Mount Pleasant. No, I'm just kidding. But you kind of have these, this is the thing, is like all the recreational use in our territories has become rampant and unregulated, because the provinces aren't regulating it the way that we would like to regulate it. And it has this impact on the ecology and the flora and fauna and everything else. So what they've done is they actually have created their own permitting process, where if you're a non-Indigenous person, you have to go and get a permit from the nation in order to go do mushroom picking in their territory. And then they sort of regulate where a certain amount of mushroom picking can happen, so that it's also being managed in a sustainable way as well. And it's kind of this, I love it because, one, they're doing it without any recognition from the province. The province is kind of a little bit, I think, bothered by it, because they haven't gotten permission to do it. There's no agreement to sort of do this. And then what is the sort of liabilities and all that kind of stuff. There was another example where some of our relatives in the interior with the Lilwat and some of the St'át'imc nations, they shut down Joffrey Lake Park a couple of years ago unilaterally, and it created all this tension with the province because they were like, we just have too many recreational users coming into our territory and we don't have a handle on it. And so they just took action to do that. So there's things like that that are happening. And I see that as inspiration, because for years we've been doing what's called a referrals process, which most First Nations are engaged in. You sort of have industry or government put forward an application to say, we want to do X, Y, Z in your territory, and so we're going to consult and accommodate you based off of the legal requirements to do so. The nations sort of get a referral, they review the referral, they sort of respond back and say, we need capacity funding to review this further, and then we'll come back with recommendations on changes to your project so it doesn't impact our rates and title. So we've been talking about it as referrals for 20 years or more, and we've kind of been thinking about more moving it to, we are a government that regulates activity within our territory, and so that we actually need to develop law and regulation based off of our values, so that we actually are controlling and influencing in the same way that the province or the feds do. So I think that's where things can head, and I think some of the nations that are doing that unilateral stuff is kind of doing it that way, and I think that's kind of inspiring. So,
yeah, thanks for the question and for that perspective too. I just wanted to share that the reason I actually showed the example of these ancestral clam gardens that are being restored and built is because it is an example of exerting sovereignty in local areas by communities that are doing it regardless of the policies or any of the acts that might be limiting them, and it's scaling. You just saw some pictures of one on the west coast of Vancouver Island in Checklasset territory, but this is happening across the Salish Sea. It's happening in Washington State. The Swinomish just built a clam garden for the very first time. It's happening around Tofino. The Tloquet just built one. So I think there are acts of resurgence of that sovereignty to bring back food systems that, speaking of kind of material goods, this is food locally to feed communities and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because people, if you're producing local food, you're not having to buy food from places far away and going to go get them, which is a huge cost, both environmentally and financially for people. These places are also examples of climate solutions because they buffer climate extremes just by changing the slope of the beach, by keeping the sediments cooler. You can, in the summer and warmer in the winter, they're perfect examples of climate solutions, and they have been for at least 4,000 years. So one thing we haven't really talked about yet is some of that deep time innovation. So we think of climate innovations as something new. They're not new. People have been dealing with extreme climatic events on our coast for at least 10 to 14 to 16,000 years and have come up with some really clever ways to deal with very quickly changing sea levels, which we know happened in certain places, changes in climate regimes that we know happened in the past. And here's just one example. So I think it is precisely that, an example of exerting sovereignty regardless of the context. So that's a shining example, but we also heard about there are places where things aren't working and where things are a bit more challenging and crunchy, as some of my grad students say, when universities, I think, are stuck. in these very tricky situations. And I'll try and share one very briefly and pass it off. But in these places where these clam gardens are built, no matter how much effort we put into creating them, they're only going to be effective if we can also manage the distribution of one of the most powerful architects of change on our coast beyond humans, and that's the sea otter. That's a really amazing predator, and right now is listed as a species of special concern under our Species at Risk Act, SARA, and it's tying the hands of local people that have been hunting these predators for at least 10,000 years on our coast. And so right now, many Indigenous nations are hunting these animals despite their listing under Species at Risk Act. And the question is, how can you do it well to still maintain local food sovereignty and maintain persistent populations of these species that are also known to have other benefits when it comes to kelp forests, which you saw earlier. So there are places where there's still a lot of controversy, and universities, given that we are still having to follow colonial laws in our ethics boards, for example, we have to follow the Department of Fisheries and Oceans permitting process, which flies in the face of the governance structures that have existed and the knowledges that have existed on how to maintain the balance that so many of us want to achieve. And that's a really tricky position. And I feel lucky though that we're at SFU, because even Animal Care was willing to listen to our proposals to start working with hunters and hunt species at risk.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Tara.
Hi, everybody. I just wanted to say thank you to the panel. Such beautiful and interesting, insightful comments. My question is about trust. So I work at SFU Community Engaged Research Initiative. And this comes up a lot in our work when we do research with communities and set up partnerships and things, and especially when it's related to the climate, where we're working on a time scale where, action is urgent. We have, less than a decade to make some really decisive, large-scale changes. And then at the same time, we have to, forge relationships in order to do the work in a good way, which that often takes a lot of time if you don't already have those relationships. So I'm wondering about that aspect of trust. And then my part two to this question is, on a larger scale, on a collective scale, when you have fossil fuel companies are often large investors in renewable energy projects. How do we rebuild the trust with that when, the trust has been broken in a lot of ways, as we know that they've funded, disinformation campaigns since the 70s related to climate change. So how do we then rebuild that trust on a collective level where we can trust these companies to come in and help, foster the renewable transition?
Mm.
I feel like I've spoken a lot.
Me too.
Chloe? Want me to start?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So I guess a couple of things tied to trust. One is that I think you're right to be wondering about it. As some, we work at universities, and we work at SFU at a research-intensive institution, and it's just important for researchers who are trying to build partnerships. To recognize that research has been used in nefarious ways within Indigenous territories throughout the history of however we kind of benchmark how long research has been happening. I was just yesterday, I had a chance to connect with some staff from the Department of Fisheries and Ocean, and we got talking about the same thing, that whether it be sending out people to sort of inventory. Sort of natural history, and including Indigenous people with that, and collecting things that really shouldn't have been collected, gathering, stealing, collecting our sort of cultural items, geographers inventorying our territories for valuable resources in the name of research, but really, for nefarious reasons to access those resources. I think there was a period where research was specifically in a lot of contexts and disciplines was specifically contributing to the erasure of Indigenous peoples while sort of claiming to be doing something completely different, like documenting things that are being lost. But the project itself was a part of the disappearing of those languages, of those ceremonies, of those, you can go on. So that's part of the history. And then just kind of there's things that have a pretty long history, but go into current research practices where science is weaponized against Indigenous communities in the court of law, in land and title cases, in like cumulative effects assessments for big infrastructure projects. Science is used very unequally, and so there are a lot of trust issues that we have to kind of get past and navigate, unpack those histories, and be transparent. And then the other part of your question is, I think, or what I'm hearing is has to do with like the pace of things within research institutions, and timescales. Oftentimes, our work and our partnerships, they get characterized as projects that are dependent on funding streams. So it's like, all right, we got this 2-year grant for this project, and we're going to do this thing together. But if what you're doing is really meaningful, deeply invested, relational work in communities, it's not the time scale is not bookended by the grants. You agree to do something together, and then you work towards doing that thing together, and that might, hopefully that's something that is sustained as long as it's helpful. And I think that we're challenged within universities and within certain disciplines, and also practitioner groups like folks, fishery scientists working for agencies and things. We're really sort of constrained by just thinking, okay, we've got to get these things done within these amount of months. And it doesn't leave a lot of room for building trust and building relationships and thinking long term. But I think in a lot of cases, the kind of work that I'm guessing that you are supporting and that I'm trying to do, it requires much bigger commitments to bigger timescales, and that we need to be willing to do it regardless if we find the money, and regardless if the grant is 2 years. If the work really is a 10-year thing, then we need to just be in it.
Just to be short, because I know we're running out of time, I think one of the things that I've learned in the line of work I'm in right now, being an elected leader, and then having to work with other elected leaders across different nations, governments, et cetera. We were at a gathering a couple of years ago, and one of my community members, who is also one of our lawyers that is from Squamish, Aaron Bruce, and he had this line that just always stuck with me, which was like, once trust is broken, it's really hard to get it back. And it's this sort of, it's like breaking a bone, and it doesn't come back right away, and it probably won't even ever come back to the way it was before. And so, he had this thing that he said that stuck with me around, like, to rebuild trust, it really takes like constantly retrying and retrying and retrying, and potentially acknowledging that it's never going to actually get to the way it was if trust was established or trust existed in the first place. Because once trust is broken, it's really, really difficult to get it back, and it takes effort by both parties to keep trying to rebuild that trust. And sometimes that takes a very, very long time. And so there's a lot there, whether it's, First Nations and our trust with government, for example. And it does happen over time, I think, where, I would say, just from my own perspective, like the way that way First Nations leadership right now talks about our provincial government versus the federal government is very different. Yeah. And it's not that the province is perfect or they've done everything right or that we are happy with everything, but there's becoming a stark difference between the level of commitment or I guess it's commitment. I mean, the sincerity might be there. It's hard to tell sometimes, but it does feel different. It feels very different. And then even to compare it to, I think, MST's relationship with the City of Vancouver, which is miles better than our relationship with the province, because the trust has been sort of established and it hasn't been broken in the same way times a billion times. So this is different, right? And I think that speaks to the work that's happening. And then one of the things that we learned through the City of Vancouver with MST on the implementation of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People through our UNDRIP action plan is we had this line that we kept saying, which is with the 3 nations coming together to work with the city around this idea of implementing the full enjoyment of Indigenous rights for MST, is this process we're going to engage in can only move at the speed of trust. And so we are going to have to trust each other because we're operating in a space where we've never done this before. And to work together in that space requires trusting each other and then building that trust. And so we can only move as fast as the speed of trust. And that really, like, we kept reminding ourselves of that, which allowed us to really be gentle with each other and I think patient with each other, and then move into the really bold, innovative stuff that everybody is bought into because that trust was there. So.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for those questions. We'll take one more from Chris Lewis because we're running out of time. Sorry about that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much to the panel. Learned a lot, and I was just thinking about the conversation we're having this morning in relations to, and it's been alluded to in all of your comments, around this tension between like Indigenous rights and sovereignty, fish rights and sovereignty, the jurisdictional pieces. And how does academia actually fit into that conversation? In my role at Simon Fraser University as Executive Indigenous Lead, I can kind of see the possibilities of bridges, but no one knows how to build the bridge because there's either a lack of trust based on the last question, so I won't get into that, or a lack of recognition of knowledge and power systems. So my question to the panel, and it might be to the floor as well, and then we could probably have a panel next time on it, is how does, in your view, how does the academy recognize and value Indigenous expertise, knowledge value systems, governance systems as the same and as equal to Western knowledge systems? Because that tends to be the crux of the tension where you don't have the foundation of the bridge, is that mutual recognition between the academy and the nation. And it's based on some of those fractured relationships where researchers 100 years ago came into a community and stole all of the intellectual property on biomedicines. And that happened at a global scale. So elders just say, as soon as a researcher walks in, they be quiet. So I would love your kind of thoughts and ideas around that, on how do we get to that place between post-secondary institutions and the academy recognizing indigenous knowledge systems and sovereignty as equal. Thank you.
If it's okay, I'd like to jump in. Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that question because I think that's one of the biggest challenges facing Indigenous academics, because we're working with very real obligations to our own nations if we're working with our own nations, and to other nations if we have been so lucky to be invited into trusting relationships with them. And my challenge in my career, both working in the UK and then in Ottawa and now here at SFU, which by far is the best experience I've had, and really because of the leadership of yourself and Dorothy Christian and other leaders that have been advising the institution, is that across the board, it's so important for every level, from the administration to every sort of part of the university, to understand first whose territories we're on, but also to understand that when we're working with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis here, and Indigenous nation societies outside of Canada, that we are coming into a relationship that has to really honor the laws, protocols, and obligations of those particular peoples, and we're not coming at it as, I'm just curious about how you see this specific thing, and that's where it ends. Like, literally, I see my job as being a diplomat. And I am coming as a Red River Métis scholar working in a Western colonial institution, and I'm trying to negotiate my legal obligations to the ethics board. But like when we started our bull trout project in Alberta 5 years ago, the first ethical obligation we met was to ask elders for permission to work in their territory, and we were brought into ceremony and permission was asked of the river itself. Then, many, many months later, we got permission from the ethics board because we felt that that was more important. And I would love to see that kind of stuff really held up, where our obligations to those legal protocols sometimes should come before our obligations to the state. And that's like a little bit tricky to try and actualize in a university, and I know that. But I really have been, I don't know, enlivened by those experiences, and I hope that other scholars can have them, because I feel really empowered when I can see myself as a diplomat with obligations working across multiple legal systems all at once, and that no single one should have primacy, or at least the Indigenous ones should definitely have primacy, but like the state definitely shouldn't be over our laws and protocols.
Yeah.
One last.
Yeah, can I share as well? Great points. As a settler scholar, I feel like it's part of my job to hold space and bring courageous Indigenous leaders into the spaces where they can help not only guide the work, but push the policies. So whether that means bringing someone in to stand with me beside an ethics board or an animal care board and say, this is why we need to do this, because we are enacting our laws. That's how I can help. That's one way. I can think of other things too. As a settler scholar, sometimes you have to do things and not ask first of the university and try things out in ways that you know that are still going to be make progress. For example, I just had an Indigenous student defend in her home territory. We never asked the department if we could do it. We just did it, and thankfully I have an amazing director and department that knew that that was the right thing to do, regardless of specific policies on where defenses can happen. And we knew that there was precedent for it. I have another Indigenous student whose third chapter is not going to be written. It's going to be oral. And it's going to be orally defended and presented in her community under her nations and her clan's laws and protocols entirely. And not only has that been accepted by graduate studies, it's also being supported financially by our faculty of environment. So I think sometimes it's just doing it and trying it and making it happen and creating the space for it. And those are just three little examples, and I hope we do more.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to this panel for your great insights into place-based approaches and how, place-based approaches, Indigenous worldview, expansion of our understanding of what knowledge means and knowledge systems, our expansion of understanding how place-based is beyond human, and promoting co-creation for solutions toward better place-based futures and communities. So thank you so much for all of your great inputs today. This was a very, very interesting panel, and I think it really kind of helps define where we want to go with SFU's strategic priority on community-centered climate innovation, which is really embedding values of community-centered approaches, upholding Indigenous knowledges and rights, ensuring that solutions are equitable and just, and also really promoting action and innovation that can be tailored and scaled to other communities in order to accelerate action, and communities writ large, Indigenous communities as well as settler communities, and hopefully the spaces in between. So thank you so much for all of your insights and your comments today, and let's give the panel a warm thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from that beautiful lunch. I am so pleased today to introduce such an outstanding researcher and Royal Society member, Dr. Sarah Birch. She is our next keynote speaker, and she is well known to SFU because she has been actually working with us on community-centered climate innovation. Dr. Sarah Birch is a professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Management at the University of Waterloo, and she holds a Canada Research Chair in Sustainability Governance and Innovation. Dr. Birch also is the Executive Director of the Waterloo Climate Institute and a lead author of the United Nations 6th Assessment Report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. She helped to lead expert input into the development of Canada's first national adaptation strategy. Her research uncovers transformative responses to climate change at the community scale, the political and justice dimensions of energy transitions, and the unique contributions that small businesses can make to solving these complex problems. She leads the international partnership-based research project Transform, accelerating sustainability entrepreneurship experiments in local spaces, and is the director of the Sustainability Policy Research on Urban Transformations Lab. Dr. Birch has served as an expert advisor and consultant to the federal government and dozens of municipalities on climate change, adaptation, education, and sustainability action plans. Dr. Birch holds a PhD from the University of British Columbia and held a postdoctoral fellowship at the University of Oxford. She was named to the Royal Society of Canada's College of New Scholars in 2017, and she is one of Canada's Clean 50 in 2021. I welcome you to the podium.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much for spending this time with me this afternoon. I'm happy that I'm not standing between you and lunch, and we can just get into a deeper conversation together. I was very honored to be invited to be here. I am thrilled by my connection to the Royal Society of Canada. But furthermore, as Naomi mentioned, I did my PhD here and a postdoc, so I lived here for 8 or 9 years, and a part of my heart was left on the West Coast when I moved to the University of Waterloo to take up a position there. But I was born in Brandon, Manitoba, in a small-ish town of about 40,000 people, and lived there for the first 17 or 18 years of my life, and then moved to the University of Calgary thereafter. So I did my undergraduate degrees at Calgary, and I realized by the end of my degree, it was in environmental science and also international relations, that I was being trained essentially to do reclamation and remediation for the oil and gas industry. I didn't totally understand this as I was doing the degree, but those were the skills that I found that I ended up with, and that wasn't where I wanted to go. I had been exposed to this incredible, complex challenge of climate change, both the human dimensions and the biophysical dimensions, and I thought that that was where I would like to, apply my energy and effort over the years that followed. So all this to say that I have lived everywhere west almost of Ontario, and I now have the great honor of working and living on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Arawandran people, what's now currently known as Waterloo. And this brings some context for me, I guess, on the different places, the different cultures, the different priorities of communities across this country that I've had the privilege and luxury of working with. I have some goals for our time here today. And they're very simple, and there's sort of an arc here. There's so many things I feel like I need to say. This has been a big and intense, to say the least, week. And so reflecting on what is unfolding in the world is unavoidable in the talk that I'm going to give today. I feel like I can't ignore the giant fascist elephant in the room as we're talking about how to collaborate meaningfully on a set of problems that affect different groups differently, So that will pop up as I speak. But I want to give some context. I know we're all here because we are interested in or explore climate change or sustainability, I think, from different angles. We're not all scientists. I met a poet over coffee, but we are social scientists, we are practitioners, potentially we are artists, but this issue brings us together. So I am going to do a little bit of framing in terms of the urgency of the challenge that we're grappling with together and what we know so far, particularly through the lens of my work with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And then I'd like to dive down a bit of a rabbit hole with you, focused on some research that I've been working on with my team for the last 6 years or so, to give you a very tangible illustration of, and we heard many, especially during the panel, which was so excellent earlier today, of what community-engaged scholarship or fundamentally transdisciplinary scholarship can look like in practice. And I'll give some details about what I think that actually means. And then I want to pause at the end and zoom out a little bit and ask us all to reflect on our role as scholars. What qualities are we instilling in our mentees, in our colleagues? What qualities do we honor in the scholarship that we do? And if we're not on the right track, or if times are changing, what are we going to do differently so that our work is inclusive and relevant and impactful? These are things that keep me up at night. So this is the plan that I'll be going through. I'm not going to stick here, but okay, so to start off, very familiar territory, but this has been, the last couple of years have brought such overwhelmingly devastating evidence of the currentness of climate change. It is not something that is distant in time. It is not something happening somewhere else to somebody else, setting aside the astonishing lack of empathy it would take to not care that this is happening to somebody else and not me, thank goodness. But it has come home here, for certain, across Canada in the form of everything you know, floods and fires and heat waves and such, taking an incredible human and ecological toll. And now we're seeing extreme climate events layered on top of each other, like a hurricane followed by a hurricane a week later. And we can attribute all of the warming that we're observing to human activity. The planet would be cooling right now were it not for human activity. All of it can be attributed to us. And every degree of warming that we see, we know that the atmosphere holds about 7% more moisture, so we get these really intense heat events. It amps up hurricanes, all of these things. So these are the impacts that we're seeing right now with, about a 1 degree level of warming or thereabouts, but much, much more than that in Canada, because we know that Canada is warming twice the global average. So an incredibly devastating and complex set of challenges that we need to respond to through reducing greenhouse gas emissions and adapting at the same time. It is no longer an option to only reduce greenhouse gas emissions, right? That ship sailed 30 years ago. We have to protect communities and make communities more resilient to the impacts of climate change simultaneously while we reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And our attention tends to swing, right? So it depends on the government. It depends on how front of mind extreme impacts are, that we focus on one or the other. And that will be a little bit of a theme that I'll pick up as we go. One of the sort of sets of approaches to climate change that tends to get the most airtime traditionally has been international processes, right? So like the treaty building around the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the constituent agreements like the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement on Climate Change. COP29, of course, happening right now, or just is it like I'm blocking it out right now as we speak? So because this is a global problem, there's a good reason for this. Because this is a global problem, the call has been for global solutions, for a way of agreeing with each other. Listen, this country contributed virtually nothing to the problem. This country over here, in a fair and equitable world, would pony up and take some responsibility for its historical emissions. So there's a crucial role for international cooperation on climate change. I'll get to the second half of that statement in a second. One such international collaboration is the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. I'm not going to assume that you all know what that is, because there's no reason why you should. So we have the political process of building treaties and countries coming together and agreeing to their commitments, and that is usually carried out by diplomats and heads of state and such under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. But that process needs some scientific input. It needs to understand what's happening on Earth, which directions emissions are going, what the impacts are in different ecosystems around the world. And that scientific input comes from the United Nations IPCC. So each country, member of the UN, gets to nominate scientists, and then we all get together across disciplines, across geographies, speaking literal different languages and also, metaphorical, figurative different languages, and try and assess the state of global science and social science on climate change to feed that into the international process. So like Mark and others in this room, I'm sure I've been a part of the IPCC. This last 6th assessment report, I will likely be a part of the upcoming special report on cities and climate change, which is the first time the IPCC has ever focused directly on cities, and past assessment reports as well. So here's what the IPCC found. I just want to give us a bit of a reality check. In the most recent report that Mark and I were both a part of that focused on greenhouse gas reduction, this is the part of the report that we were involved in. Okay, so this is what globally collaborating scientists say is important. First of all, over the last 10 years, I'm going to stick to this one, we have seen the highest emissions in human history. This is shocking because we've been talking about climate change for a really long time, and we've been building policies on climate change for a really long time. And yet, emissions are higher than they have ever been. We are not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. 2 degrees is often what you hear of as the sort of threshold of dangerous, escalating, galloping off global climate change. Scientists and others are arguing that 1.5 degrees should be the limit that we're aiming for. I feel like it's almost an article of faith. There have been surveys of scientists saying, do you believe that we're going to hit the 1.5 degrees? And their answers are totally based on their like worldview, not necessarily on the data. But I will say, unfortunately, the election of Donald Trump again pretty much puts the last nail in the coffin of 1.5 degrees. That's almost assured. So we are not on track. The IPCC will say, unless we radically and significantly and immediately reduce greenhouse gas emissions in all sectors right now. So that's, yeah. However, there is a flip side to this extremely grim story. And believe me, the grim story goes on beyond 2 bullets in the IPCC report. But what I found so fascinating about this last report is that there's this other story being told, which is that there is also, for the first time ever, evidence of real, sustained, measurable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions in some countries. Some countries are even on that path that they would need to be if we all came along to constraining warming to less than 1.5 degrees. So what do we have? We have like examples of what works. That has not been the case until recently, which shifts I think it shifts my mindset at least about what the real challenges are, because we already have most of the solutions we need. So don't let anyone tell you we have to just like wait to have some Musk type person invent us out of the problem. The solutions have existed, many of them for decades. So then what's the real problem? Amplification, acceleration, spreading, et cetera. So, and I'll get to that point. We have the solutions. The IPCC says that lifestyle change, I kind of hate this word because it makes me think of like lattes and I don't know, facials. It's not what they mean at all. But lifestyle change can provide up to 70% of emissions reductions. And what does that mean? That means actually big things like how we get around and what we live in, like our buildings, and what we eat and what we consume, and all of those. Those are sort of all behaviors that we have. But you would be mistaken in this statement, making you think that then the challenge is an individual one. That in fact, you and I, if only we individually, out of the goodness of our heart or whatever, changed our behavior, we would deliver the outcomes that we need. individuals are locked into high carbon pathways, right? So we, and I'm not absolving all of us, but especially those who have lower incomes or are vulnerable in other ways are absolutely locked into these high carbon pathways. You cannot get out of your car and take the train to work if no such train exists. You cannot walk to work in order to afford a home for your family, it has to be 2 hours from your work. You are not going to choose plant-based diets if that is wildly culturally inappropriate for you and unsustainable in other ways. So there are ways that we are locked into high carbon pathways. And so what is needed is a lot of what Mark was talking about and other things besides effective policies, improved infrastructure, technologies that enable us to behave differently, ideally with the minimum of effort, honestly, and thinking about it. So these are kind of the highlights of what the IPCC has told us in this last assessment report. In Canada here, we have made many efforts for many decades to, some more authentic than others, for sure, to respond to climate change. There's a couple of keystones of our current approach to climate change. And I want to draw your attention in part to our newest national adaptation strategy that I was a part of convening expert input on for what I thought was going to be like 4 workshops and ended up being 2.5 years of work, as these things often become. But this was our first effort. We'd never had a national plan to respond to the impacts of climate change up until last year. And you'll note that this is not called a federal adaptation strategy. The distinction was lost on me when I started this process, but my federal government counterparts quickly clarified that, as we all know, I think, adaptation, protecting communities from the extreme impacts of climate change, is not simply and only a federal responsibility. It absolutely has to be implemented from the very deepest local level to the regional level in Indigenous communities, provincially and territorially and nationally. So this is intended to be a national plan, one part of which the federal government plays a role in, and others need to come to the table. But what I found striking and disappointing in this process was that all the very well-intentioned folks who work on climate impacts and adaptation, and I straddle, so I always jump between adaptation and mitigation, greenhouse gas reduction. That's why I'm interested in sustainability, because it brings it all together. But the impacts and adaptation folks were like, okay, it's our time. Everybody's been talking about greenhouse gas reductions. Whenever we say climate change, people think energy or GHGs. That's it. They never talk about adaptation. And so they were thrilled to have their own strategy and their own plan. What that misses is such an important opportunity and necessity to do both at the same time. It is ridiculous to rebuild homes that have been destroyed in a flood to a crappy efficiency standard that's unaffordable, connected to natural gas for heat. It's ridiculous to hive these two sets of solutions apart from each other and just create this like maladaptive cycle where we're continuously exposed and also not reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, the classic example is like there's a heat wave, so let's get everybody an air conditioner, and lo and behold, the air conditioners are consuming a ton of energy. In some places, it's coal-fired, electricity or whatever. So you're creating more emissions that are leading to an exacerbation of the problem. It makes no sense. But I understand, I sympathize with them, and I understand the desire to like take the attention when we can. Okay, so despite all of this, however, I have to sort of give us this reality check. And there's some nuance to this very unfortunate figure, which shows at the top, the orange line, Canada's actual greenhouse gas emissions since 1990, which is the baseline year that we used for the Kyoto Protocol. So that's what we measure our progress against. And it went up, and then it dipped, and then it kind of went up. The last dot here was 2018, and it continued to go up since then. It dipped at COVID, and then it recovered and rebounded a little bit. And then branching out from that, it's every government's pathway or target that we should have followed again and again and again. We have never met a target we couldn't miss in this country. However, I just want to make two really important points because this lack of progress is being weaponized against what I think to be very authentic efforts to make progress on climate change. The first is, so the bad news is Canada is last among its G7 counterparts when it comes to progress on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We are slow. We are kind of sucking here. But emissions would be about 25% higher today had we not implemented the climate change policies that we now see federally. It's cold comfort, you know, it feels like, okay, yeah, it could have been worse. But that's real, that is progress. And even globally, we think like this year, next year, emissions will level. They are leveling, and that's what has to happen first before they come down. So it is objectively false that nothing is being done. It is objectively false that we're not making progress. It's just that we're not making progress anywhere near fast enough, and we have to ask really tough questions and interesting questions about why that is. And I think that one of those interesting questions for me is we've seen this story of incrementalism about, you know, nibbling around the edges and failing to have really deep and open conversations about what society should look like and about what we value and who we value. We just tend to technologize the problem. It's a technological problem, so therefore it has a technological solution when there are much deeper questions to be asked. So I and my team are really fascinated by transformation. It's a highly overused word now, I get it. But we want to know what a fundamental shift would look like, what a non-linear shift in our economy and our society could actually look like in practice. And those are the questions that we're asking. We're starting with this, and so I love this image. I use it over and over and over. While I was here, living here, this is a picture of Kingsway Corridor in Burnaby. I was working along with Dr. Alison Shaw and other excellent colleagues in the Collaborative for Advanced Landscape Planning at UBC. This is an image, just a regular old photograph of Kingsway Corridor. It looks a lot like my hometown of Brandon. I think people at East think that all of BC looks like Kitsilano. I don't know, super dense and lots of transit and all that stuff. Anyway, this is like a very Canadian image in a lot of ways, right? These big, expansive, wide roads, great to drive down, absolute crap to ride a bicycle down. You may have seen that bicycle paths are going to go away again in Toronto. And anyway, whatever, we can't, it's awful. So walking and cycling down here, not good. Smoking hot in the summer, all of this asphalt. No permeable surfaces to be seen. So when water falls in the form of rain, it just rushes over the surface, collects all these pollutants, can cause flooding and damage to ecosystems and such. We have like the beautiful sore thumb style of density, this 30-story building and then 1-story otherwise. So not human in scale in any way or integrated. Virtually no nature woven throughout this space. There's a few trees, but nothing in the way of canopy cover. So this is an homage to the car, you know, this is like a city built around a car, and we have so much space here, and there were such cheap and easily accessible fossil fuels, so that's what we got. This is what we're working with. This is what we're locked into, right, in the words of the IPCC. Through the like magicalness of Photoshop, we could reimagine this space to embody a whole bunch of sustainability solutions and sustainability values. And this is what it could look like. What we see here, for instance, is safe, active transportation, mass transit, permeable surfaces. I think those pathways, water could soak in there, much more nature and canopy cover woven throughout, a little bit of small-scale renewable energy production. We have the compact, complete community where you can live close to where you work. You have more people out talking to each other. I'm sure you've seen all of these studies about the health effects of loneliness and how important it is for especially people as they age to connect with their communities, but also of all ages. And I just want to make a couple points on this image. One is that there isn't one vision of what a sustainable community could or should look like. There are many. And who is part of the conversation about what sustainable communities can look like is so crucial for that reason, to decide what values are made material in our communities. And I've shown this image and talked to high school students in Elmira, a town very close to my city of Waterloo, and all of their families are farming families. Many of them are Mennonite farming families, and they say, I absolutely do not want to live there. I want to live on my family farm. Is that okay? Like, is that sustainable too? Of course it is. Density like this preserves those places, actually. But we can design communities that look many, many different ways, but this embodies a whole lot. So what I think this encourages us to do is to think of sustainability and its connection to a changing climate as an opportunity for what colleagues of ours have called a radical reimagining of what communities could look like. But as I listen to particularly Indigenous colleagues and knowledge keepers, I would say that paired with that needs to be a radical remembering, because there is knowledge that is held about how we can function with each other and in a reciprocal relationship with nature and with more than human beings. That gives us so much to go on, so much experience and wisdom about what sustainability can look like. And I think those two can coexist. I don't think it's a matter of some futuristic technovision or some return to a mythical past. I think there's a way to weave these together in the way communities look. So this is a transformative project, though. It is not a small thing. Lots of things matter to us. And I'm absolutely of the mind that we need to take climate change and its impacts devastatingly seriously and be laser focused on how to deal with that. And biodiversity really matters to me. Nature matters to me. My child's health really matters to me. The strength of my community really matters to me. I care about a couple things, at least a couple. And I think you probably do too. So it is, I think, tough and challenging, but wise to do our very best to think about this in a holistic way. And that doesn't mean it needs to be nebulous, and that doesn't mean it needs to be intangible. It can be very tangible and very practical, but we can choose solutions that solve multiple problems simultaneously. And I just want to say, as I say the word solution, I think about the words that I use all the time. It's like the plague of the academic. It's the wrong word. I would paraphrase a dear colleague of mine, Juan Moreno Cruz, who would say that you don't solve sustainability. It's like gardening. You don't solve gardening. You engage in the act of gardening, which evolves and allows things to grow. But nonetheless, I think you get my meaning, that we're looking for actions that make our communities stronger and more resilient and healthier in the future. In response to the transformative nature of the problem, I'm going to dig into my rabbit hole now. I have led a project called Transform. I'll never name anything Transform or Transformation again, ever in the future. But nonetheless, when we formulated this project 8 years ago, we became very interested in who was not at the table when we were discussing what actions needed to be taken on climate change and sustainability. What portion of our society or economy or whatever are we kind of completely neglecting? And because of my background in international relations and political science, we talked a lot about state-to-state stuff, a lot about the treaties and whatever, national government policy, and almost never at all about the private sector. If we did talk about the private sector, we were only talking about the large emitters for obvious reasons, like, you get Walmart to make a decision, and that's like a small country making a decision on climate change. It's our medium-sized country, really. That's crucial. But the reality is that the majority of people employed in the private sector are actually employed in small businesses, and small businesses are enormous, collectively, sources of greenhouse gas emissions, individually, not so much. So it's this huge coordination challenge, kind of like the distinction between a nation and a city. Like, you get a country to make a decision about climate change, that's really important, but there's all these mechanisms nationally to do that. Cities, there's just thousands and thousands of them, and individually their emissions are kind of but together, like, they change the game. So we wanted to understand what can in this case, small and medium-sized businesses, what are they doing that might have transformative potential when it comes to sustainability? And we think all the time about what that even means, and are they actually doing this, and is it just incremental? And anyway, but we wanted to study what they do, and then we wanted to actively work with them to build capacity in communities, build capacity in small firms and civil society organizations, exchange capacity really in the end, to do new things, to share things and spread things and scale things up that might have transformative sustainability potential. So this is a collaboration. I lead the project from the University of Waterloo, but we have hubs or colleagues at Arizona State University, and now that has moved to Freiburg University, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany, Lund University in Sweden, Monash University in Australia, working across these hubs to do this, this partnership-based community-engaged research on sustainability experimentation. The first challenge that we had was just getting the lay of the land. So we had this like deep pleasure of working with often our environmental NGOs or civil society organizations to say, who do you know out there in the small business community that are doing really, really cool things on sustainability and climate change? Can we talk to them? Can we learn from them? Can we build relationships with them? So we did that for 60 or 70 small businesses in a number of different countries. I brought on this fantastic postdoctoral fellow who's now moved on to a great role in the Climate Institute that I run. And he built out work in Latin America and Mexico, Colombia, Guatemala, and elsewhere to learn how a sustainability practice in a small firm unfolded over time, who engaged in that, who was important for the design of it, the implementation of it, what stopped up the process, what was needed in terms of resources. So we built this massive bank of cases. But then we wanted to move on. That was just, it felt like kind of traditional sustainability research in this way. But then we wanted to move on to co-creating, co-producing new, potentially transformative sustainability experiments. So as I heard earlier today, which was so heartening, this involved engaging with small firms and civil society organizations and saying, what do you want? Like, what do you care about? What is the problem that you see that you need to solve? Not parachuting in and being like, hey, I have an idea. Do you want to do it in your business? Turns out that would be awful, and also I'd be liable for the company, like losing profit, as it turns out. So we cast our net very wide, and we engaged with teams of small businesses, often teamed up with another, like a couple of businesses or a civil society group in a small business. And they came to us with their ideas. And we worked with them to map out, where we had mapped out interventions or sustainability practices that had already been done, now we're looking to the future. So we asked them to visually kind of map out, this is my idea, and I need to do this first, and this next, and this next, and we'd like ask questions and sort of collaborate with them as they're doing this mapping exercise. Then we did this really interesting dance with them, which is we would kind of inject what we're thinking about, what we think we might know about the nature of transformation into their experiment design process. So for instance, we've learned that there are some key building blocks that are present within a firm that does something quite exceptionally transformative on sustainability. They tend to be deeply embedded in and learning from their local context. They tend to engage regularly in co-production. They tend to create spaces for imagination and play, which is maybe a little bit goofy sounding, but actually it allows, it's processes where people can break down the constraints that they've been sort of operating under and think about really new or different ways of doing things. They often establish new or different or leveled off hierarchies within their organization. So you will notice that none of these are technical things. These are all deeply human aspects to the development of a sustainability experiment or innovation. And so they're transferable across sectors, across organizations, and across businesses. So that was really important to us. So we kind of went back and forth with them on this, and then we asked them to think about how their idea might spread. So going back to that finding that I showed from the IPCC, that we already have most of the technologies already that we need, in my view, our entire conversation should be focused on not simply scaling, but amplification. And there's some really great scholarship done by David Lamb and Nikki Franciszewski and Daniel Lang and others, thinking carefully about what amplification means. It might be taking an idea and doing it faster. It might be taking an idea and doing it somewhere else in a similar context. It might be taking an idea and deepening it so that there is a values shift within an organization that kind of reinforces that practice so that it has staying power. There's lots of ways that something great on climate and sustainability can be amplified. So we say, hey, like, you have this idea. What could an amplification pathway look like for you? And then they design their idea with that in mind from the beginning. Instead of doing a thing and then getting to the end and going, let's see if we can share. They did it at the front end of design. So this was really important to us. Then they built out this whole transformative pathway. So we went back and forth, and these are teams that we gathered in Waterloo, in Mexico, in Germany, in Sweden, and they built out these pathways with us. And then we did a sort of bizarre thing, which, let me tell you, there was some red tape, and I'm possibly still going to get caught up in red tape. But this is funded by a Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council grant, a partnership grant, and talk about like asking for forgiveness instead of permission. When I wrote this proposal, I said, we're going to give some of our money in seed grants to the small firms to do the experiment. That's bizarrely complicated. It's like, is that an honorarium? Is that a consulting fee? Like, what are they going to buy with it? And what if they buy something and then it breaks down? Whatever. Anyway, these are the questions that you're asked when you're spending money. But it was crucial. I won't tell you how I got around all of it, but I did. And so we gave these little seed grants. They were between $7,000 and $12,000 per team. These are small businesses. Many of them are micro SMEs. And this was like kind of game-changing because we were coming to them with money. Not just, can we talk to you? Can we listen to you? But here's a little bit of money. We trust you. We asked, I swear, very few questions about how they wanted to spend the money. They gave us a little bit of an outline. We tried to reduce the red tape for them as much as possible so they would just get the resources and do the thing. They weren't like filing individual receipts. This is the minutia. But anyway, this mattered. This mattered for the type of organization we're working with and the longevity of our relationship with them. So we gave them some money. We had skin in the game. They had to match that as well. They're putting a ton of time and whatever into their practice. And then they did the thing. So instead of just a sort of like speculative design, they were actually doing sustainability experiments. An experiment is another word that I am not a huge fan of because I realize there's a whole ton of baggage there and communities, especially vulnerable ones and marginalized ones, have been experimented on. So I'm looking for a better word. I don't have it yet. But these teams have been doing projects like, this is going to be a bumpy story. So the Circular Carbon Club was the joining together of a really cool firm called 100 Kilometer Foods. And 100 Kilometer Foods builds relationships with very deeply sustainable local agriculture productions. Is that the right word? And then builds relationships with chefs in Toronto and connects the two and essentially distributes food. But they're building a market for local, deeply local and sustainable and regenerative food in southwestern Ontario. They also pay a living wage. They also do all sorts of things within their own company. They do a ton of mentoring. They're sort of part of the fabric of a sustainable food economy in southwestern Ontario. They partnered up with Waste Not Farms, which is a vermiculture, a worm composting operation, because together they said, okay, we have a truck like picking up food from our farms and taking it to a restaurant, and then it's leaving empty and going back to other farms to pick up food. When these restaurants, of course, are creating organic waste that could be turned by Waste Not Farms into this incredible input into the agricultural operations. So can't we make this a little more circular, essentially, and connect these parts of the coin? So this is what they did, and I gotta tell. So this story has been a struggle. The idea was brilliant. They started to do it with some restaurants. they had a lot of trouble selling restaurants on the value of this service, and so they didn't know how to price it. So we're still mid kind of implementation of this experiment, but it's just one circular example. We've worked with a construction firm in Guatemala that's working on separating out construction waste and also creating places to store that and transfer it. And we actually connected them with an organization here in BC called Sea to Sky that does the exact same thing, circular construction and waste disposal processes. So we have a set of experiments, focused on food, focused on water, all sorts of things in Mexico and Waterloo in Germany and in Sweden. And these experiments are unfolding. This process has led me to a number of reflections that I think if we can wade into it together, I hope we'll all come out perhaps more reflexive scholars. This process has been very fraught, very complex. Some of what I've seen happen in the firms we've worked with, I would say, yes, I can see how this is transformative. It's like radically reducing greenhouse gas emissions, not just a little, while also contributing to affordability or to food security or to living wage and this sort of thing. Others, not so much. So it has been a challenging process to kind of navigate this as a team. But I want us to reflect on the scale of the challenge that we're all responding to when it comes to a changing climate. When we know that the impacts of climate change don't fall evenly on all groups, when we know that the benefits, even of a transition to a low-carbon economy, also are not equally distributed, when we know, as we heard earlier, that it is so important to take the time to really build deep and long-lasting relationships with the communities in which we're working. And I would say that academia in general is not built for this yet. These are the qualities that I was trained to value in a scholar. Objectivity, right? Social scientists and humanities scholars have a more complicated relationship with objectivity, thank goodness, but I am at the University of Waterloo after all, which is dominated by engineering, math, and computer science. It is like shocking for some natural scientist colleagues to consider themselves anything less than objective. It's true. But yet, that is kind of considered a core quality of a scholar, right? You have distance, you have emotional distance, and you can give this objective view of the world. Novelty, we always have to have something new. You have to be on the edge. You have to, it's all about newness, when in fact that might not at all be what we need necessarily to solve some of these problems. Speed, of course, whether we actually do that or not. But people talk about these short grant lives, right? Like 2 years, you got to get in, you got to get out, you got to publish your papers. Speed is so important. Ownership over an idea. Like, this was appalling to me as an early graduate student and a postdoc, that it was sort of the common thing. You had to name something after yourself, or I don't know, pee on your territory. It was very bizarre to me. And it had to be yours and all yours, and that's how you made a career. There was no other way to make a career than to carve out your territory and get known for it. Rigor, of course, and accuracy. These are kind of the core qualities, I think, of scholarship as it's been done. But I would like to propose another set. This is not a dichotomy. These are not necessarily at odds with each other, but another set of qualities of scholarship that we could consider if we think that community-engaged scholarship is a responsibility for not all of us, we do all sorts of different work, but for many of us to engage in. And that is to consider what it means to be humble as a scholar and to be part of the humility. My humility is reinforced when I continue to listen to what other people think the problem is, and try to meet that, bring my scholarship or my skills or whatever to that place rather than what I have decided the problem is. There's lots of other ways humility can show up. Attentiveness to the complexity of the issues. I don't think we should be afraid of complexity. I think this is not a vice. This needs to be a feature of our work. Trust, both amongst each other as scholars, less fear of taking each other's ideas, or I don't know, that happens all the time, but also trust within communities and across sectors and communities. Imagination, taking risks, challenging conventional norms, adaptability certainly in our work. Things change. We have to, shake our heads and reflect on what that means, and reflexivity. So I don't think that the qualities on your right make us weaker scholars. I don't think they make us less relevant or less pragmatic scholars. I think that's a false dichotomy. I think we can be incredibly relevant and incredibly practical, and also humble and nuanced and reflexive. So I'd like us to see, to have more of these conversations. In my view, transdisciplinarity opens a space for this. And I have a specific thing in mind when I say transdisciplinarity, so I'm going to take the luxury of 30 seconds or so and describe to you what I think it can be. So we have sort of societal practice on one side. I realize this is a little bit small. It doesn't matter so much. But there are ways that in society problems are talked about and solved within different entities, and sort of results come out the other side of that. We have traditional scientific practice that really wades into uncertainty and builds new methods and has these discourses in the academy. And we pump out these results, always containing new research questions because we have to justify our existence for the next round of work. And these two sort of can operate quite in isolation from each other, the societal practice and the scientific practice. But in sustainability, transdisciplinarity is very different from interdisciplinarity. And I know you probably all know this, but transdisciplinarity is not just a couple of disciplines working together. I don't even think we should define it the way the funding councils define it, which is like a whole new discipline made up of other ones. They have strange definitions. It is very, very different from different disciplines simply working together and even coming to an agreement on some language. It is different from forging new domains at the interstices of disciplines. Instead, it is the weaving together of societal practice with scientific practice from the beginning, team building, trust building, problem framing in collaboration, which is messier and more challenging and takes more time, but it comes up with something more deeply relevant. It means that we are co-producing knowledge. Knowledge mobilization is not something you do at the end of a project. You don't take your results and hold them in your hot little hands and go to the users of your knowledge and pray that it is in some way relevant to them. That's well-intentioned and super ridiculous and doesn't at all make the best of all the intellectual creativity in a room like this. It has tangible environmental and social good as an intentional desired outcome of the work. It's not a happy accident. It's not something that someone else needs to do. It's something that you do as scholars in partnership with the groups that you work with. So we value that alongside other types of outputs. And it means that together we're co-creating this solution-oriented and transferable knowledge together. And this looks all sorts of different ways in different communities, but these are sort of some fundamental practices. So to offer a few sort of concluding thoughts, keeping in mind how I framed the scale of the challenge, the very different ways that transdisciplinary sustainability and climate change work can look. This is what I've come to. Of course, I pop this in here as like a flippant bullet, but given the last week and what is potentially coming here in Canada, there has never been a more important time for climate change and sustainability work. This is a little bit off on a tangent, but you may have, like me, been reading a little more lately about tyranny. And if you have, you might have encountered Timothy Snyder's book on tyranny. And one piece of advice he gives is to not obey in advance. So authoritarians often get much of their power given to them freely. By those who are anticipating authoritarianism, and so they obey before they have to. quieting climate work, quieting sustainability work, setting aside issues of equity and inclusion because they might not be popular anymore or whatever, is obeying in advance. So I would encourage you to avoid that if at all possible. We need more work at the intersection of science, policy, and practice. It's a unique skill set. I think we need to teach people how to do it. And we don't. We sometimes hold it up and value it and don't teach anyone how to do it. And that can be very dangerous and have some real bad side effects, to say the least. Sustainability transformations and progress on climate change is, in my view, a deeply social and political and behavioral thing. We tend to define it as a technical thing. It's a technical problem, and therefore our solution set is narrowed to a set of technical solutions. But what if climate change was not the simple result of burning fossil fuels in a bunch of machines that we happen to have invented, but in fact, it's a symptom of a disconnection from nature? Then we have a totally different set of potential solutions that we might consider, or pathways we need to follow. So we are narrowing when we think of this as a very simple technical problem with technical solutions. It is also not an individual challenge. It is fundamentally collective and relational. And until we grasp what those kinds of movements look like and how we communicate across borders and how we share and co-create our knowledge, we're just never gonna make the progress at the speed that we need. And the types of collaborative, there's so many, mine is just one, and I'm like such a work in progress on this stuff, but collaborative transdisciplinary work has the potential. It does not inevitably build trust. It does not inevitably lead to creativity. It has to be intentionally cultivated, but it opens the space to do some of this work. My final thought is that I just want to recognize that, as I've said already a couple of times, this has been a really, it's been a really hard week, the couple days. And I recognize that what's unfolding in the United States is hard to watch. And we all know that we're not immune here in Canada from these sort of trends. And it's a little too fresh, necessarily like buck up and start pushing again on these issues. But I always reach for one of my favorite thinkers and writers in moments like this, which is Rebecca Solnit. I'm sure you've heard of her. Perhaps you've heard of her. But she talks a lot about hope. And I think the way she thinks about hope is so valuable for scholars and for scientists, because she doesn't view hope as this naive belief in the goodness of things and the fact that, inevitably things will unfold as they should. She sees hope as an account of uncertainties and complexities. If ever there was a way that a scholar could think about hope, it would be this, that we account for those uncertainties and complexities. We look them in the face. We don't pretend they don't exist, but there are openings. And even now, there are openings. I thank you for taking this time with me to explore some of them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I don't know about you, but I certainly feel a lot more open and a lot wiser for the wear. I want to start off with a question, and then we have a half an hour for questions for the audience. I will invite you, as before, to come up to the microphone. But this time, if you would say your name and the role or title from the organization you come from, just so we kind of know who's in the room. It's sort of fun to imagine all of the great minds here. So Sarah, what I wanted to ask you about is, when I reflect on the talks that we've had so far, I mean, Mark Jacquard talked about his eyes on the prize, sort of not doing the optimization modeling, but sticking to simulation models. And he talked about his research lab and how the graduates went on to create their own consulting company, and that there's this huge collaboration between the School of Resource and Environmental Management and that consulting company, and they're influencing government decision-making. So right there was that long-term, over 35 years of work that's gone in the same direction because they're focusing on particular policy instruments. And then we heard from the panel, we heard from Dr. Rayo and Dr. Todd and Dr. Solomon about their longstanding commitment to interdisciplinary research and co-creation of research questions, co-construction of how you do the research and then how the products are used and understood, and how that leads to more longstanding work in those same communities. So then you also referred to an alternative set of scholarly qualities that we should aspire to. And I think that was a beautiful list. And it did make me think, though, those do take time. And the institutions in which we have scholarly work take time to adjust to really creating the conditions for long-term commitment to scholarly topics, especially to climate change. So I wonder, you've been able to do that in your work, and if you could just comment on what you think universities or departments or even professional associations can do to basically steer that in a more long-term direction for the way we're able to work with communities and stay committed to certain things over long periods of time.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And I guess I don't want to get too down in the weeds of the way, you know, our institutions function, but I do think, I think for a long time we kind of like waved our hands in the direction of this sort of work and said, that's great, like we value outputs beyond peer-reviewed publications, but you better have your peer-reviewed publications, you know. Do that first, and then the other stuff, you know, is the nice to have, right? And it wasn't embedded in things like our performance reporting, you know, our merit-based like evaluations, or how you're evaluated for grant opportunities. I do think that in many cases this is changing in quite tangible ways, that other outputs, and I know this for sure when it comes to, at the University of Waterloo, targeted hiring among Indigenous folks, for instance. There have been really cool conversations about honoring the time and the resources, personal and otherwise, that it takes to build and maintain a relationship with your community. And that does have to come at a trade-off. You can't do all of the things all the time. So we have to acknowledge that these things, not only for Indigenous scholars, for all scholars, these things can come in tension with each other. So we have to build it actually into, you know, how we evaluate a scholar's work. I think that there's always going to be timelines on grants. You know, this is the way of things. But I do think that institutions, universities can provide sort of bridge funding to knit together, you know, two different separate projects and kind of fill in the gaps so that relationships can be maintained throughout. Those of you in the room who are senior scholars, who supervise PhDs and postdocs, who are on hiring committees, who are bringing in new faculty, or new researchers, you have so much power. you have so much power to, especially if you have tenure, of course, and beyond, to do some things and ask for forgiveness later, as we heard some really beautiful examples from the panel earlier. So I think you have to take that power, if you have it, and open a space for early career researchers and others to do this kind of work and make a good career out of it. Because I am afraid that once you get senior, you know, you sort of think, well, it worked for me, like I can do it, and you can too. But, you know, early career researchers who are coming up right now are in a very different job market. They're facing very, very different challenges, and so we need to make that easier on them. So we all have a role to play, I would say. Partial answer to your question.
Thank you. And I just want to say, just as a quick follow-up, I really appreciated Chairperson Kelseelam's quote, "Move at the speed of trust."
Yes.
And so it seems that that's what you've done with your work. So
yes, I won't take that much credit. We've tried, but I would also say the deeper point, a point that I really resonated with, and that was such a really great thing to say, is that we could also say that the pace of our progress on climate change has been moving at the pace of trust. And when we have fractured relationships and a lack of transparency and broken trust in our institutions, we move slowly. So maybe we can't afford not to take that very seriously, you know, as we move forward. I think it's quite central, to be honest.
Thank you. Other questions? Yeah, we have a couple for Dr. Birch. Yes, and then you can go next. Okay. Okay. All right.
Alicia first.
Alicia.
Alicia.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Alicia Main. I'm the Associate Vice President of Knowledge Mobilization and Innovation at SFU and an innovation professor. Thoroughly enjoyed your talk and also the dialogue that you and Naomi have just had right now. I would say that we're trying here at SFU, and you know, we have some amazing, you know, the Climate Innovation Initiative, the Community Engaged Research Initiative, the Knowledge Mobilization Hub. You know, we're trying to support that kind of activity. I'm also really grateful to be part of a pan-university committee that's looking at valuing and measuring scholarly impact and the different levers of how we do that. So it's an ongoing process. But my question for you is about the part that you talked about. It really intrigued me, the way that you creatively used your SSHRC partnership grant and, you know, asked forgiveness instead of permission, but also looked to see where the real barriers were, where the sticking points were, and said, how do we enable this research and experimentation that we know is a big part of the problem? How do we enable it to happen? And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit more. You mentioned that these small grants, the $7,000 to $12,000 grants that went to SMEs that didn't have a whole lot of red tape about them, that needed, it sounded to me like a sweat equity match as opposed to a financial match. I wonder if you could talk me through us through one of those as an example, and why other mechanisms wouldn't have worked for that that community.
Sure, thank you. Without revealing all the rules I broke. Yeah, I didn't actually break that many rules. Okay, so one of our examples, we've been working with a university in Mexico, in Monterrey, and a water institute in Mexico that is collaborating with a series of public laundrettes. So these laundromats in Monterrey and throughout Mexico are really culturally and socially important. They're kind of these convening spaces for people from all walks of life to come together and do their laundry. And this Water Institute wanted to develop a very technical solution, sort of a membrane to recycle water from the laundrettes. And then we worked with them to build that out into sort of a community engagement strategy where they would go to the laundrettes, test the filtration device, and get people to do watercolor paintings with the product of the recycling process so they could smell it and do art with it and sort of have this conversation around water and sustainability. A lot of this work, by the way, is adjacent to disaster risk reduction and adaptation work. So we collaborate with the United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction Office a ton, especially throughout Latin America. They needed a little boost of resources to engage in some activities that they couldn't justify otherwise. That external money was really important. It showed a connection with a Canadian university. It sort of validated the work. So that was a very happy kind of outcome of sending the money. We needed to rig up the sending of the money so that it went as a lump sum. This is very down in the weeds, but don't send me your receipts for the lunch that you hosted and the mileage on your car. We built a relationship over time. I trust you with $7,000. Use it as you need it. And so that can be tricky when it comes to just the financial side of things, as boring as it is. So the money was a symbolic thing when it came to the investment of another institution in the nature of this work. It opened up some spaciousness in their imagining of what they could do. And that was sort of why it worked. I understand that the tough part from SSHRC's perspective or from the university's perspective is that you're sort of giving research money not to students, to private sector organizations, as small as they might be. And so there can be, pushback and limits on well, how much of your money are you spending on professional services and consulting and that kind of thing. But this, definitely let many flowers bloom in very, very small ways, and it works quite well. I'd love to scale it up by like 20 orders of magnitude. That's the goal. That is the goal, by the way. There's a next step to all this work.
Okay, please.
So I'm here.
Hi.
Audrey Moores from McGill University Chemistry, and I'm also the president-elect of the College of the Royal Society of Canada. So I was hugely inspired by your talk. It was really, really powerful. The one thing I wanted to ask you about is at the Royal Society of Canada, one of our really motto and the thing that we are trying to really push forward is inclusive excellence. So this is the phrase that we have. And I was hugely inspired by the list of qualities that a scholar in sustainability should have to be successful. And I was wondering if you could comment on this notion of how you understand inclusive excellence, because I think it's a framework that could be really interesting to understanding this notion of how we could be excellent, but how we could also be more inclusive. I believe that the only way to do that would be by developing some of these qualities that you mentioned, which I think are really crucial for, to change the world in a better way. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Really great question. And I admit I don't know exactly how the Royal Society has defined or is thinking about inclusive excellence, so I'll just make it up. I would imagine many of you have been in rooms where this phrase has been uttered. We can have inclusivity or we can have excellence, right? Like, this is horrifying. This is often very deeply racist and bigoted, and it completely denies that this one very narrow definition of what excellence has been up to now is the only right one. And there's this very narrow set of folks who represent that excellence, and there aren't other ways that that can be viewed. And in fact, like, it has been shown again and again, for instance, that diversity just enhances excellence in so many ways, allows for more creative thinking and problem solving and new questions to be asked and more powerful answers to be delivered. So I think we're trying to have that conversation that challenges that deeply horrible dichotomy between the two. But I still think, and these are skills that I wouldn't profess to embody in any perfect way at all. It's such a work in progress for all of us. But I think we have to think carefully about how do we train our upcoming early career scholars in these qualities? What do they look like? What does it look like in practice? And this is often my question of folks like you, like, tell me a story of where it worked. What did you do to make a community partnership really flourish or results really land, and make a difference? Because I want to know where it works. So sharing all of those stories of how it works and why it works, I think, is so important, and building really excellent training strategies to help build capacity for these qualities, or at least a couple of the things that we need to do.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Taexitnin, Sarah, thank you so much. That was really beautiful and powerful, and I think resonant across disciplines. My name is Andrea Reed. I'm a new member of the college as of this week. And I'm an assistant professor at UBC, running the group called the Center for Indigenous Fisheries. You brought in so much into this talk that I really, really valued. I really valued the emphasis on reflexivity, and wanted to also just shamelessly plug that throughout this week already, many of us have been convening a Tri-Academy partnership on this floor to look at research in an era of reconciliation.
Cool.
Centered around the book, Royally Wronged, authored by many people. I'm not involved in that project, but authored by many people in the RSC to look reflexively at the history and complicity of the RSC in the colonial histories of science here. And so just want to encourage all RSC members to get a copy. You brought in so much art and poetry and many different things within this. And I just wanted to hear you speak a bit more to the role of powerful visuals, powerful words in kind of changing hearts and minds.
Thanks. Great question. I'm on sabbatical right now. I'm 2 months away from being done my sabbatical. And pray for me. And I decided to spend a large, since none of my bosses are in the room, I chose to spend a lot of my time on sabbatical playing piano because I desperately needed another part of my brain to be nourished because, you know, I was coming into the sabbatical with a fair bit of burnout. But jokes aside, think that it is so important to, as scholars, recognize that much of what we do is art and requires the space and the nourishment to think deeply, to think creatively, and we don't often give ourselves that. So I think as scholars, art is so important. But in the sustainability space, we've been engaging with visual artists and architects as well to use the methodologies that I described to depict sort of radically different climate change futures and sustainable futures, to question the kind of underlying assumptions that we have about our society, to challenge power, to remember, you know, to share stories about what has been or what could be. And I think we've found in the small firms that we've worked with, where there is this playfulness or imaginativeness or openness to expression, the solutions, the experiments that the firms come up with really have some powerful transformative potential. And I think there's such exciting work going on at the intersection of climate and art, and climate and music. So if any of you are in that space, I'd love to talk to you in the breaks, because I think there's really a lot of power there. Thanks for the question.
Okay, we have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Maybe I could offer just a short question.
Sure, thanks.
And a short answer.
I'm Barb Neese. I'm from Memorial University of Newfoundland. I'm the president of the Academy of Social Sciences.
Nice to meet you.
It was a wonderful talk. Thank you so much, Sarah. So my question, and you don't have time to answer it, but I'll put it out there, is I'm really struck in some sense by the difference between Mark Jacquard's career and your own career. You know, we have somebody who has dedicated their life to talking to policymakers and to coming up with policy. We have someone over here whose work is linking climate change and sustainability in really fundamentally important ways. And I'd like to know if she has time to talk to policymakers
She does.
and to inform policy.
She does it all the time. She just didn't talk about it much.
Okay, because that to me is absolutely critical. And I think we all need to reflect on the extent to which the structures of universities and granting councils and our own democracy, you know, work against the communication of complex, innovative ideas from the grassroots up through and put us at risk of authoritarianism, because it's so easy to simply take away a few men and fix the world and take the world in a profoundly different direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sarah.
This afternoon, we have a very engaging panel. We're not going to go through a PowerPoint presentation. It will be all dialogue. We're saving some time at the end for your questions. So very much looking forward to hearing thoughts in the room about how universities and research can play a greater role in community-centered climate action. So we have a fantastic panel for you this afternoon, starting with Dr. Stephen Holdcroft, who I'd like to invite to the stage as I introduce him. Dr. Holdcroft is a professor of chemistry and Canada Research Chair at Simon Fraser University, former departmental chair and former president of the Canadian Society for Chemistry. He researches materials for electrochemical energy conversion and storage. He's the author of more than 300 peer-reviewed articles and an inventor of more than 15 patent families. With 3 former students, he co-founded Vancouver-based Ionomer Innovations, a thriving 50+ plus person SFU spin-off commercializing materials for clean energy, and we'll hear more about that in the talk today. Dr. Holdcroft has received the Macro Molecular Science and Engineering Division Award of the Chemical Institute of Canada and the Canadian Society of Canada Rio Tinto Alcan Award for Electrochemistry. He's also the recipient of the Simon Fraser University Outstanding Alumni Award for Academic Achievement. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Holdcroft to the stage. Next, we have Benjamin Britton. Ben is the Chief Strategy Officer, a director, and co-founder of the Ionomer, I only remembered the Ionomer part, the Ionomer Innovations Lab. So welcome, Ben, to the stage. Ben is an electrochemist, yes, whose background also includes business and humanities. Yay, humanities. He was key to taking Ionomer's materials out of the lab with world-leading, broad-based, device-focused research in hydrocarbon electrochemistry encompassing both of Ionomer's materials families in hydrogen applications and beyond. He brought together the initial funding and team, now occupying a role spanning business and technology and strategy, and the new product introduction group that is focused on materials characterization and reference design development. He is a World Energy Council expert in innovation and a business in Vancouver, top 40 under 40. Welcome, Ben. Next, we have Stephanie Bartels. Dr. Bartels is a director of the SFU BD Center for Corporate Governance and Sustainability and the founder of the Embedding Project, a unique public benefit research project that brings together leading global firms to help them embed sustainability across their operations and decision-making. She is a regular thought partner for the executive team and boards of global companies interested in improving their sustainability performance. Her research examines how companies transition to more sustainable operations, embed sustainability in everything they do, and generate sustainable innovation. She teaches courses in managing innovation and change, sustainable operations, and managing for sustainability. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bartels. And last, but definitely not least, we have Dr. Alicia Main. Dr. Main is a W.J. Van Dusen Professor of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at Simon Fraser University's Beatty School of Business and Associate Vice President, Knowledge, Mobilization, and Innovation at SFU. She is also the founder and academic director for the award-winning Invention to Innovation I2I program, which develops entrepreneurial mindsets in PhD scientists and engineers while advancing commercialization strategy for university inventions. Professor Main has deep interdisciplinary roots with degrees in materials engineering, English, technology and policy, and technology management from Queen's, MIT, and the University of Cambridge. Her research, published in Nature Materials, Nature Nanotechnology, Research Policy, Technovation, and the Journal of Cleaner Production, focuses on enabling science innovation in advanced materials, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and the clean tech sectors. Welcome to Dr. Main. So I was going to sit here, but I think the podium's in the way, so I'm going to sit over here. So we have a panel here that's going to take us through their insights and journeys from research and the founding research that many of them did through to innovation, to commercialization, and share some insights into what some of the barriers and learnings are from going from the research desk all the way through to commercialization and innovation, and how universities and research can play a greater role in developing and curating the essential partnerships in community that allow those initiatives to thrive. So starting with you, Dr. Holdcroft, maybe you can talk a little bit about your background and how you went from, at a high level, from research through to where you are today.
Well, thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. 2 years ago, I was, or 4 years ago now, inducted into the Royal Society, but it was COVID times, and our celebrations was by Zoom. as they were then. So it's a real pleasure to meet the folk behind the Royal Society. I am a research scientist at the very low technology readiness level, if I can use that term. I study fundamental research in polymer science. That's plastics for many of you. Plastics get a bad rap these days, but we still need them, and we're going to need them even more in the future. My other area of research is in electrochemistry. That is using electrons and electricity to change chemicals and make chemical reactions. And so that background will become important. It's an area of research I've been involved in for 30-something years, and it's certainly tainted what I do. So also having an interest in what's going on in the world, and in particularly in climate change, and particularly in energy systems, you know, I ask myself, what can we do to have an influence on aspects of energy that we might change, whether it's adaptation, sustainability. But in my sense, in a lot of us as chemists, we're involved in aspects of mitigation, because we think that if we can solve the CO2 emission problem, then adaptability is less important. Not to say it's not important. And so let's try and solve and mitigate, reduce CO2 reduction. There's many ways we can do that. We can work in carbon sequestration and capture. We can look in battery technology. But given my background, you find yourself, or whatever background you're in, you find yourself drawn into a particular area. Sometimes those areas are determined by available research funding, which has a huge influence on how our paths move into certain areas. So looking at CO2 reduction, I was paying a lot of attention to what was happening in a different area, related area of science, and that is in hydrogen production. And then a few years ago, it became realized that if we want to reduce CO2 emissions to net zero, however you want to define that, we have to make more and more reliable processes and utilize and make more hydrogen and replace fossil fuels with hydrogen systems. Hydrogen as a reductant or as a method for generating high temperatures in the heavy CO2 emitting industries, steel, cement, glass. Also maybe turning it back into electricity where that makes sense. And so this combination, it turns out to make hydrogen, most of the hydrogen today comes from fossil fuels, virtually all of it. And for every ton of hydrogen we make from natural gas, we make 10 tons of CO2. And so that's the problem. The other problem is, in order to reach our CO2 emission targets by 2050, and that's really where we've got to aim, we have to be producing and utilizing about 10 times more hydrogen than what we're doing today and replace those fossil fuels in those industries. So that means moving from 70 megatons a year of hydrogen to 700 megatons a year. And as I've just mentioned, our current technology all uses fossil fuels. So that's a lot of CO2. So it kind of defeats the purpose. And so this is where, given my background, I saw an opportunity, as many others did around the world, of looking at splitting water into hydrogen and oxygen, but let's forget about the oxygen for now. And using that electricity and converting it into hydrogen and looking at chemistry that can scale that. And so that's the motivation, and that's how I got into this energy business from the start.
That's fantastic, Stephen. And so Ben, then on to you, working with Stephen and seeing the possibilities here and going from tell us a little bit about Ionomer and the way it got started, but now going to an organization, a company who's raised commercial funding, 50 plus employees, starting to work on those applied technologies that Stephen talked about. Tell us a little bit about what Ionomer is doing and a bit about your insights of the journey thus far.
Absolutely. So Ionomer is commercializing two families of materials that were pioneered by Professor Holdcroft. One is very difficult applications, boiling these materials in hot caustic, essentially. And the other is another very difficult application with the frying baking reaction in hot acid. And so these are the core conditions for critical technologies in hydrogen in the electrochemistry space. And the reason that these challenges were incredibly difficult. Professor Holdcroft took on two families of materials that were really thought to be impossible at the time that he pursued these. And through a number of years between 2012 and 2017, when the company was funded through NSERC I2I grant, allowed the scale up of one of these materials families. And my work integrating these from the numerous synthetic chemists in his group that were developing these, we could see that we had world-leading research. And that's not enough. A lot of the data in this space is very hard to find. And so through what is now the Idea to Innovation program, learned how to connect the dots between the technology that we had and the final users of this technology who would become the integrators. So fast forward to today, we've raised over 50 million Canadian dollars, actually more than 65 million Canadian dollars, and over $20 million in grants in Canada and the United States. And are a team of 60 based here in Vancouver and Boston and Rochester. And we have over 300 OEM clients, including many of the largest industrials on 3 continents. And really, every advanced materials company is an idiosyncratic play, as they like to say in the venture community. Really, there's many ways in which the visionary investment from Simon Fraser University, investing in this IP even before the hydrogen economy was a good word. In fact, I raised the first round not mentioning hydrogen, funny enough. Thankfully, by 2018, the Hydrogen Council had formed. And we could really pivot back to where these materials had the best product market fit. And this is, we also leveraged the experience of the National Research Council Institute for Fuel Cell Innovation and pivoted this into 4D Labs, which is Western Development, now Pacifican, over $100 million facility, Western Canada's largest nanofabrication facility. Also is critical, we're still the biggest user of this. There's many different pieces that came in through this whole period that made this story work. And at the end of it, it was making 8 different business cases, pivoting down to the 2 that made sense at the time that we could get these materials out to customers, see them in their different stages of the build-in process, which can take many years, and see the biggest impact that can be made in the world and how we're addressing those choke points. All of what Professor Holdcroft actually looked at these materials to do was quite prescient, and in fact they work better than I think I could possibly have imagined. So this has all contributed to the success of Ionomer and where we are today.
Thanks very much, Ben. And so Dr. Bartels, Stephanie, you have spent much of your research time trying to work with large legacy incumbent multinationals who ultimately, as we just heard, are the users of technology and applications like Ionomer puts forward. What do you think, what are you seeing from the other end of the telescope there in terms of what's motivating these global companies to want to connect to this work?
Yeah, thanks. So we work with companies around the world, some of whom are ending up adopting these technologies across a broad range of sectors. We're trying to understand from a research perspective how these executive teams and boards and seniors, managers develop strategic conviction around issues, and how do they start shifting their thinking from how they currently operate the business to recognizing that these are existential threats that they're going to need to address from a strategic perspective. And I think it's been an interesting, over the last decade and a half as we've been studying them in depth, a number of different things have been really influential in shaping the conversations at senior executive levels in big international companies. And one of the things that really put climate and climate risk on the table was the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. So the Financial Stability Board, that's the group that looks at the G20, the biggest companies in the world. It brings together their central bankers. And in the wake of the financial crisis, they started to ask themselves, what is the next big thing that we need to be afraid of? And what started to creep into people's minds was climate change and the impact it could have on the broader economy. And so they created this task force to try and understand that issue, and ultimately realized that they didn't have any of the information they needed to understand it. And that's where the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosure came in. So the big sovereign banks then started asking the AAAs about this information. The AAAs started going out to the insurers and to the other banks. And the next thing you know, the bigger companies that are being funded and insured by these institutions are now facing questions about what is your climate-related risk? Have you quantified it? Do you understand the materiality of it from a financial perspective? And what are you going to do about it? And it was an interesting process. That kind of hit about 5 or 6 years ago. And then suddenly the phone started ringing because you had a bunch of these boards that said, whoa, we look at our enterprise risk management system, and suddenly we realize that climate risk is a level 1A or a top tier strategic risk on our risk system, and we need to understand this better. And that pressure has only increased over time. So IFRS, which is the reporting system, the reporting standard that almost all countries, including Canada, use around the world, except the United States and like a couple other countries, has recently put together something called the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board. And they came out with a new set of standards, S1 and S2. And S1 is related to general sustainability disclosures, but S2 is related specifically to climate disclosures. So it takes all the work of the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, and it packages it up as a set of things that companies need to do as part of their regular financial reporting. So now all of this thinking about climate and climate-related risk moves, from a sort of smaller sustainability team into the CFO's office, into the general counsel's office. And so now it's really shaping how companies are thinking about this. And immediately they start to realize that they need innovation and they need it quickly. And not only do they need innovation, they need it in their value chain, because IFRS 2 applies not just to Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, your direct emissions, but also to your Scope 3 emissions, which sit upstream and downstream in your value chain. And so we saw a huge amount of companies that started to put out goals around net zero by 2050 or earlier. We saw a whole bunch of companies talk also about creating goals of trying to reduce emissions within their value chain. We were talking earlier about greenwashing legislation that's had kind of a bit of a stifling impact on that. But at the end of the day, IFRS 2 is marching ahead. In the Canadian context, the Canadian Sustainability Standards Board is already going ahead and looking at what that's going to look like in the Canadian context. So companies are primed to need this innovation. And I think in the next round, we'll talk about the challenges that they're facing in actually executing on that, because the distance between the work that these guys are doing and what the big incumbent firms are able to absorb in terms of changes in their processes is actually a huge gap right now. And I think there are a lot of opportunities in how we think about filling it.
Thanks very much, Dr. Portels. And so we're trying to lay the landscape for you here, giving a very concrete example of the exceptional global leading, world-leading work that was started first at SFU and then has come through to Ionimer, and we've got these other forces around the world that are pushing in large incumbent legacy industries and companies in this direction. And when we look at Canada, then Dr. Main, we see that this trend, we could also point to a few other sectors across our country where we've seen similar progress. In fact, when we take a look at the leading global clean tech firms, particularly the newer innovative ones, we see a disproportionate number of Canadian firms actually on that list compared to the size of our population and our economy. So from that point of view, you could see everything's going great. But of course, that's not the purpose of this panel to talk about it. And so what are your insights around the current state of affairs in our country as we sort of complete our road trip across where things currently stand in this space?
Sure, thank you very much. It is true that we punch above our weight. We're disproportionately represented in the Global Clean Tech 100, and BC is the leader in that amongst Canada. And so that's fantastic. That's likely a legacy of, well, great science, great researchers, and great policy. But it's not a done deal by any stretch of the imagination. And I would say there's problems at both sides of the fundamental research to innovation and impact continuum. And we have even more great invention in our research labs that never find their way out of the labs. My colleague, Dr. Sarah Lubick, has coined it as the valley of never having lived. We're well before the valley of death. It just doesn't get out of the research lab. And that's a real pity, and it's understandable given the incentives of each individual as you go up the ecosystem, and the incentives we heard about earlier today. But also at the other end, as you were talking about earlier, in large incumbents, they are no longer doing fundamental research themselves in this space, nor can they generally reach right into the research lab to accept and absorb that research. And that's for a number of factors. We used to have great corporate research labs like Bell Labs and Xerox PARC, and these labs were insulated in such a way to allow long time frames, high-risk research. And they were very purposely constructed, and innovation management practices were used. That doesn't exist anymore, and largely because of the ways that the leadership of large multinationals, their salaries are attached to stock prices in general. So there's more short-termism amongst these companies. That's one of the big forces. But there's been good research that's shown the lower level of corporate companies in fundamental research and the much higher level of universities and of new ventures in starting those the clean energy in particular, but those fundamental research, radical innovation products and services, getting them started in their life. And the large firms, if they're well run, will experiment with, will adopt those products. They may well acquire those companies, and that's fine. But we need to get past this valley of never having lived, because in Canada, we actually, in terms of our invention in the clean energy space, we're way lower in our innovation. So it's both getting over that hump, and then later on, it's making sure that the companies that we do have in our portfolio of small companies don't leave, and if they are acquired, that ideally they're staying here in Canada.
So we've taken a little bit of a journey to map out where there are some very good examples going from very insightful world-leading research to tested, scalable lab that narrows it down to really 2 through a disciplined process, raises some capital. Some other trends that are happening globally that are directing global companies to look to adopt, but that, as we also heard, despite the fact that there's many green shoots in terms of what's happening in this space across our country, it is a system that needs to function, and there are huge gaps in the system with respect to corporate research with respect to gaps, getting at the scale from research through to commercial application. So now we're going to turn our attention a little bit to, well, what are some of the insights and some of the gaps, and where do we think that there's some opportunities for learning and adjustment, either through policy, through the role that universities can play, and of course, always to research and funding. So Dr. Holcroft, when we go back to some of the math that you're giving at us at the beginning around where there's opportunity to really have transformational impact in creating hydrogen, because we're going to need it for the world's energy. But of course, the energy needed to produce hydrogen is at the moment the confounding aspect, both in terms of emissions and cost. So, what are some of the challenges that you see from your research in producing and generating sufficient, reliable, low-cost hydrogen, and how do you see some of your research insights contributing to that, which then, of course, will flow through the value chain we talked about?
Certainly. I think if I can just make a preface, in the last round, I made it sound like we wanted to solve a problem, we put our minds to it, and we solved it. It wasn't like that at all. It was 25 years of doing what we often call, we say less now, but it was curiosity-driven research. It was research looking at reactions in extreme environments. But it's also having one foot into the knowledge of what's going on in the outside and trying to make those connections. So, and in this particular example, we made the connection between a molecule that we found was extremely stable in caustic solutions. Okay, big deal, who cares? But we figured that if you attach all these molecules together, you make a polymer chain, and if you make a polymer chain, you can make a plastic. If you make a plastic, you can make a membrane. And lo and behold, now you've got a membrane that's stable in caustic conditions, as Ben alluded to. Why is that important? Well, in order to generate hydrogen cheaply, ultimately we need to, and at scale, we need to do it in these caustic environments so that we can use electrodes on either side of the membrane to pass the current that are made of an inexpensive metal, such as nickel. All of the solutions are either too expensive or too resistive to be used at mass scale. So that was the fundamental eureka moment. And I would say, again, this curiosity-driven research is absolutely essential within Canada. This is where we develop, and I speak for many people in the room as well, where we develop these nuggets of knowledge which are just outside the box. And when you have the time and the patience to look at the anomalous results, you pick them out and then you work around them and then build on that. And so, first and foremost, although I'm extremely grateful for this path to go from discovery to invention to innovation, I mustn't forget to call out the importance of discovery research. So, with this potential now of developing low-cost hydrogen, for the first time, we have an outlook that can make hydrogen as cheap as you get it from fossil fuels. In the long term, we've got some solutions to solve, but without a good economic incentive, without it being competitive to incumbent technology, it's just not going to happen. And so this is very important for us. This connection to invention and this connection to innovation. Innovation, I don't mix up with discovery. We need discovery. We need discoveries of new breakthroughs to get us new materials that will get us on the path for net zero 2050. It's recognized we need those quantum leaps of breakthroughs. So we need to keep going with the discovery research. But I can say discovery research by itself is not going to get us there. And I can say that I recall, it may have been 2012, we've just made these polymers. I think we'd even filed a patent. And I went to Whistler and I attended a financial meeting where they fund new inventions and so on and so forth. Large companies were there. And I talked about science and chemistry, what we discovered, and I expected they would, wow, okay, here's a check. Nothing like this. It was a scientist talking to investors, and quickly realized there was a huge gap. And that gap was filled just by opportunity. Maybe it was designed. We were just fortunate. It was a gap of two things: having the right people in at the right time. In the lab, there was a person who had industrial knowledge of membranes. I just graduated someone who went on to do an MBA in science and entrepreneurship. And there was Ben, who was keen and had vision for doing many great things. But that wasn't the only key. The only other piece of the jigsaw was Alicia, who had just developed this new science and technology entrepreneurial MBA or something like that. And so Ben said, can he take this technology and build a business case around it? And I thought, well, I can't do it. I've got to do the science. And so this became a critical path where without the science and the breakthroughs, you can't get anywhere. But without that avenue of taking invention and being able to speak to make a business case and talk about risk management, these things were quite foreign as research scientists. It wouldn't happen. So it's taken this whole chain all the way through to get to innovation where we're on the cusp. And where we are now, Ben may or may not talk to how the company interacts with some of the largest energy companies in the world. But we've also seen it being too slow to adopt this technology. So SFU have taken it into their own hands, and they're building a hydrogen hub of a 1 megawatt electrolyzer station to make hydrogen using the technology that was developed at SFU and has gone all the way through this innovation train. So I can talk maybe later about the challenges, but that's how we've gone from a lab bench on 1 gram all the way to potentially 100 tons and beyond in hydrogen.
And we definitely will get to those challenges, but I'm curious, just a follow-up question. In 25, you sort of skipped through a 25-year journey there relatively quickly. But in your experience and reflecting on that journey, it's easier today to start on that same journey or more difficult?
Oh, it's changed. The environment has changed. I go back to when I started, when the focus was discovery. Actually, even the mention of doing applied research was kind of frowned upon at university in those days. So we called it strategic research. And but there was a certain amount of money for doing discovery research, curiosity, and larger pots of money to do strategic. Now that pot has shifted. There's even greater amounts of money to do the mission-based or the strategic research, and only small amounts. And so very early on as a research science and a chemist, it's really discipline related. We now have milestones to reach, quarterly, blah, 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 and this, which I understand from a business case, but from a research perspective, research breakthroughs, they don't work like that. We're just, like I say, you find an anomalous result, you build around it, it takes you off in a tangent, and you start to build around and make I've discovered a new science, a new bond, a new material, a new algorithm, or something like that, and it expands like that. And it's gone way off from your original idea. The pressures on a young research faculty now are much tighter. They don't have that space.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I might have hypothesized. So that's an interesting insight for for universities and university leadership and even university funding. You know, how do we get the right balance? As you correctly pointed out, it started with that curiosity-based, discovery-based research. And if that's not part of the equation, along with the other pieces that we're going to explore a little bit more, it's hard to get to the discovery that you distinguish so correctly from invention and innovation. So Ben, you've had the privilege/challenge of taking this research journey and applying it and selling it to some of the largest energy companies in the world. Talk to us a little bit about what that experience has been like and where the learnings have come from those interactions. And maybe I'm going to ask you also for a little bit of advice for how that might be different.
Yes, absolutely. So electrochemical technologies are critical technologies. They are the most efficient way to do a chemical process. Around 30% of all energy is related to chemical processing. So a lot of the critical technologies for decarbonization involve electrochemistry. So we talk about hydrogen quite a lot, but there's over 15 applications that we support at a critical basis in green steel and batteries and all sorts of other processes. And when dealing with these large companies, as was rightly brought up, a lot of these fundamental research exists in a handful of people. So for instance, there's a large company in Cupertino that makes cell phones. They have 3 materials chemists. And they're very busy people. But there's no way that you can change all of the parts on one of these systems with 3 people. You need quite a lot of help to get through this process. And what we do at Ionomer is we have done 2 things to leverage the resources that we have. We can't build a $500 million chemical plant just to get our costs down. So we work with toll manufacturers who already have these depreciated assets. And we also can't do the research for every company in the world, except that we do. We do this through what's called a reference design. And so this is borrowed from the semiconductor industry, who really have to do very similar things. And what the semiconductor industry does is they build a board and they put their fancy chip and they say, here you go, customer, you can build this exactly as it is, or you can change out every component but ours. And this is what we do because we're a fundamental system. So this is how we get to what the marketplace now calls so first of a kind. So if you can plug something in and it works, you have saved 2 years of research. And if you can then go and do what we've now done, which is to build slightly larger scale systems and run them for a couple of years, you've saved another 2 years of research. And so we've taken a process that can be a 10 to 15 year development cycle and shaved 4 years off of that. And the back half of that is where the difficulty comes in. This is where initiatives like the SFU Hydrogen Hub come in, is showing that these technologies can work in real conditions and making that ultimately insurable, which is the major barrier to the hydrogen economy actually rolling out. The difference between announced investments and actually fully committed investments is about 97% today. And what gets these systems over the hurdles is that insurability and the guarantee that over the lifetime of these industrial systems, they will actually be cost effective. And so we're doing everything we can. We're partnering as much as possible to reduce the time from when people first see a fancy plastic to when they actually have a gigawatt scale electrolyzer chugging along. And this has already been incredibly successful. I mean, I built I think what was the 4th AEM electrolyzer system in 2014 or 2013 even. And by 2018, the European Union had set a megawatt electrolyzer goal for 2032. And the SFU Hydrogen Hub will turn this on in 26. But then there's major OEMs in Europe talking about gigawatt scale before 2030 now. And so this is over a decade faster than what would be considered a natural development cycle within these groups. So you have to be creative to adopt some of these more esoteric processes. There's very few companies in the world who can do this, and these are actually much faster to adopt. And this is where a lot of the, again, what they seem like one-off plays. There's a company out of UBC called Mangrove Lithium, and there's a company out of a company called Norem Engineering doing lithium recovery. These are incredibly faster to adopt because the answer in some areas is the technology that make sense in the next 2 years is the technology that will roll out and win ultimately. So every single place where we've seen innovation grow in large companies has been from the bottom up researchers and trying to solve their problems. And we see this all across electrochemistry. Other people who are making system level plays, they need to get to this first of a kind. And the more that you can incubate this within universities, get closer to a Series A, skip over the angel investor step, that is what will actually speed investment as well. And there's been partnerships with groups like Breakthrough Energy that have helped accelerate. Obviously, programs like the I2I program help give chemists or scientists the ability to talk to investors and talk to funding agencies and really get these first of a kind, next of a kind deployments out there. And all of these are incredibly critical things. Canada is a world leader in electrochemical technologies by a long shot, per capita, easily 20 or 30 times what any other nation has done. And really we are the design hub for most of these technologies that we interface in. Electrochemists are 1 degree of separation, according to somebody in my company. I would say maybe more like 2 degrees of separation. But one of the ways that we can continue to accelerate this is by increasing the seats in engineering, and I want to say chemistry, but in things like chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, mechatronics, hydrometallurgy. All of these are actually quite unique to be major specialties within Canada, and we can continue to capitalize on this lead.
Yeah, there's certainly clearly a business research case for more of those seats. But I think what was interesting, what you said just there, Ben, was the key in your experience to really seeing adoption and some of these connections to these large companies has been, it helps to have a change in policy and regulation. You noted that in the case of the EU, but also it's often the 2 or 3 researchers and the bottom up. But we also heard that companies have been, over the last few decades, cutting that research. So how do we bridge that gap, do you think, Stephanie?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's, again, I'm coming from the other side of the chasm here. And, you know, our research, we spend a bunch of time following decision makers around as they make decisions and trying to understand how they build conviction over an issue and how they actually make the decisions that they do. And when you look at trying to implement a high-level goal around decarbonization in a big company, as I was listening to you, Ben, I was thinking about some of the interviews that I have where CEOs tell me, you don't get promoted in this company by being innovative or entrepreneurial. You get promoted because you're the person who makes the least mistakes. You know, we hear from, when we speak with boards and we try and talk about climate from an opportunity perspective, inevitably a director will put up a hand and say, there are no opportunities, those are just unquantified risks. So, you know, big companies become big companies because they become good at doing certain things over and over and over well and very efficiently. And so the kind of people that you bring into those companies have a very, very different mindset than the kind of people that you maybe need to be interacting that are going to bring new innovation into a company. And Alicia and I have tag teamed on these conversations with executives where they literally, you know, we had big mining companies or big oil sands companies or others who said, so how do we do this? You know we need innovation. There's like this little bird. How do we make sure that we don't squeeze the life out of it, right? You know, and they're like, what do we need to do? Do we need to set up a skunk works? Do we need to have a totally different business? Does it need to be a joint venture? Like, how do we actually structure this? Because they recognize that they're literally incapable in a lot of these cases of actually bringing in and absorbing this new innovation that they desperately need. And you know, when you think about how it works, we're all from within the academic community familiar with the bureaucracy of trying to buy things from a procurement system, right? And just imagine now you're a designer and you want to make a change to a process and now you need to bring in the procurement team. So now you're relying on maybe a climate manager to be an advocate within the business, in a huge, big business, and then you have to try and find some people within procurement that don't like science and don't speak chemistry, and you're trying to convince them to take a risk, which we all know is not what gets you promoted in this company. So there's a lot of cultural issues going inside in these organizations that are really preventing that kind of evaluation of ideas. And so we've seen some innovative things happen. Industries where they have banded together to try and create consortia that would actually try and meet you on this interoperability piece, right? To say, can we be more clear on the fundamental specs, performance specs that we need at an industry level that would make something interchangeable with what we currently have. But interestingly, those same companies have faced criticisms that those are opportunities for them to engage in collusion. And so it actually creating those kinds of safe spaces, you know, through the embedding project, we've done some of that convening work where we've tried to bring companies together to try and identify what some of the core issues are and to be able to more transparently broadcast what their needs are, because it's very time-consuming for one company to evaluate 30 or 40 different possible technologies. And so if you can bring a number of companies together, either within an industry or across a value chain, to do some of that evaluation, we held an event that was like this in a much bigger ballroom where we brought together multiple levels of this company's supply chain to look at their product from a whole life cycle perspective and to try and identify opportunities for innovation. And we actually had their whole procurement team sitting at the different tables so that they could hear and understand the kinds of things that companies were going to need in order to be able to get through their procurement system, to even be able to apply in the first place. So there's definitely, you know, it's one thing to go from innovation to invention and commercialization. There's another to go to adoption by big firms. And that next level is a place, I think, where we haven't given enough attention yet in thinking about what role as academic institutions we could play in that convening and brokering role in that ecosystem.
Yeah, for sure. So what I'm hearing from what each of you said is in really getting these systems working at a much bigger and faster scale takes leadership, whether it's leadership in the lab and at the research level support, takes leadership and discipline in terms of commercializing that and connecting with companies, but it takes leadership within the companies, right? Mm-hmm. To create the culture. And so Dr. Bain, as you take a look across the country, and you look at the academic community, you look at the policy community, you look at the finance and funding community, as well as the business community, where do you see gaps in leadership? And what can be done to smooth the process of the example? We have a fantastic example here, but I think everybody wishes we had 100 of them, right?
Yes, yeah, no, thank you. I would say the way I look at the problem is that it's an aligning of incentives, right? And we've talked here today about discovery research and how it is absolutely essential, but that it's also necessary but insufficient to actually help Canada and the world tackle climate change through a mitigation lens or through an adaptation lens. So I think about looking at the individual. I think of looking at the researcher, the student, then looking at the university level and the supports around that, going to the firm level and the innovation ecosystem level, and saying, where are the incentives and how can we align them? And we talked a lot. Our earlier keynote, Sarah Birch, spoke about the things that are typically rewarded and seen as excellence in research, and then some of the additional qualities that really make impactful research. and community engaged research, right? And how to think about those. So certainly an incentive issue there. The ways that our universities can hold up and support, convene, and facilitate things at an ecosystem level is, I think, something that we have some great examples of across the country. But certainly the example that we've talked about today of the Hydrogen Hub at SFU is a great example of an initiative that is really meaning to convene. It's meaning to build up a value chain of industry and community partners. And a university can play that role of a living lab that can de-risk a system and help bring together regional and national capabilities. There's other great examples in Canada. I know at Dalhousie, they're doing wonderful work on lithium-ion batteries and on a clean energy institute that they have there. I know at Waterloo that we heard earlier, there's some fantastic work of this kind going on. So I think universities have more of a role that they can play. And then, of course, I think that that innovation policy at the regional and national level can do a lot to be thinking about those incentives and aligning them at each of the levels. So again, thinking of the individual, what are we asking them to do? You know, for years and years, we weren't increasing any of the stipends of our PhD students. And so asking them to also innovate when they're not paying rent, or they're eating craft dinner isn't really realistic, right? So it's thinking about then, how do we make that better? How do we maybe add a stipend? As we heard earlier, one of the creative ways that Sarah Birch used her SSHRC partnership grant was to look at where were those barriers and how do we support them? And I think looking at it holistically at those different levels can be very helpful on both an innovation policy and a university initiative level.
Yeah, thank you for that. We're going to turn our attention to some of your questions in the room. So while you're mobilizing those, maybe I would just share from my own experience. I'm chancellor at Simon Fraser University, but my day job is running the Vancouver International Airport. Mm-hmm. And we have created an integrated market initiative, an innovation hub platform at the airport to try and bridge some of the gaps that you've heard here. So for us, we're a private for-profit entity. Airports in Canada were privatized in the early 90s, but we reinvest 100% of our profits back into our airport for the betterment of the airport and the services that we provide. But we're a fairly large entity. We employ 26,000 people. We generate about, depending on how you measure, $12 to $15 billion in annual GDP for the province. 25 million people come through our airport each and every year. And we have a need to not always deploy capital in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in order to decarbonize or expand our operations, but to innovate, particularly on the energy side, as we have a 2030 commitment to be net zero. But we found that we couldn't easily access the innovation ecosystem, frankly. We'd call the university. I kind of have an in with one particular one. And we'd get a well-intentioned professor that was wanting to share their research and even some of their students, but it wasn't at the scale and it wasn't able to accommodate the kind of both pace and scale that we needed, even if we had the funding. So it wasn't always a funding issue. So instead, we created a lab. We now have 50 companies participating, where we would identify real problems that we had. We'd invite companies to bid on that work and help us with that. And we would co-design, and we are co-designing solutions that are tested in a real-world environment. And so what's great about that is it de-risks it for us. We own a little bit of the IP as that company goes on to great success. And frankly, having an organization like an international airport on your CV is pretty good for selling to mines, energy companies, other airports around the world. But we couldn't have done that without that platform in the middle. And so I think the work that the Hydrogen Hub is doing to convene, as well as some of the policy levers that need to bring that together, really is essential to be able to bridge. And my invitation would be for universities to think about the role that you can play in bridging that gap, because it is otherwise a little bit of the couple of electrochemical engineers in the haystack, right, that you are able to find and can help lead through some of these multinational companies and their supply chains to get the adoption that the research shows is absolutely in their interest to do, not only from a science, but from a economic and an efficiency point of view.
Yeah.
But you can't get there because you can't plug in to the right spot. So with that, I think keen to hear questions that you may have. I think we have some roving microphones, or some stood up there. Yes, President Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chancellor Vrooman. And Chancellor Vrooman likes to remind me on a regular basis that I'm the Vice Chancellor of the university. Anyhow, great panel. Really appreciate it. I guess my question is, I'm really glad to have this panel, and I think that often we think about climate change, and we've had a number of other presentations today thinking about, really, changing communities, working with communities, partnering with communities, but we have to partner with industry as well, and we have to create technological solutions. So I'm really thrilled to have this panel. I do find it slightly depressing, though, I have to say, to think about all the things that do need to change. And so I guess my question is really around, are there particular characteristics, and I'm thinking, Stephanie, and the work that you're doing, are there particular characteristics of multinationals, or, Ben, are there particular characteristics of companies that, that really are interested in adapting and changing, or are they all just, you've painted a picture, Stephanie, of them being quite risk averse, but, are there, give me a good news story on some front. Come on, work with me here.
Well, we just published a paper on privileged insiders, and so we looked at CEOs and, frankly, all of us in the room, those of us who have benefited from the systems that we've been a part of. How do you come to realize that you actually need to be part of changing that very system? And so what we find is that it's exposure to a contradiction, something that makes you uncomfortable, and then also the ability to take small action and the realization that that small action is not enough, which actually propels you forward. And so I see that all the time. Like, we've been doing a lot of work with supply chains lately because the sustainability teams have gotten a lot of the operational low-hanging fruit, the stuff that's within the control, and now they are starting to look at things more holistically from a value chain perspective and working with suppliers. And we've seen some really cool initiatives. The one that Tamara was talking about is a great example of that. We've seen companies that are bringing in, they're doing almost like a speed dating between suppliers and nature-based solutions, in the agricultural sector, or some of the great work that we're seeing mining companies doing around waterless mines, and and even supply chain companies, mining companies piloting really low emissions transportations. So I do see that going on, and so I still am very hopeful. But I think it's, I think part of what we've taken from our research is that first and foremost, whether people realize it or not, in the back of their minds, they do a calculus between the decisions that they're going to make and the impact it's going to have on themselves and their ability to continue working and getting promoted and being part of an organization. Like, all of these things socially have constraints. And so that where it becomes really important, where you get leaders like Tamara and others who actually make it safe and give permission to care in organizations. We were working with a really large global electronics manufacturing company. And that was the framing that they were using, was around giving people permission to care, because people were feeling totally Kaizened out. Like they were so tired of looking for efficiencies. But when we gave them the lens of thinking about, you know, could they make transportation more efficient because it would reduce a carbon impact, then it gave them a whole new lens and an exciting way for them to engage. And ultimately, they started coming up with $1 million solutions. When we stopped talking about phrasing things as waste and started to think about material stewardship and made it seem more noble and something that you could get promoted for, suddenly people were finding millions of dollars in things that they were throwing away that now they were able to recycle. So I think that framing piece is really, really important in actually creating the space for innovation, so that people, those individual procurement people or whoever, have the courage to reach out and actually engage in trying to bring these innovations in.
And Ben, what are some of your insights on what works, where your cause for hope in some of the companies you're working with and the work you're doing?
I mean, I fully believe that people take a look at their long-term risks and act towards them. This is true for, of course, climate change, but also for PFAS materials. I mean, we replace critical fluorinated materials that are bioaccumulative. They're really some of the only materials that dodged bans on things like PCB and DDT. And because there's an environmental chemistry test that it just kind of broke, and people didn't fix that for a long time. And this has changed the entire world from being somewhat skeptical of our hydrocarbon technologies or non-fluorinated technologies to everybody talking to us. So if you look at the list of car companies, the odds are that their hydrogen team works with us. The odds are more than 80%, in fact. So this has been a change in the last year and a half. So a strategic risk was identified, there was mass awareness of this, and then everybody came to the solution site and found it quite independently. We don't advertise. We were very quiet about this. Venture capitals laughed literally at me as late as 2020 about this exact topic, but then it became this big thing. And there's also, I can't understate how visionary leadership can change things in large organizations. There's examples in Japan and Korea and Australia and North America and Europe, but there's two instances on either side of our technologies. In Germany, one, the head of development in 2018 said that what we were doing is impossible and we should quit. But some members of his team kept on going, and a few years later, this fellow apologized. We're working together on European grants because Canada is now eligible under Horizon Pillar 2, and also in DOE grants. The other is that there's a company that we worked with for 4 years, a very large company in Germany as well, and the project really went nowhere, but they were very detail-oriented. They believed in the technology at a fundamental level and had utterly no support. Now, this VP of strategy came in and accelerated their timeline, honestly, from what would have been a 2035 deployment of a next generation to a 2029 deployment. And this will cost them literally hundreds of millions of dollars to do this. So that was in the space of a 6-month period of time. We basically had written it off as a future opportunity, not likely to succeed, to being our #1 future customer.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Stephen.
Yeah, if I just can comment, talking about optimism. There are two discussions here, I think. There's a discussion about how do we take technology, discovery in Canada and move it all the way up through the chain. But there's also having a discovery going out, an innovation into the world where it can affect, every country can adopt it. Mm-hmm. And so, great, if we can take this all the way through Canada and we build all this, and wonderful, but in the worst case scenario, it would be come to the outside, and it will be technology that will be adopted worldwide. And that's the idea for generating more hydrogen and scalable. And when we started this, Ben is doing his studies in the lab, there were no patents in this area that were reasonable to think of. We developed a few, we've quite a big patent portfolio now. When we go to scientific conferences, it's not just academics. I can guarantee there's electrolysis companies are out there, your General Motors, General Electrics. They're all in there at the audience because they've all got programs in this area. And so just the fact that we've been able to push this technology and get it started and demonstrated through Ionomer's connections with industry, it's set off this ball rolling of more research and more companies getting involved. And so I'm completely optimistic that we will be making very low-cost hydrogen in the future. We're trying to keep this Canada made as well, right? And that's what we're trying to do as well. But let's not forget that even the process of what we're doing now has got a bigger impact on the global CO2 mitigation problem.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we have got a question here, but just on that, I love that idea. It's a very important one about pushing this out into the world to be taken up. And so, again, at YVR, we've just entered into a partnership with Airbus, the largest manufacturer of aircraft in the world, on hydrogen. And again, one of the biggest pieces, of course, is we're trying to figure out how it would get stored and distributed and how you'd actually get it to a hydrogen fuel. Not insignificant changes to the way that we would work. But the biggest challenge has been its cost, right? And so even if hydrogen fueled aircraft could be designed, which they could be manufactured at the same or less cost, could be as efficient, can land. We can't get the hydrogen and the quality and with the low emissions footprint that would allow that fuel to come. So that is an example of plugging into an industry that instantly is transformed across the globe. It's fantastic.
Cool.
Is there a question at the mic here? Here? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Joel Corbin. I'm a research scientist at the National Research Council of Canada. So my question is maybe a bit more technical. It's about making that decision to go from the lab to the to industry. So in this story that we heard just now, Ben, you had some interest in this already, and so you had learned something. So maybe you felt more confident in writing that business case and saying, okay, this is a good idea, I'm going to dedicate my life to it, and maybe I'm giving the wrong person credit based on reaction on stage. Well, good job, Ben. But when do you make that decision? In your case, maybe you had an understanding. In my case, maybe I'm business illiterate, so I might just do something on the back of the envelope. Okay, this should make money. Okay, maybe that's good enough. Is it as simple as that, or do you just make that decision as early as possible and keep working in the lab in parallel, trying to improve? Because as a researcher, I always have the question, do I go to the next step, or do I try to improve this step? And there's always this paradox. So thanks for any insights.
That's a fantastic question, and I think there's probably a couple of our panelists here that would like to jump in. So yeah, how do you go from research to business case? We heard it here first, back of the envelope, to a commercial venture.
Yes, building a business case is no fast feat. Really, I'm going to think the timeline between first thinking that this could go out there. I mean, I think Professor Holdcroft and I talked about this as early as beginning of 2014 about this chemistry is something remarkable and we should get this out there in the world. And then I joined I2I in September of 2015 and started talking to investors around November of 2015. A lot of other things later, funding in 2017. So this is not a short process, no matter how you cut it. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to pass this to Alicia.
Sure. Thank you, Ben. Yeah, I would say that we talked about that valley of never having lived. We have so much great research in our labs. And yes, we need more discovery research, but it's necessary and insufficient, right? And so I think that the more attention and support that we can give as universities with innovation policy to support from the Tri-Council. NSERC recently, after the report, the Bouchard report that was trying to solve the fundamental research to innovation continuum, decided to put out a competitive bid for entrepreneurial programs mainly focused on STEM researchers. It's broader than that, but that was one challenge they're trying to overcome. And the idea is, and we, because of a very leadership shown by the then VP of our university, now president of our university, Joy Johnson, we had a strategic initiative that allowed us to fund that program and to give scholarships to it, because otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get started on the program. And now it's funded in generous partnership with MyTax. And it's a network that's gone across the country in partnership with 6 other universities to help give the early mindset to mainly STEM researchers to think about many paths of mobilizing their research. Might be as a new venture, might be as an innovation intermediary, might be with translational research grants that are more successful. We've had a lot of people be successful in hard to get translational research grants like the CIHR $1 million commercialization grant after taking an 8-month part-time program. Or it might be through better being able to talk to investors or to industry. And so I would encourage you and others who want to make impact from your research to look at some of those programs that I know that you're busy, I know that you're wearing many hats, and I know that research itself is probably your passion. But if you really care about making impact, take the challenge that was given by our earlier keynote to really think with a transdisciplinary lens and to be able to make those early stage decisions. Maybe they're about IP strategy. Maybe they're about the initial market or the types of attributes that you optimize around. Maybe they're about which trade shows you end up going to or which corporate connections you try to make, which scientists and which companies you try to develop relationships about. But those early stage decisions in the research lab are going to allow you to make so much more impact.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Thank you. Yes, over here.
Hi, my name is Amr Haven. I'm an MA student working on renewable energy in the communications department. And I guess I have a question, but I'm wondering first and foremost about the trajectory of this conversation. We've seen a lot of conversation about how important it is to basically allow for the research that is done in our public institutions to be privatized by essentially the oil and gas corporations, right? The corporations that have caused these crises in the first place, right? And I think as a young person, I'm dubious of this logic. I'm dubious of the logic that our public institutions that have been drained over the past 30 years of research funding should now be giving, basically spoon-feeding our research to private entities that have, and I know the facts offhand because I've recently researched it, between 2019 and 2022, the oil and gas sector in Canada made at least a profit of, I think it was tenfold. So going from $6.6 billion in 2019 to $66 billion in 2022. And so I guess I'm wondering, what do we owe these corporations? Why are we giving them these technologies that are so thoroughly researched by public institutions? And what hope do we have to reverse this trend? And I have an addendum to that, which is in terms of hydrogen. You mentioned at the outset that we're seeing a ratio of around, for every ton of hydrogen, we're having to input around 10 tons of, carbon dioxide. Has that changed? Thank you.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Don't just come back to the microphone for a second, because I'm going to put it to the panel. But I hear in your question, and maybe in your own research as a graduate student, do you have some ideas about what we should be doing with publicly funded research?
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of folks who have pointed out that Paul Martin's cuts to post-secondary education in the 90s as the finance minister completely took us out of being in research and development in this country. And I'm of a generation that we never actually saw the public funding that others had. So many of us, I'm graduating with around $40,000 in debt just so that I could try and better society. And we're seeing that as a whole generation, we're cut out from being able to make an impact in society because of this massive scale of privatization. And I guess I'm wondering how, as researchers who are often at the apex of your fields, you feel about this lack of justice within the research sector. And I think the evidence shows that by investing in young people and research at the front end, you actually have massive savings on the back end. Yeah.
Yep, great. So good question. So would the resources better be placed not in commercializing and connecting, but into the institutions themselves? Comments, thoughts?
I could start and pass it down. I'm sure everyone has. So 100% I agree with you. We need to invest in our people. We need to invest in our talent. For a long time, the research assistant stipends were just not keeping up with the cost of living. And that's something that our institution and many others are doing something about. And I know that the federal government is starting to increase in scholarships. So 100% hear you that it has been unfair for graduate researchers, and it has been hard for them to then take on an extra burden of trying to create impact from research when they're also wearing many, many hats, taking extra TA-ships or outside jobs to pay the bills. 100% can support that. And I would say to you that perhaps you're making a false dichotomy between privatization or the commercialization of research and the public good, or or what a university is about. I would consider mobilization of research to be the third mission of the university, as would many, many, many scholars around the world. And so actually mobilizing your research in whatever form that may take, and if you are trying to make a difference to mitigate emissions and climate change, it probably is going to have an element of commercialization. But it doesn't have to be the oil industries, although, as our first keynote speaker said earlier this morning, you want to bring them along. You don't want to shut out that entire sector of the economy and all the people who make their jobs that way. You want to help make incentives and research with those companies that are going to bring them to cleaner solutions. I'll pass it on to my colleagues at that point.
And just quickly, I would just say, I think we see money also flowing in. So there are a lot of examples of partnerships where companies are contributing quite a bit to universities to fund fundamental research, and even to have that research actually be made available publicly. So the funds that we're taking in from companies also are paying for, paying fees to journals to be able to make sure that those journals are publicly available immediately in order to make sure that the innovation is getting out there. So I hear what you're saying, but I think it's about structuring, being careful and thinking about how we structure these relationships so that they aren't one-sided, so they aren't taxpayer-funded research flow into private coffers. And I think that there are some great examples of projects, that we've been doing here at SFU and at other institutions across the country that are built on that premise.
That's great.
Yes, sure.
Yeah,
If I may.
Thanks, Stephen.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. They're really well taken. Canada in the past has had I wouldn't say a poor record, but it's not done as well as translating discovery into innovation. So now, in the last 5 years, there's been lots of panels and task force to try to increase this. And so we're seeing the fruits of this and this ability to take discovery into invention, into innovation. And that's fine, we need it. The problem that you have and the problem I have is that that money, that say NSERC would get in our field, is going to fund those programs, and the discovery portion is remaining the same. And I know in my own field, this discovery funding for a starting professor is really pittance, and it's exactly the same amount as what it was maybe 15, 20 years ago, and that's not even taking inflation into account. And so clearly then there needs to be a balance, because once we've used this well of knowledge of discovery that we've been building for 30 years, if we don't keep filling that well with new discoveries and breakthroughs, we're going to be doing what other countries used to do in the past, which is cherry picking things, and that you'll only do that for so long. So what we did to try and address that in my discipline, when I was president of the Chemical Society, we created a committee and brought on our funding agency, and we had direct dialogue, because we could see where the funding agencies were making their decision and where they were pushing the funding and the areas, and we pushed back and said, no, these are not the right areas. You're looking at it from a completely wrong view. We know where we can make advances, and we've had some success in that. So we have to be active in support of early career scientists. Otherwise, that portion will get smaller and smaller. But we do need the whole gamut. The question about money going to oil industry, I'm not going to touch that one. Sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Pardon me.
Very, very briefly, our investors include Shell and Chevron and the Natural Gas Innovation Fund of Canada. So I get to have interesting conversations with people in the oil and gas space. But what I've learned from this is that capabilities are capabilities, and the companies that created the energy economy are fully capable of creating the renewable energy economy. Mm-hmm. And the problem is price today. And we have to hit the inflection point on price, and then those will be transferred. There are some visionary leaders, like Occidental Petroleum, or Oxy as it's now known, purchased Carbon Engineering and are serializing that technology. And I firmly wish that we lived in a world where all of the negative externalities of everything were properly priced, because we would have transited yesterday. Mm-hmm. But upstream, they know how to drill holes. They're creating hydrogen reservoirs. Chevron and Mitsubishi are creating the largest battery for the LA Basin to run entirely on hydrogen. It's literally less than 1% of the cost of an equivalent lithium-ion battery for this task. Midstream is building electrolyzers. Nel Hydrogen, the largest electrolyzer company, is partnered with an EPC on this. And downstream is investigating how to use retrofit existing distribution networks to hydrogen. The European hydrogen backbone by 2030 will have a relatively decent network for hydrogen. By 2040, an incredibly robust network for hydrogen. And this is all visionary leadership today. But when we actually get to low-cost hydrogen, everybody will do it.
Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Yes.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Xander Wang. I'm from the East Coast. I'm from the Canadian Center for Climate Change and Adaptation at the University of Prince Edward Island. Thank you so much first for today, all these great sessions and panel discussions, really interesting. So I think in our Climate Center, we are specifically focused on climate action in adaptation sector. So kind of notice that certainly there's a kind of interesting needs from the general public, really comes to, different kinds of, adaptation measures in community levels. I'm sure that in the coming years, there will be a lot of needs. I think in part of this climate action, business is certainly playing a very important part, role really to promote all these, new technologies, new solutions to promote climate, mitigation and adaptation. And today, this is really a great example to show how successful, your university has been in really, linking research into, business development and commercialization. So my question is really about, great, we have the university leadership and professors and also business CEO. So I'm just wondering, based on your, experience, what it takes, like what are the key things that making this process, successful? Or in other words, what are the key challenges you have overcome to make it successful? Yeah.
Well, there's a small question to wrap with, isn't it? Yeah. So maybe very briefly, so we can make sure we have time for the two remaining questions. But what are some of the insights?
So I would say briefly, you know, a university culture, leadership at the university can help a lot. Leadership at the department level, at the dean level, at the VP research, and at the presidential level can help a lot, at the provost level as well. So, you know, we talked earlier today about, you know, valuing and measuring scholarly impact, or how we think about the tenure promotion committees that we have, how we think about our different processes, what do we think about as research excellence, how do we support people who do community engaged, which can include industry engaged people who are looking to try to find where their problem fits into a supply chain, or where, you know, so how do we support those individuals? Because, you know, right now, as we rightly heard, you know, you have to look at the incentives and what is fair to be asking each agent of change to be doing, and then trying to support that. And so, you know, that's something that, that I think our university has worked very hard to do as you know, the engaged university, and also a university that does celebrate knowledge mobilization and innovation. And it's not easy. So that would be mine.
And piloting, I think Joy has been really supportive. If I look at Radius, if I look at Eye2Eye, I look at so many different initiatives that started from, you know, started from the VPR's office, from the president's office, from individual deans, kind of putting a little bit of money aside in order to get things going, and showing confidence in the people within the organization who were eager to innovate. And I really credit you for creating that culture.
Leadership, piloting.
Oh, I would say it goes a lot easier when it's from top down, when you have the full support of the university. Take the Hydrogen Hub. I know that if it would have been myself going into the chair of the department, and then the dean, and then whoever pushing, can we do this? We'd still be talking today. But this was a university decision from the top, from Joy, Dugan, Laura's involved, Alicia, bringing the full force of all the university administration, from procurement to whatever, all the administration. That makes it a lot simpler to pull off some large projects, for sure.
Yep, Ben?
And I would also add the supportive ecosystem in general is incredibly critical in our path. I was remiss in mentioning we went through SFU Venture Labs and was connected with Jerm Darbyshire, who's our chair. He actually took out of the NRC Ottawa silicon germanium wafer technology and commercialized this in the past. This is why we all have cell phones. And he was really critical in our early development as a company as well. So that was also one of the major bridging moments.
Yeah. Leadership, mentorship, piloting, and then for the rest of us to support all of those initiatives, for sure. So in my day job, on-time performance is super important. Hope you're all happy to hear that. And so we only have time for one more question, but it's been fantastic to get these from the group. So please go ahead.
I'll be very brief. I don't have a question. I just want to say I was an NSERC chair in industrial research for climate research at McGill in the 1980s, one of the first industrial chairs. So climate was appreciated as a very important subject in NSERC, gosh, 40 years ago now. But what I really wanted to say is, being a member of the Royal Society for 40 years or more now, to say how much I've enjoyed this conference. I've been involved in organizing many conferences like this in past annual meetings, and I thought this is one of the best ones. I want to congratulate Simon Fraser University and all the participants. My wife and I have really enjoyed our day here, and I just want to express our thanks very much.
Perfect note to end on. Gratitude. Thank you so much. So colleagues, please join me in thanking our fantastic panel that's been very generous with their insights and their experiences. Dr. Holcroft, Dr. Britton, Dr. Bartels, and Dr. Main, please join me in thanking them for being on the panel this afternoon.
Hi, everyone. In this very big room in the dark. I do want to say it's my job to offer a few closing remarks, and it is indeed a pleasure to do so. I'm Joy Johnson. I started the day with all of you. I'm still here, and I want to begin by thanking the organizers for a really incredible day. I get no credit for this whatsoever. I just showed up, and I want to also thank them because I rarely get to sit in a room and listen to people, smart people, talk about science, talk about policy, and this was the best day ever for me, I've got to say. So thank you so much. The team at SFU's done a great job working with the Royal Society to put this day together, and I love that last comment. Thank you so much. I think everyone I've talked to has really enjoyed the day. I also want to thank the tech team at the back of the room. You've been amazing. And I want to thank, I think it's always really important to also thank the people who feed us, who take care of us. The hotel's been fantastic. So let's give them all a hand. You know, this session is really what's best about the Royal Society as well. You know, we've got, you know, at the Royal Society, we represent the arts and humanities, the social sciences, and the sciences. And the magic happens when everyone comes together and has a conversation that really matters to all of us. And we've heard from scientists, we've heard from our humanists, we've heard there was a poet in the room I heard today, fantastic, but also from our social scientists about the importance of engaging in this really critically important issue for us, the climate emergency. Just a few remarks on what I've made a number of notes today, and I just want to reflect on some of the things that I'm going to go home and think more about. And I know you've got your own lists as well. And I look forward to connecting with the members of the Royal Society over the next days to think about what else we can do in this space. We started the morning with Mark Jacquard, and one of the things I loved, and it kind of came up a few times, is to focus on contradictory evidence and to be ready to change your view. And we heard that a little bit from Dr. Holdcraft as well. Looking at, you know, anomalies, looking at things that don't fit. And I think that's really important for the field. You know, the other thing Mark Jacquard said, and I will take this home as well, is that we need to be empathetic to the real world constraints of policymakers. And, you know, I'm not that empathetic to them very often. And I think it's something to be thinking about more and more because there are constraints and we need to figure out how to work within those constraints. I really enjoyed the panel on place-based climate innovations as well, and I've got a number of notes I've made about that. One thing I heard from the panel is that Indigenous knowledge is a verb. Now, that's something I'm going to think a lot more about, because about the process of really thinking about the ways that we engage with knowledge, use knowledge, co-create. I really thought that was very, very powerful. But I also really heard from this group how very important it is to challenge orthodoxy, to take chances, to break colonial rules when you possibly can, and also to really think about the ways in which all of us really need to honor the traditions and obligations and protocols of our First Peoples. So that was, I think, really helpful for us to be thinking about as we move forward. And I love the examples of the ways in which people are not asking permission, that we are simply doing the work that we need to do. I think about the projects that we talked about, you know, just doing it and not asking permission, how important that is. Sarah Birch took us on a really, I think, a really important, through an important set of thoughts related to what we need to do as a society and what we potentially can do as researchers to really engage in transformative work. I liked the idea that she brought forward that we really need to think about transformation and what a fundamental shift would look like. I recall that picture of Kingsway and just imagining what Kingsway could look like in Vancouver. That's absolutely amazing. And I think that's the kind of shift that we need. We need radical thinking. We need to think about doing things very differently, and we need to think about transformation. And she really had some amazing insights for all of us about how to do that work, how we can partner together, which is really, really helpful. In particular, I've written notes about different ways we can think about the scholarship and the work that we value as an academy. And so she shifted us to a set of, I think, characteristics of humility, attentiveness, trust, imagination, adaptability, reflexivity. And I heard those themes throughout the day today, and that's really, I think, something I'm going to take home and think more about. And I also liked the sense, the notion, and it comes back to this idea of challenging orthodoxy, is that we should not obey in advance. That so often, and this has really stuck with me today, so often we start to pivot because we think there are going to be forces at play and we need to change our approaches to EDI, our approaches to climate change because political winds are changing. And we should not be doing that. We should not be obeying in advance. We should hold steady, do the work we need to do, address climate change, make our society better, deal with the justice issues that are before us. The final panel, and again, I found it really helpful because we will not be able to do this work unless we figure out ways to bring industry along and to bring new innovations into the work that is required. And it's really, I'm really heartened by the work that's being done. I think about Stephanie Bertel's work around embedding sustainability in industry. Industry's got to change. We got to figure out how to work with them to change. And so, thank you. Keep doing that. It's fantastic. And we do need new inventions. We need basic research for sure, but we do need to make sure we're thinking about ways to get those great inventions out of the lab and to make a difference, to the energy transformation that I think we're all desiring. And around all of that, I also, Stephanie, really have made a circle around this idea of permission to care. And I think that's incumbent on all of our institutions, our scientists, our partners. It's important to care and to put the care for our world first and foremost in the work that we do. And I know that's what all of you are doing in the work that you do. So, with that, I want to say thank you. Thank you again for joining us today. I enjoyed your questions, your comments, the hallway conversations. And I know for the Royal Society members who are here with us, those conversations will continue over the next few days. So with that, I will close, and please join me in applauding yourselves.